The story begins with the protagonist, Liu Ye, a player who never took games seriously. Because of this, he could only watch helplessly as his sister was murdered by an unknown person wielding a sword. The weight of guilt fell upon Liu Ye. As the older brother, he had failed to protect her. Lost in thought, trying to understand where he went wrong and what led to this tragic outcome, he didn't notice the silhouette of a man with a sword approaching from behind. In an instant, the blade pierced his body, causing him to bleed. While still conscious, a stranger picked him up and, without hesitation, threw him next to his sister's lifeless body. Stunned, Liu Ye refused to accept reality. If he had known their end would be like this, he would have taken the game seriously from the start. Since the death of their parents, they had been alone, and Liu Ye's greatest dream was to take care of his sister, ensuring she had a promising future. He was dedicated to the game called Yuan World, but, for him, it was just a pastime. Little did he know that this virtual world would take control of reality, granting players the abilities of their characters and leading to a global collapse. Liu Ye watched helplessly as his sister died while two nearby players laughed and discussed their next steps. Suddenly, something awakened within him. He rose with three fixed thoughts. First, he hated that world where the rules were so easily changed. Second, he despised himself for not taking the game seriously. And above all, he harbored a deep hatred for his sister's killer, who had clearly enjoyed killing her. With a swift motion, Zhang Yi grabbed something from the ground and threw it at the killer's head, making him lose his balance. The dazed enemy touched his head, confused about what had happened and where the object had come from. Zhang Yi, lying on the ground, watched everything with a satisfied smile, happy that he had at least resisted a little. However, his fate was already sealed. Without hesitation, the killer decapitated Zhang Yi, saying he would never allow a level 1 weakling to challenge him. Something, however, was wrong. Zhang Yi woke up in his bed at home. Outside, an announcement echoed through the streets. There were only 8 hours left until the opening of the game, Yuan World. Zhang Yi stood up abruptly, unable to believe what was happening, as he remembered perfectly being killed. Looking around, he didn't recognize where he was until he realized it was his old apartment where he had lived 3 years ago. Suddenly, the door opened, and a female voice echoed through the room. Zhang Yi froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. In the hallway stood his sister, holding a box containing the authorization for the game Yuan World. With a trembling voice, he asked what year it was. Zhang Yun, surprised by the question, replied jokingly that it seemed he had woken up in a bad mood and said the year 2030 must have really gotten to him. Zhang Yi stood still, unable to believe what he was hearing. Quickly getting up, he ran to the window. With his mouth slightly open, he realized that he had returned to the exact day Yuan World was first activated. Without hesitation, he hugged his sister tightly, and promised himself that this time he would not allow them to die. He would become the strongest player, unless all of this was just a dream. It was July 27, 2030. The virtual reality game Yuan World was released, and on September 1, it took control of the world. All players received the abilities of their in-game characters. The marginalized and the lower classes of society suddenly acquired incredible powers. For the first time, they felt a strength they never imagined they could possess. Because of this, chaos ensued, and endless wars over money and power began. Our protagonist had followed the path of a player who only explored the game world. This led him to a tragic fate. Due to his low level, he ended up dying in Yuan World. However, by some miracle, he had an unexpected stroke of luck. He was reborn, returning 3 years in time to the exact moment the game was about to be released. This time, he was determined to become the strongest. He mentally returned to reality and was surprised when his sister pushed him, as he had unknowingly started hugging her. She was extremely embarrassed, thinking her brother was just bothering her. Scratching his head, he smiled awkwardly and said he was surprised he had really done that. 8 hours later, at the moment of the Yuan World launch, Liu Ye put on the virtual reality glasses and lay down on his bed. He knew there were only 34 days left before the game would dominate the world. If he could become the strongest player during this period, he and his sister wouldn't have to die. Upon entering the game, he appeared in the initial plaza where many players had already gathered. In the center, an administrator was about to demonstrate the power of the strength skill. The first strike he delivered was simple, cutting a large rock in half. However, by concentrating his energy, he delivered another attack with a single movement, splitting the rock as if it were butter. The demonstration deeply shocked Liu Ye, who was watching with his mouth agape. After the demonstration ended, the system transported Liu Ye directly into the game. At the spawn point, several players were looking around in awe of this new world. However, Liu Ye had only one focus, to evolve as quickly as possible. He decided to choose the strength skill, as it was considered the most mysterious and determined the difference between an ordinary player and a true warrior. Without wasting time, he headed for the training pavilion. In the world of Yuan World, there were no fixed combat classes, only divisions based on the weapons used. Knowing this, Liu Yi wanted to master a weapon as quickly as possible, as the foundation of power lay in the mastery of its use. Once he reached 100 proficiency with a weapon, he would have complete control over the strength skill. With this urgency, he hurried to the weapon pavilion, worried that all the training areas would be crowded. However, to his surprise, when he entered, he realized the place was completely empty. Liu Ye didn't mind. He was determined to achieve his goal. He went straight to the weapon rack and began his selection. The katana was his favorite weapon, so he decided to start with it. But he knew he should test all the available options. After 5 intense hours of training, he was exhausted. Still, he managed to master the katana completely, making it his main weapon. Despite the fatigue, he knew there was no time to waste. Without hesitation, he grabbed a long sword and began a new training cycle, pushing himself to the maximum and ignoring his own limits. In the weapon pavilion, a couple was walking through the corridors, admiring how realistic everything around them seemed. Suddenly, the girl noticed the sounds coming from a training area. Curious, she asked what could be inside. The guy looked up, saw the sign above the entrance, and commented that it was probably a training space. Without hesitation, the girl peeked around the corner of the door. That's when she saw Liu Ye training tirelessly with a sword, refining his strikes against a wooden dummy. She noticed that he was the only one training in that area, which struck her as quite strange. The couple approached the weapon rack and picked up a few weapons to see how the training were. They watched Liu Ye for a few minutes, then threw the weapons on the ground, saying that it was a boring activity reserved for losers. As they left, the guy explained that the training pavilion was only for increasing weapon proficiency, and offered no other advantages. He further emphasized that to reach 100 proficiency, at least 10,000 strikes were necessary. The girl suggested that they leave and use that time to level up. The guy agreed immediately. Before leaving, the girl took one last look at Zhang Yi. For some reason, he stuck in her mind. Zhang Yi, however, didn't even notice that anyone had passed by. He kept striking endlessly, showing no intention of resting. On the first day, he completely mastered the katana and the halberd, but his much anticipated special skill didn't appear. On the second day, he reached mastery with the spear, axe, shield, and hammer. Still, the skill didn't awaken. On the third day, while other players had already reached levels 10 to 20, Zhang Yi was still at level 1, and his special skill remained hidden. For a moment, he considered leveling up before continuing his training, but he quickly dismissed the thought. If he wanted to become the strongest player, he needed to obtain the skill at all costs. Nothing would stop him. Once again, the scene shifts to the street near the training pavilion. The same couple was walking by, discussing the fact that a player had died. The punishment in Yuan world was harsh. Upon dying, a player lost all their experience levels. In the middle of their conversation, the girl once again saw Zhang Yi and was incredibly surprised. He was still training. The guy beside her was also shocked, remarking that there were far more exciting ways to play than spending days training non-stop. The girl, intrigued, couldn't understand why he kept at it. Her friend suggested that maybe he knew some hidden secret. Excited, he thought of trying to master a weapon as well. However, the girl interrupted his idea. She stated that it was pointless, as Zhang Yi had been training for 3 whole days and nothing had changed. While other players were reaching level 20, he was still just improving his weapon skills. He wouldn't have a chance to win that way. Zhang Yi, however, completely ignored the couple. He had a goal and he wouldn't waste time on distractions. The girl grew irritated by his obsession. She said Zhang Yi seemed like a game addict, and even if he did become the strongest fighter, she would never try weapon training. For her, time would be better spent leveling up. Losing patience, she grabbed her friend's arm and insisted they leave, saying they needed to gain more experience as quickly as possible. Days later, our protagonist received an unexpected notification. He had mastered 18 types of weapons and, as a result, had earned the title Master of Arms. Now, he was able to use the skills and properties of the other 17 weapons with any primary weapon of his choice. With a whip in his hands, he was exhausted and remained motionless, processing the message before his eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening. He had perfected all possible melee weapons, but his long-awaited special skill never manifested. Because of this, he decided to discard melee weapons. Maybe his true talent lay in firearms. Without wasting any time, he headed to the firearms pavilion. As he walked, he reflected on something curious. In his previous life, he had never encountered a powerful player who used firearms. Upon entering the pavilion, a magnificent hall was revealed before him. There was an immense variety of weapons displayed on metal racks. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi chose a pistol. The days passed quickly. More than 5 days had gone by, and he was sure that other players had already reached level 30. Meanwhile, he was still at level 1. Looking at the vast selection of weapons, Zhang Yi felt a tightness in his chest. There were so many options, and at this rate, the game would merge with reality before he mastered them all. For a moment, he wondered if it was worth continuing. But then, the memory of his sister's death came flooding back. The memory of the level 20 player who killed her made his blood boil. He had no choice. He couldn't turn back. Without power, he would never become the strongest. Taking a deep breath, he raised the pistol and began his training. Even if his fate was to die again, he would never give up. Meanwhile, in the training pavilion, the girl who had once mocked Jiang Yai's dedication decided to return to check on his progress. However, when she looked inside, she found no one. Surprised, she thought he had given up and left, never to return. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the area. The sound froze her in place. What was that? Instinctively, she followed the noise and climbed the stairs toward the firearms pavilion. Peering around the corner of the door, she was stunned. Jiang Yai had stopped shooting. The reason? He had completely destroyed the training target. Around him, a strange, greenish aura flickered as if his very existence was shifting. The girl covered her mouth with her hands, stifling a scream. Her eyes reflected pure horror. What the hell was happening to him? Jiang Yai, for his part, remained frozen, his gaze unfocused as if he were lost in the void. But in truth, he was reading the notification he had waited for so long. The message said, "Congratulations. You have reached 100 mastery with a pistol. As a reward, you have acquired a new skill." A shiver ran down Liu Yi's body. He had finally received his power. Now, for the first time, he felt prepared for the impending disaster. A subtle laugh escaped his lips. The next step was clear: level up and catch up with the other players. His statistics were basic, with all 5 attributes at the base level. The only exception was his special endurance, which had only 1 point. Additionally, a new icon for passive skills appeared, but it was empty. Heading for the exit, Liu Yai was ready to start leveling up. However, as he reached the door, he noticed a girl standing in the hallway. She tried to act casually, looking away and whistling a melody, pretending not to have seen anything. Liu Yai, however, didn't waste time wondering if she had seen something or not. He simply walked past her as if she wasn't there. The girl, in turn, felt strangely embarrassed. A feeling of irritation took over her, not understanding why she felt so uncomfortable. She wanted to ask what had happened inside the pavilion, to understand what that strange aura around Liu Yai was, but she hesitated. In the end, she remained silent. Liu Yi overheard rumors about Yuan World. The most relevant information was that the game had reached 10 million online players. This only confirmed his concern: time was passing far too quickly. Arriving at the store, Liu Yi chose his equipment. He purchased a low-level pistol called the White Dragon for 500 coins. He also bought a box with 300 regular bullets for 300 coins and a low-level dagger that cost him 200 coins. In total, he spent 1,000 coins on his new acquisitions. Upon leaving the store, he felt a slight sense of discouragement. The prices were way too high, and the fact that the in-game currency had the same value as real money made everything even more expensive. To him, the company behind Yuan World had overdone it with the item prices. Still, he was satisfied with his new weapons. As he examined the dagger, an idea struck him. Without hesitation, he activated his special skill, Master Armament. This skill allowed him to surpass the limitations of weapons and apply the powers of one weapon to another. The first real test of his new power was about to begin. Determined to test his abilities, Liu Ye headed to the Mirror Kingdom. This place allowed players to create a mirror copy of themselves to fight against. The rules were simple: if a player managed to defeat their copy, they would receive extra money and experience. However, there were 2 conditions to participate. The player needed to be at least level 5 and also pay 10 of their gold to enter the fight. For Liu Ye, these conditions were not a problem. In fact, it was the perfect scenario for him. He was still at level 1, but now he had real power. While walking through the Mirror Kingdom Hall, a shout of frustration echoed throughout the area. 2 players had just respawned, complaining about the extreme difficulty of the mirrored copies. It seemed they had lost everything they had worked for. Nearby, 2 other players were watching this scene with irony. They mocked the defeated players, and when they noticed Liu Ye, they turned their attention to him. One of them, noticing the pistol hanging from the boy's waist, laughed in disdain. To him, it was the worst possible weapon choice in the game. The other player also showed contempt, convinced that Liu Ye was nothing more than an inexperienced rookie, deluded into thinking he could win with such inferior equipment. Liu Ye remained silent, simply observing the players. They had no idea what he was capable of now. After confirming his decision, Liu Ye mentally prepared himself for his first battle in the Mirror Kingdom. He knew that due to his lack of experience, the odds were against him. However, he also understood that he had no choice but to fight. He accessed the system menu to familiarize himself with the interface. After navigating for a moment, another notification appeared asking for confirmation to face a mirrored opponent. Despite his fear, Liu Ye confirmed his participation, fully aware of the consequences. The system then displayed a notification requesting confirmation of the participation fee, which amounted to 100 coins. After accepting, a second notification appeared, reminding him that once inside the Mirror Kingdom, players could not leave until the battle was completed. A few moments later, Liu Yi found himself transported to the arena. His opponent was his mirrored copy, ready for combat. The countdown began, and the battle was about to start in 10 seconds. When the countdown reached 5 seconds, Liu Yi's nerves took over. He had never fought anyone voluntarily, and the fear of confrontation was overwhelming. His leg began to shake involuntarily, distracting him even more. Trying to calm himself, he patted his leg. However, this distraction caused him to miss the start of the battle. His opponent, wielding a red sword, immediately launched an attack. Liu Yi thought everything was lost before it even began. But to his surprise, he managed to dodge the first strike and attempted to shoot at the enemy. Unfortunately, all of his shots missed, and as he lost his balance, he nearly fell. The enemy kept advancing and, taking advantage of Liu Yi's instability, easily disarmed him. Now without weapons, Liu Yi had to face the red sword using only his physical strength. The opponent seemed certain of his victory. Still, in that moment of doubt, Liu Yi realized that he couldn't give up. This was his second chance at life, and he wasn't going to waste it. He activated his master armament skill, which allowed him to modify the properties of his dagger. With the increased strength of the blade, Liu Yi was able to stop the opponent's sword strike with ease. The enhanced power of the dagger allowed him to counterattack with a force he didn't know he had. With skill and precision, he shattered the enemy's sword, disabling it, and then defeated him swiftly. Despite the victory, Liu Yi was still trembling with nerves. His hands were shaking and his breathing was heavy, a reaction he couldn't control. He felt a wave of frustration for not being able to calm down after the victory. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, 2 other players were walking through the arena, discussing their plans to gather members for their teams. They talked about how difficult it had become to win battles in the Mirror Kingdom, especially with the large clans competing against smaller teams. As Zhang Ye celebrated his victory, the 2 players observing him were shocked by the result. They couldn't believe that a level 1 player with minimal equipment had managed to defeat an opponent 5 levels higher. In reality, the 2 players weren't looking for allies but were betting money on other players, hoping to profit. One of them quickly checked the odds on a site called Backstage Garden, eager to see how much they would earn from their wagers. The other, however, was carefully analyzing Zhang Ye's movements, intrigued by how a player of such a low level could defeat his opponent. Zhang Ye watched his opponent's movements closely as the countdown to the start of the battle continued. The green-haired man observed every move Zhang Ye made, commenting that the moment of truth had arrived, while the second player agreed it was an excellent choice, his eyes glued to the arena. Both were eager to see which mirror copy Zhang Ye would choose, hoping to place their bets. Zhang Ye checked his own stats. He had reached level 5, and his attributes had doubled, but he still felt weak. He realized he needed to become stronger and overcome his fear of battle, because if he didn't, he would die soon. With determination, he immediately chose his next opponent, a mirror copy ranked 55th, known as Strikes. The system teleported him to the arena almost instantly. The 2 men who had been watching Zhang Ye were waiting to place their bets on his fight but were confused when they saw who his opponent would be. They were shocked when they realized that Zhang Ye had chosen a level 10 mirror copy. The green-haired man snapped back to reality, realizing that Zhang Ye had chosen the strongest possible opponent from the hundreds of level 10 players. He wondered what would happen to their bet, hoping it hadn't been placed yet. But the white-haired man revealed that the bet had already been made, and there was nothing they could do about it. He hoped that in case of defeat, his green-haired friend wouldn't tell anyone about the bet, as he didn't want to be embarrassed. The betting organizer then announced the odds for the match, showing the wagers placed on Zhang Ye and Strikes. Seeing the odds, the 2 men felt discouraged. The total amount bet on Strikes to win exceeded 200,000, and they had already lost all hope. At that moment, Strikes appeared before Zhang Ye. Wielding a katana, Strikes was equipped with the persistent fighter set, while Zhang Ye, a level 5 player, only had a pistol, a dagger, and basic gear. The countdown began, and as soon as Zhang Ye saw his opponent, his legs began to shake again. This angered him. To stop the shaking, he drove the dagger into one of his legs. With only 2 seconds left, he took a combat stance, determined not to repeat the mistakes of his first fight. When the battle started, Zhang Ye wasted no time and immediately advanced towards Strikes, skillfully dodging his attacks. Although Zhang Ye's pistol was powerful, his accuracy wasn't the best, and Strikes managed to dodge or block most of the shots. After a while, Strikes grew tired of this and quickly disarmed Zhang Ye. Without hesitation, Strikes went in for a fatal blow. It seemed impossible to dodge, but Zhang Ye wasn't ready to give up. He activated his special ability, and his eyes glowed blue. Zhang Ye made an incredible leap forward, narrowly dodging Strikes' deadly attack. After sliding back, he realized that Strikes wasn't pursuing him. With a moment to recover, Jiang Ye analyzed the situation. His health was at 20 out of 100, and his cognitive power was at 28 out of 30. He was one step away from defeat. His regular attacks couldn't even scratch his opponent, and he realized he had chosen an adversary he couldn't beat. He should have opted for a weaker fighter and used the time to level up rather than rushing so quickly. But still, after a moment of doubt, Jiang Ye returned to his combat stance, almost finding it funny how difficult things were becoming. He believed that to overcome his fear, he needed to keep fighting. Considering that standing still wasn't an option, he decided to charge directly at his enemy. At one point, Jiang Ye dodged to the side to avoid a fatal blow that would have wiped out his entire health. However, he underestimated his opponent's speed. In mere seconds, Strikes was behind him. Realizing he had no more chances, Jiang Ye decided to risk it all. Before the fatal blow could land, he turned to face Strikes, drew his pistol, and fired. In a final clash, they exchanged fatal blows. Strikes' katana cut Jiang Ye in half, while Jiang Ye's pistol shot destroyed Strikes' head. The system determined that Jiang Ye had inflicted fatal damage faster than Strikes, and therefore, he was declared the winner. His reward was a large amount of experience, money, and a level up. Now at level 13, Jiang Ye was much stronger, with all his attributes increased to 17, except for resistance, which only increased by 1 point. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he had been on the verge of death and yet had won the incredible battle. Many more notifications arrived, the most important being that he had reached level 10, and now his resurrection ability had evolved, allowing him to choose his development path. Meanwhile, the two men who had bet on Jiang Ye's victory were surrounded by a crowd and pressed against a wall. Those who had lost the bet were being forced to hand over all their money. One of the men nearly started crying, asking if he could give half of the money instead. The Wanyi gang leader pointed at them and said there was no such option, and they couldn't escape the loss so easily. The white-haired man couldn't take it anymore and shouted, saying he couldn't believe they really thought they had already won when the outcome wasn't even decided. The gang leader, pointing at the board, firmly stated that Strikes would win, as he couldn't bear to lose to a newbie. If that happened, he was prepared to cause a huge uproar over the bets. Before this, Strikes was considered one of the top level 10 mirror copies. However, moments later, the leaderboard updated, and everyone was shocked to see that Strikes had been defeated. The surrounding crowd could hardly believe it, their mouths agape in astonishment. Their world instantly crumbled. The man with green hair was overjoyed with the victory, and his two friends were thrilled they had won. Meanwhile, Liu Yai returned victorious from the arena. The leaderboard suddenly appeared before him. He glanced at it for the first time, not fully understanding its meaning, but decided to log out for now. As he was about to leave the game, his sister, Yan, came into his room and called him to eat. Upon entering the kitchen, Liu Yai wasted no time and started eating immediately. Yan mentioned she had prepared his favorite mushrooms, but Liu Yai didn't even pay attention. So immersed was he in his thoughts about Yuan World. He had discovered 2 new abilities he didn't even know he had. The first was the Flame of Invasion, which had an incredible effect. The damage per second dropped from 50 to 25, but the total damage was around 250 health points. Along with his new abilities, Liu Yai also thought about the dangers posed by his opponents and considered the idea of forming his own team. After eating quickly, he thanked his sister and headed back to his room. This surprised her, as he had barely eaten a plate of food. It even hurt her feelings a bit, and she thought that he would need to find someone else to cook for him. Now, back in Yuan World within the Mirror Kingdom, a man was on his knees before Gang, begging to be allowed to keep half of the money as had been proposed. However, Gang wasn't so simple and continued to beg, saying that all the money he had bet on Strike's victory wasn't his, but his family's. If he lost it all, he would likely face severe punishment. Gang, still mocking him, said that just a minute ago he had rejected that same offer. Before he could finish speaking, a red-haired man appeared and slammed Gang's head against the wall, saying that he would have to return all the lost money from the bet against Strikes. The red-haired man was named Jack and was from the New Order Guild, which was responsible for the Mirror Kingdom. Pinned against the wall, Gang tried to explain that the person who defeated Strikes had nothing to do with him, as he had only placed the bet, and didn't know Liu Yai would choose the Strikes copy to defeat. But what Gang said didn't bother Jack at all. Jack replied that in the end, the guy with white hair was the one who came out on top. And even if Gang managed to escape responsibility, things would be dealt with differently in the real world. Gang tried to defend himself as best he could and, in order to avoid trouble in real life, offered all the money he had earned from the bet. However, Jack suddenly refused, saying he didn't need it, and let the poor man go. Gang thought for a moment and, with a very serious expression, said that he had nothing else to offer as compensation. Jack, with a terrifying look, merely commented that Gang would have to do him a favor, and of course, he had no choice but to agree. Now, back to our hero. After dinner, he entered the game again to continue leveling up. He knew he couldn't hesitate, as he needed to be well prepared for Judgment Day. Liu Yi received a notification confirming his choice to improve a chosen skill. Without hesitation, he confirmed the upgrade and received 3 notifications. The first was about the skill he had chosen. The second informed him that his level up was complete and his combat strength was now 15.6. Additionally, he received a new title, low-level warrior. One of the biggest surprises for Liu Yi was realizing that by choosing this skill, he had acquired dual attributes, and several of his stats had increased significantly. When he looked at his stats, he was very surprised, as some of his attributes had risen considerably. He realized that although he had only reached level 13, with the new attributes and bone uses, he was now at the same level as a level 26 character. Liu Yi then reflected on the possibility of defeating a level 20 strikes with his current strength. Having been an insecure guy, Liu Yi transformed into someone confident, determined to challenge strikes, considering him his rival and wanting to test his strength against him. Next, a notification appeared before him, asking for confirmation for a battle with strikes, to which he promptly responded, confirming. A few seconds after he chose his opponent, the bets for the fight started appearing at the local betting houses and in the player chat. Someone placed a bet, and 2 guys whom Jack had asked to spread the information began to promote it. One of them bet all his money on the protagonist's victory, which outraged the man with golden hair. They didn't need to place bets, but the guy with white hair was convinced that now Jack couldn't do anything because even if he tried, he wouldn't get support from his group, the New Order. The blonde guy noticed the disdainful smile from his friend and deduced that Jack had forced him to promote the odds in favor of the protagonist. However, he didn't understand the significance of the situation, as it was obvious that no one would bet on Liu Yi, and the odds would be very low. But the guy didn't respond, because his task was only to cause confusion. The scene shifted to the battle arena within the Mirror Kingdom, where the fight was about to begin in 10 seconds. On one side, Strikes, level 20, armed with 2 katanas and advanced armor. On the other, Liu Yi, level 13, with only a pistol, a dagger, and beginner gear. Liu Yi began to reflect, thinking that with enough mental focus, he would be able to predict the perfect moment to easily destroy Strikes. The system announced the start of the battle. The protagonist didn't hesitate, and attacked immediately. Strikes managed to defend with his katanas, deflecting all the bullets. While attacking, Liu Yi tried to get closer, parrying the blows. He noticed that the dual attributes had practically eliminated the strength gap between them. This boosted his confidence. Now, battles with high-level opponents wouldn't be as intense as before. Dodging from side to side, Zhang Yi only used his pistol and reflected on how much stronger he had become. He allowed the enemy to get close enough so he could attack with his daggers and aim for strike his head, planning to end the fight in the final seconds. With a smile on his face, he was about to kill his opponent and finish the battle. Strikes, on the other hand, couldn't believe that a weak, low-level player was able to pressure him and stood frozen, unable to react. The moment Zhang Yi saw his opponent's face, he hesitated, canceling the pistol shot. Because he had slowed Strikes down, there was enough time for a counterattack. However, after dodging, Zhang Yi jumped backward, avoiding any damage. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by a wave of indecision as he remembered his past self. He stopped his attack and held his head, unsure of how to proceed. He didn't understand why he had hesitated. He was still afraid of death. Looking at his opponent and his own weapon, the young man thought he would never be able to take his fate into his own hands. He feared he would never grow, and would continue to fear everyone in his way. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he understood that his future was being decided right here, right now. With an impressive leap towards Strikes, both decided to collide head-on. Strikes delivered the first blow, which should have decapitated our hero, but Zhang Yi managed to quickly dodge, moving behind him. He then grabbed him by the head, pointed the gun, and in that moment, his thoughts were clear. He had already grown and become a completely different person. Without a second of hesitation, Zhang Yi fired, and soon, 3 notifications appeared before him. The first stated that he had defeated Strikes, the second that his level had increased, and the third that he had reached level 20, now able to choose how to further develop his power. The protagonist's face was incredibly serious. He understood that not only had he grown, but he was also now ahead of all the other players. Meanwhile, in the lobby, those who had bet on our hero couldn't believe they had actually won. The green-haired man commented that the bets didn't affect the other players. Even though Jack had opened a second round of betting on the level 20 Strikes, he still lost to Zhang Yi. Now, everyone knew how strong he was. The same man began to think that after defeating the level 20 Strikes, Zhang Yi had probably reached level 22 or even 23. He concluded that Zhang Yi would now only fight level 30 mirror copies for their high rewards. He knew it was a version of Strikes, but he couldn't understand how Zhang Yi had so much confidence that he could defeat a level 30 Strikes with 100 certainty. They assumed that as soon as the protagonist faced the level 30 Strikes, he would likely lose and be in great danger. As soon as Zhang Yi teleported back to the Mirror Kingdom, He looked at the tournament standings and saw a level 30 mirror copy of Strikes occupying first place. If his previous battles had proven to himself that he was stronger than other players, now he needed to destroy the level 30 mirror copy of Strikes, which most players considered invincible. Before he could enter the battle, rumors began circulating that another player had already attempted to take revenge on the level 30 Strikes and had lost. The title of invincible copy and strongest fighter were attributed to this version of Strikes for a reason. Most importantly, he had heard that the New Order Guild had become the strongest, thanks to this very copy. After that, Jiang Yi didn't hesitate. With a murderous look, he summoned the system, eager for the fight. The system asked again if he really wanted to enter the battle against the level 30 mirror copy of Strikes. Of course he didn't hesitate, and the system immediately transferred him. Jack, who was observing Jiang Yi from afar, ordered all his subordinates to open bets on Strikes' victory. The scene shifted back to the two bettors, and one of them opened a bet on the protagonist's victory, which caused the green-haired man to lose his patience. He believed Jiang Yi had no chance against the level 30 Strikes. However, the white-haired man didn't listen, stating that he believed in Jiang Yi. Soon, the battle began in the arena, where the level 30 Strike stood. His weapon was a katana named Last Will, and his armor was called Fierce. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was at level 23 with a pistol, a common dagger, and beginner equipment, which seemed to indicate he had no chance at all. After a moment, a notification appeared before Jiang Yi, informing him that his intelligence attribute had surpassed 100 points and his knowledge power had increased by 1. Focused on the notifications, Jiang Yi didn't notice that the battle had started. Strikes didn't waste time and attacked immediately, dealing 411 damage to Jiang Yi's health. Jiang Yi was shocked, as he only had 18 health left, and he couldn't believe Strikes' speed. The second attack should have finished him, but he somehow managed to defend with his dagger, narrowly avoiding death. With each second, Jiang Yi became more frustrated, realizing the severity of the fight. If he had defended even a second later, he would have died without time to heal. With great difficulty, he managed to repel the attack and dodge backward while dealing damage to Strikes with his pistol. Each bullet flew with impressive precision. Jiang Yi didn't want to prolong the fight, and tried to finish it as quickly as possible. However, all of his attempts to hurt the opponent were in vain, as Strikes easily dodged them, making it seem as if everything was happening in slow motion for him. With a single movement, Strikes was within Jiang Yi's reach, about to end the fight with a single blow. Liu Yi hadn't expected such a twist. To his surprise, even after taking the dagger attack, Strikes still managed to deal significant damage to him, forcing him to heal constantly. Liu Yi couldn't withstand the assault, and for a moment, if he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been killed. However, he recovered just in time, dodging Strikes' attack by crouching and moving to the side. Liu Yi immediately increased the distance between them and tried once more to deal damage to Strikes with his pistol. Suddenly, Liu Yi paused to think, realizing that despite his stats being similar to those of the level 20 Strikes was still managing to pressure him. But after composing himself, Liu Yi was not willing to give up. He understood that if this was all of Strike's power, he could easily deal incredible damage in a few seconds and secure the victory. That's when Liu Yi decided to use the skill Blessing. This skill increased all of the target stats and activated an uncommon state lasting for 1 minute. He also had a curse skill, which could cause one of 10 effects, such as weakness, aging, lethargy, stupidity, fatigue, poisoning, hallucinations, perception changes, chaos, and madness. After learning the skill, a notification appeared before the protagonist, stating that the blessing had been learned. His combat power was 15.6, but the most important thing was that his stats had increased several times over, giving him a significant advantage over Strikes. Liu Yi didn't hesitate and shouted to activate the blessing. He understood he didn't have a high enough level to defeat Strikes, but he trusted his boosted attributes to do so. Moments later, a notification appeared, informing him that he had spent 400 cognitive power points and that all his attributes had increased by 200 for exactly 1 minute, after which they would return to normal. A white aura began to surround Liu Yi, projecting an intimidating presence to all who stood before him. It was this aura that gave him courage, as he knew that by activating the skill for a full minute, he would have enough power to destroy Strikes. Caught off guard, Strikes stood still, preparing for the protagonist's next attack, but then decided to take a more proactive approach. He charged at full speed, intending to finish Liu Yi off once and for all. Liu Yi briefly thought that once he defeated Strikes, everyone would immediately assume he had incredible hidden skills and attributes, making him known as the strongest player. But as he regained his focus, Liu Yi realized that the enemy was closing in rapidly while he dodged from side to side. Even dodging wasn't enough, Strikes was already close enough to attack. Liu Yi then aimed his pistol and fired. The first bullet hit Strikes in the chest, causing him to halt his attack in confusion. After the first shot, Liu Yi didn't stop, continuing to fire at the enemy relentlessly. A few seconds Later, more than 10 holes were visible in Strike's body, which should have meant he was down. But suddenly, he was completely unharmed and ready to continue the fight. With a smile on his face, the enemy seemed to have understood what was happening. While Liu Yai reloaded, Strikes realized that the protagonist's stats were much higher than those of other players at the same level, and additionally, he possessed passive abilities that activated during critical moments. This was Strike's true strength. Moreover, the system of the Mirror Kingdom worked against NPC opponents, which made victories even harder to achieve. Liu Yai understood that he was an exception, and so he took a combat stance. With the duration of the blessing nearing its end, he knew he needed to finish off Strikes before then. Determined to prevent the enemy from recovering, Liu Yai began his assault on Strikes. There were only 25 seconds left of his active ability. As he attacked, he knew he couldn't afford to lose, as his current goal was to surpass his past and take control of his destiny, something he had failed to do before. With each attack, Strikes got closer to the protagonist. With 15 seconds remaining, Liu Yai jumped backward and launched a counterattack. As time ticked away, Liu Yai continued to attack and repel Strikes, not giving the enemy a moment's rest. Just a few seconds before the skill ended, a bullet shot straight into Strike's forehead, destroying his armor. Strikes began to shake violently, and his weapon fell from his hands. He stopped attacking a moment later, completely exhausted. He collapsed, showing clear signs that he was defeated. The system notification appeared as the enemy's body dissolved on the ground. Liu Yai stared, unable to believe that he had defeated the most powerful copy in the Mirror Kingdom. He already imagined the comments that would follow his victory. He would be called the strongest player, the one who managed to defeat a level 20 enemy, the mighty Strikes. Moreover, his hidden abilities were incredible, granting him the properties of an invincible warrior. He imagined spectators commenting that these titles meant nothing to level 30 players, as they belonged to a completely different world in terms of strength. To illustrate, one of the spectators would explain that a level 30 player was like the ground beneath the protagonist's feet, meaning they would never reach his level. The protagonist's imagination made his self-esteem soar, further boosting his morale after his victory. Then, several notifications appeared on his interface. The first congratulated him for his victory over Strikes, while the second informed him of his massive rewards, both in money and experience. He could barely contain his happiness, as he not only gained money and experience but also overcame a huge fear. At that moment, the system teleported him back to the Mirror Kingdom's waiting room. In the waiting room, Jack watched the battle, unable to believe that Liu Yai had defeated the strongest copy in the Mirror Kingdom. What angered him even more, however, was the money he had lost by betting on Strike's victory. Meanwhile, the two players who had bet on the protagonist were euphoric. They jumped for joy, and the white-haired young man smiled at the stunned onlookers, saying that he had been right about Zhang Yai, and that his bet had paid off. For that reason, he suggested that from now on, they should always follow their instincts. However, his friend grabbed his arm and warned him that it was too early to celebrate, as many things could still happen. He then advised that they both disconnect from the game and, in real life, move to another apartment to avoid being found by Jack. The scene shifted to the real world, at the protagonist's house, where he was sitting on his bed silently reflecting on his victory over Strikes, the strongest mirror copy in the game. Suddenly, the door opened and his sister appeared from another room, commenting that he was probably hungry and inviting him to eat. However, he had other plans. With a smile on his face, he said they would go for a walk, and that he would take her for a barbecue. As they went down the stairs, his sister asked where he had gotten the money from, since restaurants were expensive for them. Laughing, he replied that she wouldn't believe it, explaining that he had won a large sum in the game and that they needed to toast their luck. His sister accepted without question. The next day, still at home, he made an online purchase. After completing the transaction, he received confirmation that the order would arrive in 2 months. Sitting at the table, he couldn't believe it. In just 24 days, Yuan world was supposed to merge with the real world, making those 2 months feel like an agonizing wait. Still, he had no choice, as the nearest store he checked was out of stock. Instead of letting it get him down, he gathered his determination and decided he needed to push himself even harder while waiting for the delivery. The scene then shifts, and we see two girls walking along the shoreline. They were embarrassed as all the passers-by were staring at them. Suddenly, one of them, Nan, asked her friend Yan why her brother, Zhang Yai, had invited her out. Thoughts began to flood Yan's mind, and she feared that something terrible had happened. However, Yan kept a radiant smile and remained silent for a moment. Immersed in her thoughts, she was wondering how she would introduce her brother to her friend, as that was her true goal. After all, the girl was incredibly attractive, came from a good family, and most importantly, had a wonderful character. If she became her brother's girlfriend, Yan wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. A moment later, returning to reality, Yan smiled and replied that her brother had missed Nan a lot, which was why he wanted to see her. Without much expression, Nan asked where Yan had been lately, since she hadn't even responded in their work group. Yan began to suspect that her friend might have a boyfriend. But even if that were true, she wouldn't give up on her plans, as she had firmly decided that Nan would go out with Zhang Yai. Sighing, Nan adjusted her cap and said she didn't even know how to explain it. Suddenly, she blurted out that her parents were forcing her to play an incredible online game. Yan was confused by the unexpected response and didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, we are transported to a local bar. Jack, filled with rage, struck a red-haired girl whom he had called over to calm him down. The blow was brutal, and the girl fell violently to the ground. Even while injured and struggling to stay conscious, Jack continued to attack her. He hated the way she tried to calm him, as he felt that she pitied him, something he despised. A crowd began to gather, outraged by what they were witnessing, but no one had the courage to intervene. After all, this wasn't the first time Jack had acted this way. When he noticed the stares of the people around him, he became even angrier and asked what they were whispering about. However, no one responded. On the contrary, one by one, they began to disperse to avoid meeting the same fate. Still dissatisfied, Jack spat on the girl before his phone rang. He answered the call immediately and asked if the person on the other end had found the protagonist's address. The answer was negative, but the person assured him they had a plan. Jack listened carefully and asked if the plan was truly foolproof. When he heard that success was 100 guaranteed, his expression changed. His furious eyes made it clear that he longed for revenge against Zhang Yai and wouldn't stop until he got it. With a voice filled with malice, Jack said that as soon as they found him, he would send the rest of the money. The conversation ended, and the scene shifts to Zhang Yai, who at that moment had just entered the game. He stood in front of the Mirror Kingdom building, reflecting that the maximum level of the mirror copies was 30. He understood that at his current level, he could no longer evolve there, as the enemies were far too weak for him. With that in mind, he decided it was time to leave. Turning around, he started walking toward the destroyed kingdom, a place where he could become even stronger. However, as he looked at his own appearance, he realized he couldn't continue wearing his starting armor. It was time to think about buying a new one. Jianye walked to a weapon store. As he approached, a system window popped up, displaying the available items. However, upon seeing the prices, he froze. His expression made it clear that he simply couldn't afford them. Disappointed, he left the store and continued walking. He soon realized there was no reason to stay in the Mirror Kingdom any longer, as it was impossible to find the necessary resources to craft equipment. Therefore, he decided to go to the destroyed kingdom, where he could easily obtain materials and craft level 20 equipment. Although he had enough money to buy level 20 equipment directly, he preferred not to rush. After all, he would soon reach level 30, and moreover, he needed to manage his money in the real world as well. Without wasting any more time, he set off for the destroyed kingdom. There, he intended to join a team, knowing that it would accelerate his evolution and help him obtain equipment more quickly. Upon arrival, he saw that many teams were recruiting players to explore dungeons of different levels. Some accepted level 20 players, while others were looking for level 30 players for harder raids. He stood aside for a moment and overheard a conversation between two players talking about the New Order Guild. They mentioned a recent attack on the level 40 Chaos dungeon in which 10 players participated, but all were defeated and had their stats reset. Liu Yang knew that there were only a few requirements to complete a dungeon, regardless of the team size. In fact, the more people who participated, the greater the reward at the end. However, there was a crucial detail. Once inside the dungeon, there was no exit until it was fully completed. Furthermore, in Yuan World, dying in the destroyed kingdom meant a complete stat reset and the loss of all equipment. For this reason, teams were extremely selective when recruiting new members. With the skills he had, Liu Yai believed he would be accepted without any problem. Convinced of this, he approached the first recruiter but was immediately rejected as the team only accepted level 30 players. He tried again with another group but was turned away due to his low-quality equipment. On the third attempt, he didn't even get a chance to speak, as the team was already full and didn't need any new players. Frustrated and completely disappointed, he dropped to his knees. He couldn't believe that no one wanted to accept him even after he had defeated Strikes, a level 20 enemy. He thought his strength should be taken into account regardless of his level or equipment, as he had already proven that he wasn't a weak player. Disheartened, he began to consider exploring the easier dungeons to obtain basic equipment, but he knew that would be a long and tedious process. Even so, he gathered the strength to stand up and was preparing to take this only option when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Soon after, a voice announced that a team was looking for one more member. Curious, Liu Ye turned around to see what it was about, not understanding exactly who the offer was directed to. In front of him was Jack, smiling. With a calculating look, Jack suggested that he join their expedition into a dangerous level 35 dungeon designed for 10-player teams. Exchanging glances with Jack, Liu Yai realized there was something strange about the proposal. Still, Jack kept talking, assuring him that the team was strong enough to handle the challenges alone. They just needed one more person to complete the group, for the raid portal to be activated, one more player was required. Surprised, the protagonist couldn't believe what he was seeing. Moreover, he felt that he had seen Jack somewhere before but couldn't quite remember where. Jack, without giving Liu Yi time to think, said that if he wasn't interested, he would look for someone else. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, Liu Yi immediately interrupted him and accepted the offer. Jack merely waved his hand and told him to follow. Together, they went to the entrance of the level 35 portal meant for a group of 10 players. When they reached the meeting point near the destroyed kingdom portal, they found a crowd. The players around them were wearing impressive armor, which led many to comment on the leader's unexpected choice. No one had expected him to recruit a rookie armed only with a simple pistol. Liu Yi observed the other players and quickly realized that they were very well equipped. The purple outfits indicated that more than half of the team had epic rarity equipment. He held his head in thought, wondering if he could at least steal some of that gear. Suddenly, one of the players shouted that now that everyone was gathered, they should leave immediately, as he wanted to reach level 40 as fast as possible. A bald man approached with a smile and said that once they reached level 40, they would need to change their equipment, and if that was the case, he could give his old gear to the group. However, the player simply smiled and declined the offer. The group then began moving toward the portal with Liu Yi following slowly behind them. Observing the players, he noticed that they all seemed to know each other well and couldn't understand why they had called him for this mission. However, upon noticing the malicious smiles from the team, he realized that this friendship hid ulterior motives. The portal finally opened, revealing an immense desert landscape. At the center of the scene, there was only a mysterious crystal. Jack and another player were the first to cross the portal and began analyzing the environment. Soon, one of the team members noticed that the mission objective was to protect the crystal. Jack immediately took charge and ordered everyone to surround the crystal and ensure its safety. Everyone followed the instruction except Liu Yi, who hesitated for a moment. It was then that Jack warned that anyone who allowed the monsters to reach the crystal would have to pay for the damage with their own money. Liu Yi was surprised by the team's organization, although he didn't show it. Still not in a hurry to position himself, he watched the crystal carefully. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. The mission was loading. A few seconds later, another message informed him that the task was to protect the crystal from 3 waves of enemies. At the bottom of the screen, he saw the crystal's health bar and the penalty for failure, death for all players. It was then that a shout interrupted his thoughts. Someone announced that the monsters were attacking. Liu Yi looked toward the desert, but saw nothing but dense fog. However, he soon realized that this fog was not ordinary and had been generated by the monsters themselves. From within the smoke screen, an enemy emerged at high speed. The creature looked like a spider, but had absurdly large fangs. The bald man shouted for Liu Yi to approach the crystal, warning that if he didn't follow orders, he could be killed. Without arguing, the protagonist obeyed. Meanwhile, a swarm of monstrous insects flew toward the bald man, who was holding an enormous axe. It seemed that his game was about to end right there. But the man had completely different plans for this raid. With a single swing of his axe, he destroyed several beetles at once. Liu Yi watched as the others also eliminated large beetles as if they were ants and realized that their teamwork was at the highest level. The protagonist understood that this group knew exactly what they were doing. He felt redundant in that battle and realized he didn't need to exert himself too much, as he might end up being a hindrance. Jack was destroying monsters, one by one, until he suddenly stopped and looked pointedly at his ally with the sword. With just a single glance from Jack, the ally understood he was to let one of the monsters pass through to the protagonist. Without hesitation, he allowed the first enemy that attacked him to get by, pretending he didn't have time to kill it. The spider-like creature scurried past him, heading straight for the crystal. With a smile on his face, Zhang Yi heard the others shouting for him to protect the crystal, claiming one had slipped by. It took him only a few seconds to dispatch the enemy. At that moment, he thought that although they worked well together, their strength was equivalent to that of an average player and nowhere near the level of the Strike's copy he had defeated. Soon after, a notification appeared, informing him that they had protected the crystal from the first of 3 waves, and that the next would arrive in 10 minutes. After exterminating all the monsters, they sat down to rest. One of them commented that the protagonist was truly skilled, as at first glance, no one would guess he was a master. With only beginner gear, Zhang Yi had managed to defeat a monster 10 levels higher than them. The swordsman feigned guilt for his mistake, saying that if the 10th member of their group hadn't suddenly disappeared, there would have been no flaws in their defense. The bald man reassured him, telling him not to worry. He then turned to the protagonist, and said that in the next wave, he would have to fight alongside them on the front line to ensure no monsters got past. The man sitting next to Zhang Yi suggested they invite the protagonist to join their team permanently, saving him the trouble of finding his own groups and allowing them all to tackle higher-level challenges. The protagonist liked the proposal, and considered accepting it. The man in black armor then asked Jack what he thought about Zhang Yi joining them. Jack smiled and replied that he didn't oppose it. But there were a few conditions. New members needed to provide their phone number and real-world address to protect the team from situations like the one they had faced earlier with a player named Sam, who had apparently stolen their equipment. Hearing this, the protagonist grew confused but kept listening. Jack explained that if John Yai wanted to join, he would have to accept these conditions. The protagonist thought about it and understood the situation perfectly, even though no one had explained it clearly. Despite their friendly words, Jack and his allies displayed malicious smiles that were hard to ignore. This made John Yai even more suspicious. He quickly pieced it together. They had intentionally chosen him, acted friendly, and then deliberately let a monster pass to gauge his true power before inviting him to the team. With a smile, John Yai concluded that their real goal was to gather information about his real address. Looking at Jack, from whom he could feel intense anger radiating, John Yai continued, "You must be from the New Order Guild, right?" He recalled a conversation he had overheard before joining them, about how the New Order Guild had found the real address of the player who had defeated Strikes, and how that player was never seen again. The young man, smiling, said, "I'm flattered that my efforts have been recognized, especially for defeating a level 30 Strikes." With that, the protagonist confirmed his suspicion. Jack had gathered everyone here to find out his real address, and then deal with him. Jack, trying to maintain his cover, claimed the protagonist had mistaken him for someone else. But John Yai, with his weapon in hand, stated that he had no real interest in joining their team. He was just looking to make some money and gain experience. However, he said, "Seeing your intentions, I realize I shouldn't pretend anymore. After all, you're my enemies, and enemies should be eliminated." Jack stood up, glaring at the protagonist with a terrifying look as his entire team surrounded him. He mocked the idea that John Yai thought he could defeat 9 players who were all 10 levels above him. One of the group members lunged at John Yai from behind, shouting, "You arrogant brat." At that moment, a notification appeared before John Yai. "You have spent 30 power points to increase your next attack by 1500 damage. Remaining power, 414. Remaining cognition, 450. In the next instant, the sword-wielding attacker was sent flying, his body slumping to the ground, dead. Everyone was stunned. With a single blow, he had killed an opponent 10 levels stronger than him. The body of the dead player began to glow with an intense blue hue before dissolving into an orb. A notification explained what it was. Blue military pearl, drops when a player is defeated. Has a chance to contain a random item from the defeated player's equipment or inventory. John Yi picked up the orb. With a serious expression, he asked, "What's so impossible about defeating 9 of you?" Furious, Jack was ready to tear him apart, believing the young man was overly confident. He gave the order for everyone to attack at once, and they all charged, trying to defeat him as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for them, the young man no longer knew mercy. A few seconds later, the first girl fell, just like the man before her. The protagonist killed them one by one. He knew that by killing these players, he was taking away their chances of survival, but he had no other choice. He couldn't afford to die here. He had to become stronger, strong enough to protect his sister when Yuan World took over their reality. The protagonist decided he needed to climb to the top, but first, he had to eliminate those who could stop him in the future. To achieve his goal, Liu Yai was prepared to climb a mountain of corpses. Jack and his entire squad were paralyzed, wondering why they couldn't kill him. Their levels were much higher, and their equipment was superior. The young man was extremely irritated, although he had already assumed the protagonist was this strong because he had defeated a level 20 Strikes clone. Seeing it firsthand was different. All of Jack's allies tried to persuade the protagonist to stop, believing that if he killed a few more of them, they wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon and would lose all their resources. The protagonist replied that it didn't matter to him since he could simply go to the secret mirror zone and do the same. What he lost, he could recover in a single day. But for them, it was different. Their equipment would be lost, and they wouldn't have the strength or skills to defeat the Mirror Kingdom characters again. Jack became even more irritated and threatened to gather people to prevent the protagonist from entering the secret mirror zone, but Liu Ye just left in response. Then he resumed killing Jack's allies, something Jack himself couldn't believe. Jack wanted to order them to retreat to prevent more deaths, but before he could speak, 2 more players behind him were already dead. As his allies were being defeated, Jack remembered a moment when he had greeted an important person who told him they should remain the top players in Yuan World. It didn't matter what they did to achieve that position, as he would support them. However, looking at them, he added that if they failed, he wouldn't just stop supporting them but would also reveal all their crimes, ensuring they were punished immediately. When Jack snapped back to reality, he realized everyone around him was dead, leaving only himself. Liu Yai prepared to finish Jack off, but Jack knelt and began begging for mercy, pleading with the protagonist not to kill him. The young man didn't respond, only stared at him seriously, which only made Jack even more desperate. He felt pathetic, and it disgusted him. Jack said that if he were spared, he would reveal a secret about Yuan World. Liu Yi smiled and told him to speak immediately, without beating around the bush. Jack asked the protagonist to promise he would be spared, but instead, he was thrown several meters back by an attack. Liu Ye said that since he didn't want to talk, maybe it was better for him to die, as he didn't really need to know the secret. Jack landed a few meters away from Liu Ye, but didn't disappear or turn into orbs of light after the impact. He managed to survive the blow and tried to get up, trembling, which surprised the protagonist. Liu Ye was impressed by Jack's resilience, wondering how he had survived a direct attack. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from deep in the desert, and immediately deduced that the second wave was about to begin. To start, Jack said, Liu Ye must know some of Yuan world's secrets. Without them, he couldn't have become so strong. What surprised Jack the most was that even he couldn't handle Liu Ye. Because of that, he planned to report everything to his superiors. After that, Liu Ye would have to deal with not just him, but would likely soon die and return to level 1. Getting back on his feet, Jack continued, saying that the protagonist really thought he could resist people stronger than him like Jack. That was impossible, as very few people could level up this way. And when the secret Liu Ye seemed to know became useless, Jack was sure he would no longer have any advantage. The man began bargaining again for the protagonist to let him go. In exchange, he would reveal his secret, and together they could use Liu Ye's incredible strength to clear the remaining dungeon. Liu Ye smiled and asked why he thought he would die and not be able to clear the dungeon alone. Jack couldn't believe the protagonist's words since he was only level 28, and no matter how strong he was, everyone had their limits, or so Jack believed. But suddenly, the protagonist asked, what if I had level 56 equipment? Wouldn't it be easy for me to clear a level 35 dungeon? Jack couldn't believe Liu Ye's words. The protagonist held 2 orbs in his hands, and asked if this was the equipment he wasn't supposed to have. Looking closer, Jack saw the blue orb in the man's hands. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The surprise on his face was unmistakable. With a confident and determined smile, the protagonist shouted for the blue orb to open and release his equipment. In an instant, the protagonist appeared dressed in yellow and black armor. He wore a purple, inked chest piece that gave him incredible buffs. The purple, inked fast combat suit protected his entire body, offering resistance, strength, agility, and armor, requiring level 30. The purple, inked combat gloves provided the same attributes with more focus on sensation, but strength was removed. Purple, inked high bead combat boots granted the protagonist impressive agility. Most importantly, there was the beam katana, a purple, inked weapon, which gave Liu Ye a bonus of 160 attack power and also increased his defense by 30. Now, the hero had incredible stats. After calculating his combat power, he had the abilities of a level 46 character. With a smile on his face, he commented that he should thank the men who had just died by his hands, as he had gained free equipment. Now with this gear, his combat abilities had increased more than threefold, showing that his opponents had truly failed to seize the opportunity to defeat him. Jack's face was completely shocked. He couldn't believe that Liu Ye had nearly tripled his attributes. Moments later, the surprise turned into anger and hatred. He began shouting that no matter how much stronger the hero had become, he wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon alone. It was simply impossible. Around them, the sounds of monsters approached at incredible speed. Then, one of the monsters leaped onto the crystal. The hero killed anything that got close without even blinking. After he killed one ant, several others appeared. Hundreds of ants attacked from behind, trying to overwhelm him. Jian Yi was not going to give up so easily. One by one, he killed the ants, refusing to give them an inch. Jian Yi knew that if he didn't win, he wouldn't be able to protect his sister. Thanks to the military pearls effect, which seemed to enhance his combat instincts, he didn't need to overthink his actions to eliminate the insects attacking him from all sides. He was ready to bravely defend the crystal. Even though enemies came from every direction, and his life was at risk, he needed to ensure victory. He defeated and after ant. The number of corpses only grew, but the swarm seemed endless. When Zheng Ye's health dropped almost to 0, he used a healing spell, allowing him to continue the battle without losing strength. Meanwhile Jack, who had managed to kill a few ants himself, noticed the protagonist's health was low. To his surprise, Zheng Ye quickly healed himself. Jack couldn't believe his eyes. He thought Zheng Ye was using rare potions, and shouted that it didn't matter. Jack believed that if he just dodged and held out, he could outlast him. Zheng Ye paid no attention to Jack, focusing only on killing the creatures surrounding him. Jack kept shouting that Zheng Ye would pay for his arrogance, but Zheng Ye, smiling, replied that Jack should worry about his own survival. I can easily destroy these monsters and handle the situation, Zheng Ye commented. So even if you beg for mercy, it won't save you. These words infuriated Jack even more. He couldn't believe that even in such a desperate situation, Zheng Ye was so confident and bold. Jack, staying alert, noticed an ant trying to attack him from the side and instantly killed it. Meanwhile, Zheng Ye continued eliminating an impressive number of monsters. His health was reduced to a minimum again, but he used his healing ability once more, continuing his relentless fight. Hours passed as he slaughtered ants. A field of corpses surrounded him, but the creatures didn't stop attacking the crystal. Jack, off to the side, watched the massive number of dead monsters and couldn't believe what he was seeing. He thought it was impossible for Zhang Ye to have so many healing potions, since the amount he had used far exceeded what any player could carry. While Jack was staring at the pile of bodies, he didn't notice a monster suddenly appear, grabbing his arm and causing massive damage. His health dropped to the minimum. He tried to quickly use a healing potion, but when he opened his inventory, he saw it was empty. Confused, he realized this was the end. Surrounded by enemies with no health or strength left, the monster began tearing him apart, attacking him relentlessly. Even in this desperate situation, Jack refused to accept that he would die first. But as he looked at the hero, he realized that Zhang Yi was still handling all the enemies without much trouble. He vowed that Zhang Yi would pay for his insolence as soon as he respawned in the lobby. With that final thought, Jack was sent to the lobby, his level reset. A notification appeared on the protagonist's screen. Only one person remains on your team. By fulfilling all conditions, the dungeon completion reward will be increased tenfold. After several more hours of fighting, the hero finally crouched on the ground, exhausted and trying to catch his breath. An impressive number of defeated ants surrounded him, all eliminated by his hand. The wave of attacks had finally ceased. Looking at the mountain of bodies, he felt relieved, knowing that the corpses would disappear before the second wave. If they didn't, he wouldn't be able to see the crystal to protect it. Not far from him, he saw a golden orb. The golden orb allowed the player to receive 3 random items from the inventory of a dead player. As soon as he saw it, Zhang Yi quickly stood up with a smile on his face. He couldn't believe he had actually found the golden orb, just as he had hoped. Approaching it, the protagonist picked it up and thought for a moment. He knew he didn't have much cognitive strength left and would only have about 10 minutes to rest, which would restore about half of his energy, not nearly enough for the third and final wave. He realized now that he shouldn't have provoked Jack's team so early. All he could do was hope the golden orb would bring something valuable to help him face the final wave. Upon speaking the words to open the orb, a notification appeared, offering a choice between equipment and items. Zhang Yi thought logically, considering that his strength, agility, and armor attributes would soon reach 100 points. He wondered if he could get equipment that would enhance these 3 attributes and increase his combat skills. So, he selected the equipment option. Immediately, a notification appeared stating that the system was opening the orb. He received a set of purple and gray ember equipment which granted him 10 agility and 5 perception. The second item was a ring that fell into the protagonist's right hand. The third item he obtained was a purple class pendulum pistol which gave him 200 strength, 30 wisdom, and a skill that could lock on, in addition to tripling the damage of each attack or stunning the target. The pistol also had an automatic reload feature, but it took 1 minute to fully recharge. Zhang Yi was in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. It was simply incredible, and he believed it was his lucky day since he not only received buffs for all his equipment but also enhanced his main weapon. Accessing his stats, the protagonist noticed that 4 of his attributes had surpassed 100 points, which made him very happy. This meant his combat skills were stronger than ever. After thinking for a bit, Liu Yi realized that if it weren't for those who had attacked him, he wouldn't have become this strong. With a smile on his face, he decided to thank them for the opportunity. He was ready to enter battle, knowing he was only behind in terms of level. But he knew that as soon as he cleared the dungeon, he would be on his way to joining the top players. Meanwhile, we are transported to the city at night, to a room where players are revived after death. Jack stood in the middle of the room talking to his boss, lowering his head and saying that Liu Yi definitely had some kind of secret that allowed him to have attributes far exceeding his level. Jack claimed that if this weren't true, he wouldn't have died at the protagonist's hands. He told his boss that even if he didn't believe him, he should understand the complexity of the Ruined Kingdom dungeon. A level 28 player clearing a level 35 dungeon alone was unheard of. There was definitely something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill everyone. The boss, looking at Jack with disdain, said he was giving him one last chance. In a few days, he needed to level up, and the boss would personally send others to handle Liu Yi. Jack thanked the leader for the second chance and promised he would not fail. Now, we return to reality, to an unknown cafe where Young was complaining to Neon because her entire family was playing the game. The girl said that not only were they playing, but they were also making a lot of money, which surprised Young. Neon had trouble understanding why, but her parents forced her to level up with them every day. She was already tired, and didn't want to do it anymore. Although her parents wanted Neon to keep playing, she wanted to do it her own way. Suddenly, the girl stood up and asked Young why she and her brother didn't play with her, saying it would be fun to play with her brother. Young was very surprised by the suggestion. She didn't have a device to play, but she suddenly realized this was her chance to bring Neon and her brother together. If they played together, it would be a success. All she had to do was leave the house under some pretext and let them be alone. This was her incredibly cunning plan, so she suggested they go to her house. Back in the game, the protagonist had begun to face the third wave advancing toward him. He was defeating his opponents one after another. Liu Yai had never felt such strength as he did at that moment. When he put on the new equipment, he felt every cell in his body develop, especially under pressure. It felt as if the blade in his hands became even lighter. His steps became faster and more agile, and the height of his jumps allowed him to rise above all the creatures around him. In those moments, he felt incredibly majestic. Liu Yai noticed a creature that caught his attention, but he didn't take his eyes off it for a second. He decided to launch his strongest attack, leaping down and killing an entire horde of ants with a single strike. But that wasn't enough for him. He wanted more strength, more experience, more skills. By destroying the ants, he wanted to reach places he had only been able to gaze at before. Then the same creature he had noticed earlier appeared before him. It was a level 35 spider boss. Without hesitation, the protagonist decided to finish it off once and for all. Suddenly, notifications began to appear in front of Liu Yai. He received congratulations for having cleared the dungeon, along with his rewards. He gained an impressive 360,000 experience points, which was then multiplied by 10. Additionally, the character received the title of Dungeon Defender. For each he lost in the dungeon, the player's stats increased by 10. Now, his stats had become incredibly high. Upon reaching level 36, he had amassed an immense amount of experience, and his attributes were astonishing. At level 30, he had been able to choose a development path. One of the options was Silence, a precise ability that, when used, reset all ability cooldowns by 5 seconds. The second development option was called Captivity, which bound an enemy to their starting point for 10 seconds. After defeating the boss, the character sat down, satisfied, unable to believe he had taken down such a powerful creature alone. Most importantly, he was thrilled by how much stronger he had become in just a few hours. Now, we shift to the real world, to the protagonist's house. Liu Yi stepped onto the balcony to get some fresh air, reflecting on his actions and feeling proud of his current achievements. He was only waiting for the opportunity to enter the game again to make his sister as strong as he was, so she could protect herself in the future. Suddenly, Liu Ye heard someone knocking on the door. When he entered the room, he saw that his sister had returned home, holding a device to enter the game. She said it had been very difficult to get, but she was lucky to have a wonderful friend, Nian, who had helped her obtain it. The girl entered the room, and someone followed her. For a few seconds, Liu Yai was in shock. He couldn't believe his sister had managed to get a device to enter Yuan world. But then his expression changed. He became incredibly happy because now she could play with him. Young, with a huge smile on her face, said that since Nian had gotten the device for her, she should be properly thanked, which meant Nian would have to live with them. Nian greeted Liu Ye, and he, in turn, couldn't believe it was really a device to enter Yuan world, which to him was amazing. However, at that moment, Young felt ignored and was quite annoyed. Liu Yai grabbed the box and started asking how they had managed to get the device. To him, it wasn't particularly important. What mattered most was that they now had it. His sister frowned, unable to believe her brother wasn't even paying attention to the beautiful girl beside him and was instead focused on his new toy, even knowing that the girl would now be living with them. At that moment, Nian was very surprised that some device could make Liu Yi so happy. Now, we go back one day in time to a level 40 dungeon, an immense forest under a bright moon. Several people were sitting around a campfire discussing that if they cleared this dungeon, they would surpass the second, ranked team, increasing their profits. They also talked about an incredibly strong girl, and thanks to her, they had found this location. This girl was part of their new order group. Her name was Yai. Suddenly, a man named Xiaoyang approached her, telling her that she could request to join the first team after clearing the dungeon, which would accelerate her development. Confused, she didn't quite understand what he was talking about and ignored his approach. Next, one of the team members told the captains that if I left, they wouldn't be able to develop as quickly. They dismissed the man's concerns and began discussing how if I left, the team would have no future. Besides, they had invested so much in her and couldn't just let her go. The captain took a deep breath and said they couldn't hold someone back because of their feelings. He believed that even if she reached the highest rank in the new order, she wouldn't forget them. The captain decided to confirm this and, with a smile on his face, asked her directly. In response, he only saw Yai's smile. Another teammate agreed with the captain's words, saying he was absolutely right and that there was no reason to hold back Yai's progress. They were simply too weak. Everyone was incredibly kind to the girl, and in response, she smiled, thanked them, called them her brothers, and said they had been very kind to her. Since they had been so kind, she wanted to ask for one last favor. After saying that, she felt very embarrassed. Everyone around her was in shock, not understanding what she meant. A deadly silence followed. A few seconds later, a blinding light appeared. All the team members collapsed, lifeless. Those who were still alive used healing abilities but couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yi, who had been with them all this time, had betrayed them. She wanted to become incredibly strong, but her level wasn't high enough, so she decided to activate the dungeon's solo reward. This way, she would become the strongest player in Yuan World. The captain was furious with her. After everything they had done for her, was this how she repaid their kindness? He laughed again and waved her hand, saying there was no need to be so angry. It was just a game, and they could revive and level up again at any time. The captain didn't want to hear another word, and told her to go to hell. He called her an ungrateful creature and attacked. They easily dodged the bullets, and reminded him that she had warned them many times. In Yuan World, bullet speed was limited. Therefore, bullets couldn't catch up to a player with over 100 agility points. Then she swiftly moved behind the captain, and pierced his neck. He coldly repeated that cold steel was an entirely different matter. It depended on the user's attributes. Speed and damage weren't limited, so she could kill the captain effortlessly. The next day, we are transported to a level 45 dungeon where 20 people are fighting a humanoid monster. The captain reported that several people had run out of healing items. This captain, known as Strikes from the New Order, was fighting with impressive strength while everyone around him admired his skills. During the fight, the captain noticed another player with similar power and immediately questioned whether this player was an enemy or someone they could convince to join them. A man quickly responded that this player had killed the captain in charge of the Mirror Kingdom. This surprised Strikes so much that he scratched his head in disbelief. The captain then asked about a girl named Yai and what she was up to. The scene then shifts to a forest outside the control zone. A girl stands at the edge of a cliff, looking at her system screen. She received a personal message from Blazing Fire, informing her that she needed to meet a new player, our protagonist, Liu Yai. He smiled with excitement as she read the message. It didn't mention anything about killing or recruiting the player, but she knew that powerful players were rare. If she could recruit the protagonist into the guild, it would mean she was doing everything for the guild's benefit. However, if she killed him, it would go against the guild's development. Her superior, seeing this, didn't care about the future of our protagonist and left the decision entirely up to her. The girl, valuing her worth, knew she had to prove her competence by either recruiting or eliminating the protagonist. After some reflection, she decided she would kill him. Meanwhile, at Liu Ye's house, he sat at a table in his room and devised an action plan. He needed to level up his character and equipment to level 60 while also preparing a fortified camp in the real world before the apocalypse. In his previous life, he remembered that the highest level ever reached by a player was 60. If he could reach that level before the game's domination of the real world, he would effectively become the strongest player. With that power, he could ensure his own safety and his sister's. With the collapse of public order and the scarcity of resources, only the most powerful guilds would be able to restore balance. In that scenario, food would become the most valuable currency. Therefore, it was essential to stock supplies and establish a secure camp for him and his sister. With the funds available, he decided to rent a neighboring building, while the remaining money was invested in buying rice and canned food. Now, he just had to wait for the supplies to arrive. In the game, his level was only 36, still far from his goal. To reach the maximum level, he needed to avoid dying and keep accumulating resources in the real world. That way, he and his sister could live in peace after the game merged with reality. When he entered the game with his sister and her friend, Nan, he led them to the weapon pavilion. He explained that in Yuan World, strength was the most important attribute, and its foundation lay in weapon practice. To maximize their growth, it was essential to master different types of weaponry and awaken their true power. His sister analyzed a spear while he reminded Nan that raw skill was useless without a solid foundation. Therefore, they should practice with all weapons until they reach their full potential. Currently, Nan was at level 32. Both agreed with the plan. After that, Zhang Yai walked toward the exit and, while observing them, reflected on how his actions had changed the course of history. In his past life, Nan had never come to his house. He didn't believe his interference was the reason she brought the gaming device to his sister, Zhang Yun. In the past, thanks to Nan, he and his sister had survived for 3 whole years. Now, he felt it was his turn to repay the favor. With this determination, he ran out of the pavilion. As he jumped with joy, he felt he was getting closer and closer to his goal of reaching level 60. Half a day later, Zhang Yai emerged from a level 35 dungeon, now at level 37. One of his team members, smiling, commented on his impressive strength, saying that he could clear a dungeon designed for 10 players all by himself. Another teammate agreed, mentioning that without him, the group would have had a much harder time. Excited, they decided to face the dungeon again, but Zhang Yai refused, as he still had other priorities. The players, disappointed, insisted that he add them as friends, and he promised to call them next time. However, upon returning to the team search room, he clenched his fists nervously, reflecting on a major problem. Clearing a level 35 dungeon designed for 10 players took at least half a day. The experience gained amounted to half a level. If he continued at this pace, in the 20 days before the game's merger with the real world, he would only reach level 50. Reaching 60 would be impossible. Sitting alone in the empty hall, he pondered over his experience clearing the Ant Dungeon. That was when he had received the title of Dungeon Protector and realized there was only one solution: by sacrificing 9 teammates, he could maximize his experience gain. In his previous life, such dungeons were called slaughterhouses, and players who resorted to this method were known as street rats. If he followed this path, he would become one of them. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a notification. A system window appeared before him, announcing a new message. Upon opening it, he saw an invitation to a dungeon, a level 40 expedition for 10 people. Reading the sender's familiar name, he was surprised, and the surprise turned into joy. Standing up from the bench, he exclaimed that this was the player who, in his past life, became the strongest fighter. Jiang Yai wondered why she would suddenly invite him to a dungeon. If he accepted, he would have a unique opportunity to level up quickly. A confident smile appeared on his face. Besides, she was a member of the New Order Guild. In the past, he had never met her under such circumstances, so he was sure she was plotting something. His legs trembled for a moment, but his eyes remained firm. This dungeon was his only path to grow strong enough. With that in mind, he made his decision, and accepted the invitation. The team list was displayed before him. All players had levels ranging from 37 to 45. Seeing the familiar names on the list, Zhang Ye smiled upon noticing a player named Lian Feng. He remembered that in his previous life, Lian Feng had received the reward for a desperate situation quest after completing it entirely alone, having first destroyed all of his comrades. He recalled how his former teammates had slandered him in the general chat. A player nicknamed Cookie had a similar story. She had been harassed by other players and ended up killing them all in self-defense. The other team members had similar pasts. The team for this dungeon had been carefully selected by the sender, Wei Chu, herself. Done. Yi touched his chin thoughtfully, and pondered how Wei Chu could have known that these players were so problematic. After he joined the group, a chat window became available. He informed everyone that since they were all gathered, they should set off. Wei Chu sent a location on the map where they should meet. Lian Feng, upon seeing the new member, questioned Wei Chu's choice, doubting whether Zhang Yai was really the player she had mentioned, and why he was still only level 37. Wei Chu replied that in her team, levels didn't matter, because strength was the most important thing. Zhang Yai opened the map and noticed that most of the members were in Makyu City, while the rest were either in the uncontrolled zone or on their way there. His expression grew serious as he analyzed the situation. The territories around Makyu City, which serve as a resource hub, were divided into 5 zones, controlled zones. All dungeons within the city were under control, modified long ago into beginner level. Challenges. Dangerous zones, designated for players seeking extreme challenges. These zones were fully modified, and all creatures were sealed within the dungeons. Chaos zones, deadly territories where Makyu City's influence was minimal. Creatures above level 30 roamed freely outside the dungeons. Uncontrolled zones, even worse. Players could die almost immediately upon entering. Creatures above level 70 wandered freely. Destruction zones. Makyu City had no control over these areas. The creatures from the dungeons there could not be sealed, and monsters at the maximum level were capable of annihilating everything. After some time, Zhang Yai was already in the uncontrolled zone, approaching the meeting point. He was running quickly through the forest when he suddenly heard a scream. He turned, trying to identify the source. Moments later, monsters made of branches and leaves emerged into a clearing. Seeing them, he crouched behind a nearby rock and watched as the creatures rushed toward it. Stream, releasing grasping vines as they went. He realized that the monsters were not very strong individually, but their numbers were a problem. A single sound could attract them in successive waves. That scream could only have come from a careless player. After a few moments, silence returned. Zhang Yi peeked out and confirmed that the monsters had moved away. He hesitated, wondering if the player who screamed was still alive, but ultimately decided he had to keep moving. He continued toward the meeting point, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something approaching, a spear tip flying straight at him. He reacted just in time, grabbing the weapon in mid-air and leaning back to dodge the strike. The attacker advanced, and Zhang Yi tried to figure out who it was. The opponent gripped the spear firmly and attacked again, but Zhang Yi managed to dodge. Now, he was looking directly into his opponent's face, whose eyes burned with excitement. It was Lian Feng. Zhang Yi drew his katana and counterattacked. The enemy held his weapon with both hands, blocking the blade with the tip of his spear. Then, he smiled. The impact caused a loud bang, sending dust and leaves flying. After a few seconds, they remained face to face, analyzing each other. Lian Feng seemed satisfied with the fight, remarking that he now understood why Zhang Yi had been chosen by the captain. Zhang Yi frowned. Lian Feng, still smiling, acknowledged that his own strength was not comparable to Zhang Yi's but believed he had at least earned some respect. Before leaving, he emphasized that they needed to get to the meeting point quickly, or else they could be surrounded. With that, he left. Only then did Zhang Ye lower his katana, recognizing that this player possessed true power. There was a great chance that Wei Chu was even stronger. This team was incredibly powerful. When he arrived at the meeting point, the others were already waiting. As he approached the portal, he hesitated upon noticing a girl sitting on a nearby rock, smiling at him. It was Wei Chu. She stood up, clapped her hands to get everyone's attention, and announced that before entering the dungeon, she wanted to say a few words. She explained that the dungeons in the uncontrolled zone were extremely unpredictable. For this reason, their first action upon entering should be to understand its rules, no matter how unusual they might seem. She reinforced that everyone needed to remain calm and discuss the plan rationally, as this would be the key to completing the mission. The players agreed, and she led them to the portal. As the others advanced, Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment. He reflected on his feelings and realized that ever since he had learned of Wei Chu, considered the strongest player, he had begun to doubt his own abilities. He didn't know if his uneasiness was insecurity, nervousness, or simply the fear of never measuring up. He also feared failing and seeing his efforts go to waste. However, instead of letting these doubts consume him, he lifted his gaze to the moon, took a deep breath, and moved forward, determined to prove his worth. As soon as they crossed the portal, images began to appear before their eyes, narrating the dungeon story. A doll lamented that her companion no longer wanted to play with her. Sitting against the wall, unconscious, was the woman she used to have fun with. Without showing emotion, the doll stated that if her friend no longer wanted to play, she would find another toy. The hallways then filled with corpses. The one responsible, a small, bloodstained mechanical doll, expressed boredom, saying that her old companion had been the most fun. Now, with no one left, she had to go home, but she lowered her head and murmured that it was no longer possible. The cutscene ended, and the players found themselves at the top of a circular tower. In the center, on a pedestal, was the same bloodstained doll. At the base of the structure, an inscription read, "Hope and despair coexist." The team was still trying to understand what they had just witnessed. Observing the pedestal, they concluded that the doll might be the key to this place. However, before they could react, the figure vanished, and the system notified all players that the dungeon entrance had been sealed. To escape, they needed to complete the mission, titled Puppet's Game. The dungeon rules appeared. A marionette would be randomly assigned to one team member's backpack, marking them as the puppet. The task of the other 9 players, the hunters, would be to eliminate the puppet. The dungeon would only be completed if the puppet survived for 6 hours, or if the hunters successfully eliminated them. If time ran out, the mission would fail. According to the rules, the owner of the marionette could transfer it to another player by killing one of their allies. Upon reading the mission description, the protagonist was surprised. He thought that this dungeon seemed to have been designed specifically for those who sought rewards in desperate situations. The mission stated that if the player passed the marionette to the last survivor, they would have a 100 chance of obtaining the highest reward. The system announced that the marionette had appeared, and that the countdown had begun. Liu Yai immediately decided to check his backpack to make sure he wasn't the one holding the toy. However, as he opened the system window, he paused. He knew it wasn't the right time. Once the other players calmed down, he would need to check. If he did have the marionette, he would have to decide whether to hand it over, but doing so would make him a target for everyone else. Facing 2 powerful fighters was not an ideal situation, and his chances of survival would drop drastically. The other players began looking at each other suspiciously, and the atmosphere grew tense. Liu Yi noticed that everyone seemed to be watching the person beside them. Perhaps they were hiding it, or maybe they were in the same situation as him. It was then that Yi clapped her hands, drawing the group's attention. Liu Yi turned his gaze toward her as she smiled and spoke. She suggested that since everyone knew the mission's objective, the player with the marionette should surrender, allowing their death to be swift. She proposed that each of them would then contribute a portion of the final reward, distributing it fairly. Ye then asked if all the players who did not have the marionette in their backpack agreed with the idea. Most players nodded in agreement. Seizing the distraction, the protagonist saw an opportunity to quickly check his backpack while everyone was focused on her. He opened the system window and examined his inventory. His eyes widened in shock. He had just discovered that the marionette was in his backpack. He thought to himself that he had just joined the team, and they had already placed that marionette in his possession as a gift. He frowned as he looked at his inventory once more and then observed the other players. His main objective now was to eliminate one of the team members so that the marionette would transfer to someone else. He needed to get rid of the imminent threat, but he still didn't know who he should choose as his target. Even if he succeeded, he would struggle to fight against 2 powerful players who would certainly show no mercy. Without waiting for a response, one of the players asked if anyone wanted to confess. Liu Yai remained silent, lowering his gaze, but was soon surprised by the team captain, Lin Fei, who approached and stared directly at him. With a confident smile, he stated that it was time for Liu Ye to admit that he had the puppet. Liu Ye was shocked by the sudden accusation, but he quickly regained his composure, assuming a serious expression. As he processed the captain's words, Ye mentioned his name and said she didn't like people who stood out. She then demanded that he speak. Liu Ye, however, remained rigid and silent. He looked at the other team members again, noticing that they were all smiling in a peculiar way. The memory of the exchanged glances between them sparked a growing suspicion within him. Gradually, he realized that they had found a way to confirm he had the marionette without checking. They were all working together. Upon understanding the situation, Liu Ye let out a laugh. Everything seemed obvious now. The sudden invitation to such a strong team was nothing more than a disguise test. Still not fully understanding the reason for their hostility, he concluded that this dungeon had been specifically designed to eliminate him. The large number of players gathered there was proof of that. He cast an evaluating look at Ye, analyzing the situation, and concluded that by inviting him here, they had signed their own death sentences. His smile widened as he began to understand the game they were trying to play. Ye, in turn, commented that he was rude, but that it didn't bother her. Liu Ye had already demonstrated his strength, but he was still far from being a match for the rest of the team. They wouldn't waste time with unnecessary discussions. The sooner they finished the battle, the quicker they could move on to leveling up. Faced with this, he simply agreed. That was when Lin Fei shouted, offering him a chance to defend himself. For him, this would make the fight more interesting. After all, they wanted to destroy his hopes little by little. Yi, on the other hand, covered her face with her hands and lamented how cruel they were being. However, she soon lowered her hands, revealing a sly smile. With a sharp look, she stated that Liu Ye shouldn't force them to act this way. Without hesitation, Liu Ye quickly equipped his pistol and aimed the weapon at her. However, he hesitated before firing. Ye observed his hesitation and concluded that he didn't want to act rashly. She also realized that he wasn't even aware of when he was being spared. The other team members, upon seeing the weapon he was holding, reacted with scorn. In their view, a fool who fired without thinking wouldn't stand a chance against opponents like them. Lin Fei smiled, pondering that if they had been warned about Liu Ye, it was because he must have some kind of special ability. Perhaps his shots had the ability to trap his enemies. The other players laughed, commenting that magical traps were well-known tricks in this world. One of the allies suggested they take the situation seriously because it was possible to create traps in the game, a technique they called a cage. He laughed again, clearly enjoying the situation. Liu Ye then smiled and activated his captivity ability. A smile immediately disappeared, and she jumped back, stopping a few meters away. She looked at herself, and upon realizing she was still unharmed, she tried to hide her nervousness. For an instant, she shuddered and called out to Lin Fei, warning him that they shouldn't play around. She realized it would be safer to attack him together to end the confrontation as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Liu Ye continued smiling, satisfied that he had trapped Lin Fei inside the cage. The imprisoned player struggled to break free, but the chains remained firm. The other team members reacted with surprise. Even Yi stared at her companion, incredulous at the scene before her eyes. It was at that moment that Liu Yi used a special pistol ability. The technique allowed him to choose between tripling the damage or stunning the target. He opted to increase the damage, and immediately the system informed him that 100 knowledge points had been consumed. His next attack would deal 5,000 damage. With his eyes shining with determination, he raised his gun, aimed directly at Lin Fei, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The bullet cut through the air, heading straight for the immobilized player. It pierced through Lin Fei's body, opening a massive hole in his stomach. He lost all his health points and collapsed to the ground. The system notified Liu Ye that he had eliminated Lin Fei, and successfully transferred the marionette to another player. With the death of a team member, his Dungeon Defender title was activated, increasing all his stats by 10. Additionally, he received a pearl as a reward for the kill. Meanwhile, the other team members stared at their fallen companion, shocked. Liu Ye, on the other hand, was reflecting on his greatest fear, the two scenarios that could lead to his death. The first was facing Ye and Lin Fei together. The second, even more dangerous, was the presence of a fourth, unknown powerful member on the team. He realized that within this team, only Ye and Lin Fei were strong enough to face him. His opponents had been overly confident, and had underestimated his strength. Thanks to that mistake, he had managed to eliminate Lin Fei, breaking the balance of their strongest duo. Now, he only needed to take down the rest of the team. A smile formed on his face as he realized that victory was within his reach. Although the ideal strategy had been to eliminate Ye first, she had managed to dodge the shot at the last moment. This was due to her heightened perception, a trait that gave her an advantage. Liu Ye then issued a direct warning to the team, informing them that the marionette had passed to one of them. If they wanted to protect their ally, they needed to act immediately. Ye, upon hearing this, cursed loudly before freezing in place. Realizing the immediate danger, she spun around toward the group and ordered everyone to stay still. She knew that Liu Yai was trying to find out who had the marionette. The other team members, visibly nervous, formed a circle around one of them, attempting to hide them. The player at the center, frightened, instinctively took a step back. Liu Yai noticed her reaction and smiled, realizing he had found his target. The terrified look in her eyes confirmed his suspicion. Without wasting time, he propelled himself forward and activated his ability, increasing his stats by 200. He dashed directly toward his target, determined to eliminate anyone who tried to stop him. With his katana in hand, he cut through the players in his path. Their resistance was insignificant. The system notified him that he had defeated 6 opponents, increasing his stats by another 60. Some of his attributes surpassed the 1,000-point mark. Faced with the carnage, Yi charged at him furiously, wielding her dagger. Liu Yai, however, reacted quickly, blocking the attack with a precise movement of his weapon. Meanwhile, one of the players, nicknamed Cookie, trembled with fear and collapsed to the ground. Yi, noticing her condition, exclaimed that Cookie was still alive but had the marionette. That meant Liu Yai was aiming for the dungeon's main reward. Surprised by his audacity, the captain mocked him, but Liu Yai only responded with a smile. Her boots gleamed as she activated her arcane jump ability, allowing her to move quickly to the side. She warned her opponent that he had made a mistake by choosing her as his target. With almost imperceptible speed, she began to circle around him. Liu Yai remained alert, realizing that in an instant, she had simply vanished from his line of sight. Before he could react, Yi appeared behind him, ready to strike. However, anticipating her movement, he turned and swung his katana in her direction. Yi, being more agile, dodged again and reappeared behind him, landing a punch. Without giving him space to recover, she continued attacking repeatedly, drastically reducing Liu Yai's health. He then activated a recovery ability, instantly restoring his health bar. Yi was surprised. She announced that the damage she had inflicted was 9,000 points, equivalent to 75 of his total health. She recognized that she was facing an absurdly resilient opponent. The clash of blades echoed loudly. Confident, Yi stated that at this rate, he would run out of healing potions before the battle ended, which would guarantee her victory. Liu Yai, however, simply smiled. Without hesitation, he switched weapons and executed a sudden attack. The strike was devastating, reducing his health by 9,800 points. But just like before, Liu Yai restored his health in an instant. Stunned, Yi tried to make sense of what was happening. She knew that a level 30 instant recovery potion only restored 1,000 health points, and that each player could only carry 10 vials inside the dungeon. However, Zhang Yai had already regenerated more than 19,000 health points in total, a number that seemed impossible. As she tried to comprehend the situation, she failed to notice his sudden movement. He advanced with a powerful punch, striking her forcefully. Then, with a smile on his face, he apologized and confidently declared that he would be the only winner there. Wei Shu gritted her teeth, dodging at the exact moment he attacked again. He watched her with a displeased look as she quickly retreated, stopping beside Cookie. That was when she made an observation. Given Zhang Ye's enormous health pool, she was convinced that he possessed support-type abilities. Zhang Ye smiled at her deduction, and countered that Wei Chu, on the other hand, had invested all her attribute points into dexterity. Besides her strength in close combat, her speed had reached an abnormal level, and her attacks almost always resulted in critical hits. For a brief moment, her expression grew serious. Then, forcing a smile, she admitted that because of this, her knowledge stat was extremely low, which now left her completely exhausted. She reflected that she was probably out of options. Maybe the best thing to do was simply kill Cookie, and end the confrontation once and for all. Zhang Yai immediately became cautious. He thought that he had somehow overestimated his own strength to the point of forcing her to consider such an extreme option. Wei Chu was far too fast. If she wanted to, she could have killed Cookie hundreds of times before he could even react. But if she knew she couldn't defeat Zhang Yai directly, why was she still hesitating? Her behavior seemed contradictory. Zhang Yai then asked what exactly she was waiting for. The system notified him that the enhancement of all his stats had completed. Additionally, his pistol's special ability had fully recharged. His eyes widened, and without wasting time, he aimed his weapon at Wei Chu, activating the skill. However, his body suddenly froze in place. Confusion took over his mind. What was happening? Before he could understand, Cookie delivered a fatal blow to their team captain. Wei Chu looked at Zhang Yai with a confident smile. The truth was revealed in the following seconds. Moments earlier, Wei Chu had instructed Cookie to kill her, and then take his own life, ensuring that Zhang Yai would be unable to claim victory. She had promised her teammate double the reward if he followed the plan. And that was exactly what he did. After striking her, Cookie killed himself. Their bodies began to fade away. Zhang Yai remained still, stunned by what had just happened. It was unbelievable. Wei Chu laughed loudly before disappearing completely, calling Zhang Yi a loser and declaring that he had lost. When their bodies vanished entirely, Zhang Yi was left alone in the dungeon. He took a step back, still confused, until his legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. His mind swirled with questions. How did this happen? Why? Upon checking his inventory, he realized that the marionette had returned to him. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The entire fight had been nullified. Why would Wei Chu do something like that? Was it all just to deny him a possible victory? To him, it was ridiculous. He grabbed his head in frustration, trying to understand what to do. Both of them were dead, and now the marionette was with him. If Wei Chu hadn't killed herself, and he had managed to defeat her, the task would have been completed. Now, with no players remaining, all that was left was to wait. The chance to change everything had been lost so easily. He should have won. A loud, desperate scream echoed through the dungeon. After a while, his breathing stabilized. He lay on the ground, trying to catch his breath. Staring at the ceiling, he murmured to himself that there had to be another way. If all his allies were dead, then Yuan World wouldn't just let him lose like that. That meant there had to be another method to get around this situation. He got up and looked around, determined to find an escape. Upon reaching the edge of the platform, Zhang Yi extended his hand and felt an invisible barrier. He quickly realized it was a transparent wall limiting the dungeon to the size of the cylindrical platform. After another careful inspection, he approached the central pedestal. With the doll from the cutscene in hand, he climbed onto it and cautiously looked around, evaluating every detail. Soon, his eyes landed on a plaque engraved with an intriguing message: hope and despair coexist. Upon closer examination, he noticed a scratch just below the main inscription. Running his fingers over the surface, he managed to decipher the small words carved there: I can't open the door. As he touched the inscription, the slab beneath his hand gave way slightly. The distinct sound of a mechanism activating echoed through the air. At that moment, the system notified him that he had found the entrance to the Cutscene Research Institute. To open the membrane, 1,000 cognition points were required. Zhang furrowed his brows. It was a significant sum, especially since his last battle had left him with just over 1,000 cognition points. He decided to spend 700 points to increase all his abilities by 350, leaving him with a positive balance of over 300 points after opening the membrane. Considering he was about to enter unknown territory, it was best to be fully prepared. Confirming his choice, the 700 points were consumed, and the remaining 1,000 were used to open the membrane. At that very moment, the pedestal before him transformed into a door. A strong gust of wind blew against his face. Suddenly, a male voice called his name, its tone urgent, presenting him with two options: display inherited power or dissolve in map system. Zhang Yi blinked, confused, unable to fully grasp the situation. The voice insisted, warning that the choice had to be made immediately so that his computational power could be activated. Reflecting on his past life, he realized he had never faced a dilemma like this. If the goal was to ensure his own survival, and that of his sister, the most logical option seemed to be displaying his power. However, if the only way to avoid disaster was through an external resource, then the safest path was to map the system. Convinced that understanding the system was the best possible decision, Zhang Yi chose dissolve and map system. The moment he confirmed his choice, sparks appeared before his eyes. However, as soon as the light faded, he was in the exact same place. Nothing had changed. He had chosen the wrong option. Zhang Yi sat down, contemplating. The marionette kept him in a constant state of battle, making cognition recovery extremely slow. Even so, with the 5 hours left, he could accumulate enough points for 2 more attempts. He closed his eyes and prepared to wait. An hour and a half later, the system notified him that he had accumulated 700 cognition points. He opened his eyes, used his ability to accelerate his recovery, and spent 1,000 points to activate the membrane again. Once more, he was presented with the same 2 options. He was about to click the first option but hesitated. If the test was just about choosing correctly, why was it so difficult? Something was wrong. He reflected on the possibility. Maybe it wasn't about making the right choice, but rather about having the right attitude. At the end of his analysis, he decided to trust his judgment, and once again chose the second option. Once more, he returned to the platform. Nothing had changed. He had only 1 attempt left. He sat down and waited again. After another hour and a half, only 27 minutes remained before the task ended. When checking his cognition points, he saw that he had accumulated 700. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, used the remaining points, and activated the membrane. This time, after choosing the second option for the 3rd time, he immediately stepped back as the ground trembled beneath his feet. The pedestal began to descend. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he exclaimed loudly that he had succeeded. The hardest part was over. The real challenge wasn't choosing the right option, but insisting on his choice. The door would only open if the same option was selected 3 consecutive times. In front of him, a staircase leading downward appeared. He realized that no one had ever completed this task the way he had. To do so, it was necessary to enhance all his skills, rely on pure wisdom, and activate a special counterattack. Without these upgrades, opening the door 3 times would have been impossible. He walked down a long, empty, and well-lit corridor. At the end of the path, he found a door. In front of it lay a bloody corpse. As he approached, he noticed it was a woman. Suddenly, a glowing sphere appeared before him. Jian Ye looked at his own chest, surprised, and saw the sphere detach from him. It floated toward the corpse and merged with the body. Shortly after, the system notified him that the evil puppet had been purified. As a reward, Jian Ye received one of the membrane's computing power. He sighed in relief. The system then announced that the achievement Desperate Situation had been unlocked, triggering a series of rewards as the system settings began to adjust. Overcome with emotion, Liu Yi felt his legs weaken and leaned against the wall, storing his weapon in his inventory. His legs were shaking. A smile crossed his face as he realized he was genuinely afraid of death. He covered his face with his hand, feeling embarrassed by his reaction. The system informed him that the configuration was complete. He received 22,464 experience points and 400 coins. His level increased to 44. His increased to 3,720, his knowledge power to 846, and his combat power was now 898. 2 new skills were unlocked. Status Lock freezes the target's health bar and prevents them from spending knowledge power for a duration. For every 10 levels, 1 second is added to the freeze duration. Skill Lock, all skills applied to the target are locked for 10 minutes. This consumes 50 cognition points. For every 10 levels, the duration increases by 10 seconds. Liu Ye clenched his fists with excitement. He still couldn't believe what he had accomplished. He thought he had only defeated Ye, but in reality, he had overcome something much greater. He jumped into the air and exclaimed, laughing with joy as the dungeon began to disappear around him. Meanwhile, his sister and her friend had already mastered their weapon skills, exchanging satisfied glances. Ye was waiting for Liu Yi at the player resurrection point. 6 hours had passed since she last saw him, and he had not yet returned. She crossed her arms, worried, and wondered where he could be. Then, Blazing Fire sent a message asking what had happened. Ye responded with a single sentence, there was a death. Blazing Fire asked if Liu Yi was responsible. Ye clarified that, in fact, she was the one who had died. For a moment, Blazing Fire was speechless. After a brief pause, she added that she had obtained valuable information, and wanted to know what he should do. He instructed him to arrange a battle for her in the Mirror Kingdom. A single copy would be enough to restore her level. Blazing Fire agreed. Finally, she mentioned that Liu Yi was the person they were looking for, and that he possessed a special support power. Blazing Fire was sitting in his guild's meeting room, frowning as he looked at Ye's message. The man sitting across from him said he knew how rare support power was, and that he would help in the uncontrolled area. His nickname was Wuji, level 45, and he used his fists instead of weapons. Additionally, he also possessed support power. He stated that he had promised to help but would demand something in return, 10,000 coins. The guild president responded with a malicious smile, saying there was no problem. Wuji then left the New Order headquarters, where his friend was already waiting for him. Upon seeing him, his friend excitedly asked how it had gone. Everyone was ecstatic because they had searched all over the network to find the owner of the support power. Wuji ignored the excitement and, frustrated, kicked a pole, making his friend flinch. After calming down a bit, he said he had arranged everything. His friend exclaimed that this was the first step of their plan and questioned the reason for his anger. Wuji crouched down and shouted loudly, irritated because he had discovered that he was not the only player with support power. Now they needed to rethink their plan to reach the top of New Order. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was sitting in his room looking at a piece of paper where he had written down his thoughts. He was reflecting on the computational power authority, which represented the authority to control the output of a specific large machine. He wondered if the reward for upgrading the special dungeon was just the beginning of a grand mission or if it had a deeper meaning. Liu Yi questioned what would happen upon reaching 100 computational power, and the relationship between this authority and the test. Rubbing the tip of his nose, he felt exhaustion taking over, but he knew he needed to keep thinking, as his future depended on it. He decided to get up and leave his room to relax and take a bath before returning to the game. As soon as he opened the door and stepped into the hallway, he noticed Mian coming out of the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel. Seeing him, she stopped and waved. He returned the wave with a smile and headed toward the bathroom, but before entering, he glanced at her. He thought there was always a pleasant aroma in the air whenever she was home. His face flushed slightly, and he scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Suddenly, he slapped his own face, wondering what he was thinking. He needed to hurry and get into the game to set a goal for the next phase. After some time, he was back in the game and headed to the pavilion where equipment was created and sold. Standing at the terminal, He reflected on his situation. He was at level 44, and needed to gain 16 more levels to reach level 60. To do this, he would have to complete a special dungeon 32 times, which would take about 20 days. There were only 22 days left until UN World became a reality. Time was very short, and he might not be able to reach his goal in time. Additionally, he still had issues with his equipment. There were 2 ways to obtain better gear, using coins directly or upgrading lower-level equipment. At the moment, he had 11,021 coins. Of those, 6,750 were rewards from the special dungeon, and the rest came from dismantling equipment he didn't use. The system asked if he wanted to create level 40 purple grade equipment pieces and upgrade his existing level 30 gear. He realized he was still missing 3 pieces, a headpiece, a necklace, and an emblem. Combining 9 pieces with the remaining 40, he would spend 5,550 coins. He calculated that he would need 16,129 coins to reach level 60. This meant he would have to play more than 40 times what he had previously. He crossed his arms thoughtfully, considering that if he wanted to reach his goal, he would have to take risks and seek extra rewards. But who should he target? Suddenly, a new message arrived, catching his attention. Before opening it, he hesitated for a moment, feeling a growing nervousness. News like this usually only arrived in emergency situations. He told the system to open the message and saw that it was a private communication from the president of the New Order Guild. The message asked if he was available and if they could talk. The protagonist was surprised and remembered how in his previous life, he had been kicked out by other players, being told that someone like him had no place in New Order. After New Order established itself, they occupied the entire southern region of China and became the strongest guild in the world. They aimed to manage the elite, and as long as a person was elite or had special talents, their life directly depended on New Order. They treated low-level players without special talents like trash and oppressed them in every possible way. As someone who died in a previous life, it was impossible for him not to hate New Order. He frowned and looked at the message. Blazing Fire wrote that he wanted to form a specialized team for the uncontrolled zone, but so far they didn't have enough people. He had heard that Liu Yai had support power, so he was inviting him to join the team. Liu Yai asked if they were only missing a player with support power. Blazing Fire confirmed this, adding that this was the strongest team in the world. He asked why they should go to an uncontrolled area. Blazing Fire said that he had his reasons. Liu Yai responded that he would think about it and write back later. He wondered if he should agree. Although this team almost cost him his life, it would allow him to accumulate experience and coins much faster than a regular team. But why would they go there? It was impossible to use the markets. Transfer gate to go directly to the secret territory, and there were several monsters above level 70 living there. He decided not to worry about it for now and thought that he should improve his equipment first. Soon, the upgrade was completed, and all the stats of his equipment improved. Attack power, 9,900 defense, 716 intelligence, 678 health, 6,030 cognitive power, 234 current combat power, 102 since his combat power had surpassed 100, he was upgraded to a Supreme Space Hunter. The attribute level increased from 1 to 2. Because of that, his stats were boosted again. Attack power, 11,400 defense, 892 health, 8,040 knowledge power, 2712. The main character looked at the updated equipment, and was very pleased. After surpassing 100 attributes, the mark increased, and his strength was amplified by 30. If he continued improving his combat effectiveness, he would be able to increase all other attributes as well. He suddenly frowned. The battle force system could be activated as long as he had the power. But if he had such opportunities, then other players would, too. The team formed by the president of New Order was a group of elites. This made going to the uncontrolled zone a more viable possibility than it initially seemed. Liu Yi sent a message to Blazing Fire, informing him that he would join the team. The response came immediately. It was noted that the team already had a player with support power, ensuring there would be no risk for him. Additionally, Blazing Fire mentioned that Liu Yi would receive a reward of 100 coins. Liu Yi was surprised. He didn't understand the reason for that generosity, but if there was any ulterior motive, at least he would have enough money to eat. He passed on the information, and the president of New Order soon replied that there was no issue. Satisfied, Liu Yi noticed that he was now part of the team. After that, a message was sent in the general chat for the other members to greet the new member. Wuji showed interest, asking if this would be the second player with support power besides him. After a brief exchange of greetings, the president arranged a meeting at the North Gate. Before leaving, Liu Yi grabbed a regular knife. He decided it would be wise to remove his headpiece and bring a normal weapon with him. In case something unexpected happened, he would have a way to protect himself. When he arrived at the North Gate, he examined the team member list. Almost everyone was at level 50, except for the 2 players with support power. Moving a little further, Liu Yi spotted a crowd gathered. Blazing Fire was among them, arms crossed with a disgusted expression. The other players seemed curious, and were closely watching the arrival of the new member. Wuji noticed his presence first, turning to wave excitedly. Liu Ye walked up to him, and gave a brief introduction. The greeting was returned with a smile. Blazing Fire broke the silence, commenting that he had never met anyone with support power before. Now he had two right in front of him. Before they left for the uncontrolled zone, he said there was something he'd like to show everyone. Zhang Yai observed him carefully. The possibility that this man was the president of the New Order Guild became more evident. If it were true, then he was in the presence of one of the most powerful people in their world. The president announced that before they set off, the two new members would have to demonstrate their abilities. The support players, Zhang Yai and Wuji, exchanged glances before Wuji stepped forward, offering to go first. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi scratched the back of his neck, confused. It didn't make sense to have to prove his abilities now. The invitation to join the team had already been extended. Still, the request was reinforced with the argument that it would make the team feel more confident in them. In light of this, Zhang Yi nodded, understanding the reasoning. Wuji then approached the president, Blazing Fire, and explained his own abilities. He stated that the activation range of his powers depended on the range of his equipped weapon. To demonstrate, he raised his gloved hands, explaining that they had an attack range of 1 to 2 meters. Therefore, any target beyond that limit would be unaffected by his abilities. Blazing Fire quickly understood, commenting that the relationship between the weapon and the ability made sense. Zhang Yai, in turn, was surprised by this revelation. If Wuji's gloves had such a short range, and he himself used a gun, what was the actual limit of his ability? His own powers had always worked without him needing to calculate the distance. Suddenly, he felt uneasy. While he was pondering this, Wuji began his demonstration. First, he activated a recovery power. Next, he used a second technique called mantra, explaining that this ability could be used against bosses as it caused weakening, aging, and deceleration effects. Then, he demonstrated a third ability, temporarily chaining the hands of the president. He informed them that this technique was called silence, capable of restricting any enemy, including bosses. To finish, he said he would keep his fourth ability as a trump card for more critical situations. Blazing Fire watched everything with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Yai concluded that he would follow the same strategy, revealing only 3 useful abilities while keeping the fourth a secret. When his turn came, he stepped forward and explained that he used a blade with a 3-meter attack range, greater than Wuji's. He repeated the recovery ability demonstration, followed by a second technique called blessing. The third ability was prison. To demonstrate, he applied the technique to the president, who was completely immobilized. The ability was deactivated quickly, and Zhang Yai explained that the effect lasted about 10 seconds, although he couldn't guarantee it would work on bosses. Additionally, he mentioned that blessing could remove any negative condition, including his own prison. Just like Wuji, he kept his fourth ability a secret. At the end of the demonstration, he exchanged a glance with Wuji, noticing the confidence reflected in the other player's eyes. Blazing Fire declared that he understood both of their capabilities, and with that clarified, he announced that they could finally set off. Turning to the other members, he announced that due to a lack of support power, the group had always been limited to the peripheral areas of the uncontrolled zone. However, now that they had 2 support players, they could venture deeper into the region and explore its secrets. The players received his words with enthusiasm, raising their fists in a gesture of determination before departing. Zhang Yai observed the scene and began to reflect. The rewards from the Chaos Zone and the uncontrolled zone were practically the same, but the danger level was vastly different. He wondered what made the uncontrolled zone special, and why the president of New Order insisted on exploring it. Was something hidden there? His train of thought was interrupted when he realized he had stopped walking. Wuji noticed his hesitation and waved, catching his attention. Zhang Yai resumed his steps, smiling at him before continuing with the group. However, as he moved forward, his expression slowly turned serious. For him, there was only room for one support player on this team. It was only a matter of time before Wuji was eliminated. And when that happened, Zhang Yai would be the sole holder of that power in the group. When they arrived at the entrance of the uncontrolled zone, they were faced with a decaying landscape. Tall, ruined buildings sprawled everywhere, creating a dark and oppressive scene. The team captain took the lead, explaining that the difficulty in the uncontrolled zone was determined by the number of team members. For this reason, their group consisted of 10 people. However, even with the minimum number allowed, the difficulty would still be equivalent to that of a squad made up of 80 combatants. Therefore, they had to remain vigilant at all times. Additionally, the captain warned them that eliminating monsters in this region did not grant rewards. The priority upon encountering them was to find shelter immediately. If necessary, sacrificing some team members to ensure the survival of the others would be required. A heavy silence settled among the players. Without further delay, the captain leaped ahead with swift agility. Without hesitation, the other players followed. Jian Ye crouched for a brief moment, analyzing the environment, then propelled himself forward and jumped as well. As he neared the ground, the darkness thickened. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he lifted his gaze. A lightning bolt illuminated the horizon. He spotted the rest of the team, and close to them, a monster perched atop a semi-destroyed building. The creature, upon noticing them, let out a deafening roar. Blazing Fire, maintaining his composure, ordered those with camouflage abilities to use them immediately. The players quickly scattered, searching for hiding spots. As they began to run, the monster jumped off the roof and started to chase them. However, before it could get closer, a second, larger creature appeared, grabbing the first monster with brutal force. The captured creature let out a shrill scream as it was crushed and then violently thrown. The new threat didn't hesitate and began running after the group. One of the players, hearing sounds from behind, instinctively turned to check. His eyes widened as he saw the colossal monster in pursuit. Recognizing it, he shouted to the president, alerting him. A man-eating leopard was hunting them. What should have been a simple entry into the zone had turned into a disaster. Blazing Fire, maintaining his cool, warned them not to panic and to continue avoiding direct confrontation. The group ran into a narrow alley. Wuji, intrigued, asked about the monster's true strength. A guild member explained that on a previous occasion, 5 of 10 squads sent into the zone had been annihilated by a single one of these beasts. Despite such alarming information, Wuji remained skeptical. The creature, however, seemed to have understood their escape route. It took a shortcut, tearing through a building's wall and appearing before them at the end of the alley. Blazing Fire, without hesitation, called out to a blindfolded team member and ordered him to distract the monster. The player complied, activating his taunt ability. The effect would last for 1 minute, reducing the leopard's speed by 10 but increasing its attack power. The monster abruptly halted, focusing on the new target. The player then ran in the opposite direction, drawing the creature with him. Wuji observed the scene, and then his gaze shifted to Zhang Yai, his expression growing serious. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and activated his marking ability on him. From that moment on, Zhang Yai would be within the perception range of all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius. The effect would last for exactly 10 minutes. As soon as the ability was activated, all the monsters in the area immediately turned their attention to Zhang Yai. The man-eating leopard, which had been distracted, suddenly stopped following the blindfolded player. Why did it stop? The player cursed, confused. Meanwhile, Zhang Yai continued running, unaware, until a monster suddenly jumped at him. With no time to react, he was thrown brutally against a wall. The other players stopped and looked back in shock. Monsters were coming from all directions, converging directly on Zhang Yai. They didn't understand why all the creatures were suddenly focused on him. It was then that Zhang Yai's gaze, burning with fury, met Wuji's. A smile on the other player's face revealed his intentions. Zhang Yai immediately understood what had happened. Without hesitation, Blazing Fire sprinted toward Zhang Yai, ordering the others to return to the original shelter. "I'll try to rescue him," he shouted. The team members called out to him, confused. As he ran, Wuji watched him and thought he was insane. At this pace, he won't return alive, he told the others. Zhang Yai has become a burden. The man-eating leopard was back. With no other choice, the rest of the group retreated. Meanwhile, Blazing Fire continued running toward Zhang Yai, monitoring his health bar. "Don't you dare die here," he yelled. Suddenly, a monster jumped from the side. Blazing Fire drew his sword and, with a swift strike, tried to cut the creature's chest. However, the attack didn't even scratch its skin. He was surprised by the monster's defenses. The creature retaliated with a violent swipe of its claws. Blazing Fire blocked the attack but was forced back. He observed the monsters crowding around Zhang Yai. The number of enemies was overwhelming. For a moment, he thought he wouldn't be able to save him. But then, something caught his attention. Among the beasts, he noticed that Zhang Yai was still resisting. The monsters were holding him by his arms and legs, but he wasn't giving in. Zhang Yai activated his freezing ability on himself. The system notified him that his cognition power was not being consumed at that moment. He had 5,036 health points remaining. Without hesitation, Zhang Yai activated his blessing ability. He spent all of his knowledge power points, and increased his attributes by 1460. His stats skyrocketed, with some exceeding 6,000. The blessing spread through his body, dissipating the effect of the mark. He clenched his fist around the handle of his katana. The system notified that his energy had risen to 2712 points, and that his attack power had increased by 50. With a swift motion, Zhang Yai swung his blade. All the monsters around him were cut down in a single strike. At the same time, the man-eating leopard advanced, knocking down walls in its path. Zhang Yai noticed its approach in time. He grabbed the beast's claw at the last second, trying to contain it. The impact caused his feet to slide along the ground. He resisted. Quickly changing his strategy, Jiang Ye switched his katana for his pendulum gun. He activated the stunning effect, and aimed the weapon at the monster's head. Just as the creature prepared to attack, he pulled the trigger. The shot was a direct hit. Taking advantage of the opening, he switched to a conventional model and began firing non-stop. The bullets repeatedly struck the leopard's body until, with a loud crash, the monster fell to the ground, defeated. Liu Ye climbed onto the beast's corpse, looking around with confidence as the leopard's body began to disappear beneath his feet. Blazing Fire watched, motionless and in shock. His voice trembled as he muttered, "Liu Ye, you're a liar. After all, how could a support player possess such strength?" The system notified Liu Ye that only 50 seconds remained until his blessing effect ended. He immediately ran toward the president, who was still confused. "We need to leave, now," he said without wasting time, and continued running. Snapping out of his shock, Blazing Fire noticed a group of monsters ahead and chased after him, shouting for Liu Ye to wait. Back at the shelter, the rest of the team remained at the dungeon's entrance, taking cover. One of the members commented that he had no idea what was going on with their president. "He isn't even sending messages," another player agreed. Intrigued, Wu Ji asked why they didn't just go back. After all, he reasoned, who could possibly survive under those conditions? One of the men responded that the president and Liu Ye were still alive. If their health bars haven't decreased, it's because they're using abilities that temporarily block damage, he explained. But Liu Ye seems particularly unlucky. For some reason, he attracted a huge number of monsters. There's no escaping that. The man crossed his arms and gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a comrade exclaimed, "They've appeared on the map, not far from the shelter." Wu Ji was surprised by the news, and the others became excited. Eagerly, he warned the group, they might bring monsters with them. "Everyone, prepare to defend the shelter." The team members positioned themselves at the entrance, weapons in hand. Shortly after, the guild president entered the shelter alongside Liu Ye. The group, relieved, celebrated their return. The only exception was Wu Ji, who watched them with a serious expression. In his mind, the president was a major problem. Meanwhile, the players began praising Blazing Fire. "You're incredible, you handled that situation and still saved Liu Ye. You truly deserve your title." Blazing Fire, however, remained silent. His gaze, fixed on Liu Ye's back, revealed a different story. After the two moved away from the group, they sat on concrete blocks at the back of the shelter. It was then that the president finally broke the silence. "All those pleasantries are unnecessary. We'll rest for a bit, then head for the dungeon." The players agreed, excited. Meanwhile, Wu Ji observed Liu Ye, who remained serious. Intrigued, he approached and sat next to him. With a smile, he asked, "How did you manage to escape? That must have been quite an exciting adventure." Liu Ye looked away, for a moment remembering when the system dispelled the mark. He replied flatly, "You know very well why. It was your doing." Wu Ji shuddered at his words. He waved his hand nervously, trying to feign ignorance. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. Liu Ye kept his gaze steady. "I find it strange that you don't know. The blessing is an ability capable of removing any negative effect, including the mark that was placed on me." Wu Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Liu Ye continued, "The mark is a level 40 ability. Only 2 people here are capable of using it." Silence hung between them. Liu Ye drew a weapon. With a cold expression, he revealed, "From the moment I entered, I considered ending you. However, upon talking to you, I realized something. Your indecision wasn't from fear, but from determination." He slowly stood up and pointed the weapon directly at Wu Ji. "There's only one way to resolve this." Wu Ji stood still, silent, then exclaimed loudly, "This is absurd. We're allies, not enemies." The rest of the team remained alert, watching the conflict unfold. Meanwhile, Wu Ji wore a cynical smile. If the mark ability was level 40, and only 2 people could use it, then Liu Ye was sure that Wu Ji was the one responsible. One of the players, outraged, shouted at Liu Ye, questioning his actions. However, Blazing Fire remained seated, not intervening. Still trying to defend himself, Wu Ji pounded his chest. "I only asked how he escaped," and suddenly he points a weapon at me. His expression showed indignation as he turned to the president for support. "Is this really acceptable within the team?" Blazing Fire remained silent. Wu Ji insisted, "He probably wants to kill me just because I'm another support fighter. If I'm gone, he'll be the only one with that power. He'll start imposing his own conditions, and you'll have to give in just to clear this dungeon." He then looked at the others, demanding their attention. Liu Ye, for his part, continued to observe calmly. To him, the situation was clear. One of the team members tried to intervene, suggesting they leave the discussion for later, but Blazing Fire stood up and placed a hand on the player's shoulder, stopping him. His gesture indicated the conflict needed to be resolved now. It was then that the president moved forward and firmly grabbed Liu Ye's weapon, forcing him to release it. His gaze, full of disapproval, was fixed on Wuji. For a moment, Wuji hesitated, unsure how to react. Still confused, he felt a sudden pressure on his neck. The president had grabbed him tightly. "Why?" Blazing Fire growled. "Are you constantly trying to create disharmony within this team?" The tight grip made it hard for Wuji to breathe. Trying to catch his breath, he gritted his teeth and asked what was happening. Blazing Fire, without releasing his hold, stated confidently, "I trust Liu Ye. Far more than you can imagine." Wuji, still in disbelief, argued that it was Liu Ye who had pointed the weapon first, but his justification was ignored. The president's voice was firm. Liu Ye would never have done that without a reason. Shock overtook Wuji. He couldn't believe the president trusted Liu Ye so much. Before he could say anything else, the Shadow Blood Shell ability was activated. A thick red liquid enveloped him completely, trapping him inside the bloody shell. His life began to drain gradually. He tried to activate a recovery ability but realized in desperation that he was completely blocked. As his health drained away, Wuji started to panic. Staggering, he tried to approach Liu Ye and, in a last desperate act, grabbed at him. His eyes were filled with terror, his breathing uneven. Then, suddenly, his body went still. His health reached 0. In an instant, he disappeared. The bloody shell dissipated, returning to Blazing Fire. Liu Ye, who had watched everything, finally broke the silence, calling out his companion's name. Then he sat down and murmured a thank you, smiling faintly. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. If he hadn't figured it out, perhaps he would have been forced to kill all his teammates. After a few moments of silence, Blazing Fire turned to Liu Ye. With a serious look, he made an unexpected proposal. "I want you to join the new order. I'll give you the highest position in the guild." The guild members were surprised. He had never shown such hesitation when inviting someone before, nor had he ever offered such exceptional conditions. Liu Ye, on the other hand, asked an unexpected question. "What's the cost?" Before Blazing Fire could answer, one of the players intervened. "That's an absurd question. You should be thinking about the benefits. When joining a guild, one should not only consider the positives," Liu Ye explained. "The most important thing is to understand the price you have to pay." The guild president lowered his head and smiled. "You wouldn't have to pay anything." Liu Ye didn't believe him. He knew the true price was the willingness to sacrifice everything when the guild needed it, including levels and valuable equipment. In exchange, he would receive generous compensation. He frowned. Crossing the dungeon of the uncontrolled zone will inevitably result in a massacre. His words had an immediate impact. The president and the guild members became alert. After a few moments, Blazing Fire responded nervously, "I don't believe in such an outcome. The probability is minimal." Liu Ye wasn't convinced. "I am willing to form an alliance, but I will never give up my equipment or my level. Moreover, I will never play with anyone after this dungeon." The players considered his words an affront. The annual compensation for guild members exceeded 2 million. To them, Liu Ye could only be a fool or a lunatic. Blazing Fire, however, simply sat on a concrete block. He recognized that it was a shame to lose such a promising player, but he also understood that not everything revolved around the new order. Liu Ye smiled, and thanked him for his understanding. While observing Blazing Fire's calm expression, his thoughts drifted to the past. If he hadn't lived through so much and understood the true importance of equipment and levels for survival, maybe his decision would have been different. With his current strength, even the president of the new order was personally inviting him to join the guild. Looking down, Liu Ye reflected on this. For a moment, he felt a slight regret for rejecting the offer. However, he soon brushed those thoughts away. With a discreet smile, he reminded himself that there was no need to apologize. The only reason the president wanted to recruit him was for his strength. If he continued to grow and stay alive, more and more people would seek him out. Meanwhile, Blazing Fire watched the chat window with a grim expression. In the chat, a player named Bihu wished everyone good luck. He wrote that the first dungeon of the uncontrolled zone would be special, containing 10 of the membrane's computational power. After a few moments, he added that one of the conditions to perfectly complete a special dungeon was to face a desperate situation. He also mentioned that he had completely failed in his last attempt. Not only had he not passed, but all of his allies had died. Now, he didn't even know how long it would take to recruit new members. Reading this, the president gritted his teeth. He cursed mentally, reflecting on the implications. If one of the conditions for passing really involved a desperate situation, then everything could get even more complicated. His gaze shifted to Zhang Ye. He felt he had already failed in his first attempt to bribe him, but he knew Zhang Ye's strength was still an essential trump card. He had to keep insisting. Meanwhile, in the chat, another player commented that they seemed to be on the move, heading to the uncontrolled zone in search of the computational power membrane. A player named Bayu added that 50 of that power was available, and soon they would see how much each group could take. Chao intervened, mentioning that both the chaos and danger zones also had 10 of this power, but he didn't think it was worth the investment. Another player reinforced this, explaining that the cost-benefit ratio was better in the uncontrolled zone, where you could obtain 10 of the power at once. In the other zones, only 1 could be acquired per attempt, though the difficulty was the same. This information made the president reflect. Maybe it would be better to recruit a player who knew how to work well with a team, like Strikes. If a massacre really did occur and Jiang Yi refused to cooperate, he would have to resort to Strikes to eliminate him. Deep down, he hoped it wouldn't come to that. After that, they continued their journey. Jiang Yi reflected that by temporarily joining the New Order's team, he would have the opportunity to witness the full strength of the guild in action. The team was well composed, featuring a main tank known as Fresh Meat Fan, a support tank the president himself, a support fighter who never removed his blindfold, and a damage dealer who wielded twin swords with lethal precision. Furthermore, a stealth specialist played a crucial role in eliminating priority targets. With impeccable coordination, the group took only 4 hours to clear a level 50 dungeon. As they delved deeper into the uncontrolled zone, the number of dungeons cleared increased. On the 4th day, the group had completed 12 dungeons, and it was then that Jiang Yi reached level 50. He was satisfied with the achievement, especially since it unlocked his level 50 Rebirth power special skill. He had 2 options: cooldown reset, resets the cooldown for all other skills. As a 12-hour cooldown. Scans the map of the area within a 1,000-meter radius, identifying resources, creatures, and players. Consumes 100 cognition points per hour. The scan radius increases by 100 meters every 10 levels. On the 6th day, the team finally found what the guild president had been searching for. Upon spotting the portal to the special dungeon of the uncontrolled zone, Blazing Fire couldn't contain his joy. Soon after, a new player appeared to replace Wuji, who had died previously, Strikes. Strikes was running through the narrow streets between ruined buildings. With a precise jump, he landed on top of a building where the team was waiting. Currently at level 56, his presence energized the team members. As soon as he arrived, everyone expressed relief. Strike smiled and gave a thumbs up before teasing them, saying he had already warned those brainless chickens not to move ahead without him. The smiles on the other players' faces immediately vanished. After a few seconds of silence, one of them retorted that the same rule applied to him. Strikes just laughed, then waved at the guild president and cleared his throat, trying to mask his embarrassment. Jiang Yi observed the newcomer. He recognized him as Strikes, one of the 5 best players in Yuan World before his reincarnation. He had already defeated a copy of Strikes in the Mirror Realm, but he wasn't sure how strong the real version was. While Jiang Yi pondered, Strikes finally turned his attention to him. He approached the support player and asked, "So, you're the so-called Jiang Yi?" The player looked at him and smiled. The guild president mentioned that Jiang Yi was strong enough to be compared to your little toe. Upon hearing this, Blazing Fire and the other team members became visibly tense. Jiang Yi frowned. If Strikes was comparing him to a little toe, then perhaps the toe needed to be torn off. He just hoped Strikes wouldn't have to pay for the insult with his own life. Blazing Fire interrupted, scolding Strikes to stop talking nonsense. Strikes, for his part, apologized to Jiang Yi, explaining that he had a habit of saying impulsive things but that his temperament wasn't bad. He then looked at the guild president, and added that if Jiang Yi was truly as strong as his little toe, then that was a good thing. Before he could say anything further, Blazing Fire raised a finger and ordered the others to take him to the dungeon. The players grabbed Strikes and dragged him to the portal, saying that since he was so powerful, he should go first. Now alone with Jiang Yi, Blazing Fire turned his attention back to the dungeon entrance. To calm his excitement, he took a deep breath before turning to Jiang Yi. This dungeon is the true goal of the New Order, he said. No matter what happens during this raid, the guild will be in your debt. Jiang Yi was surprised by this declaration. It only increased his curiosity. What exactly was the guild president looking for? Blazing Fire, without taking his eyes off the portal, exuded confidence. He took a few steps forward and ordered Jiang Yi to follow him. Before entering, Jiang Yi reflected on his situation. In his previous life, he had never communicated directly with the president of the New Order. As a low-level player, all he knew were rumors describing the guild leader as a ruthless man. However, after spending several days under his leadership, Jiang Yi began to realize the reality was more complex. For a brief moment, he considered that they could become friends but quickly dismissed the thought. He knew that if a conflict arose between him and the New Order, there would be no room for camaraderie. The only person he could truly trust was his sister. With this resolution in mind, he crossed the portal. The moment he did, the environment changed. The scene unfolding before them was not real, it was a memory embedded in the location. 2 figures watched with satisfaction as something moved inside an incubation chamber. The creature had successfully been born. After removing it, the scientists confined it to a room to monitor its growth. One of them excitedly praised the power of technology. The director of the research institute, satisfied, inquired about the brainwashing process. The response was not encouraging, all methods had only made the creature more agitated. Suddenly, the creature began to move at an alarming speed. Before the scientists could react, the monster broke the containment glass and charged toward the director. In the chaos, one of the badly injured scientists crawled to a table and warned the others to prevent its escape. The director, overwhelmed with fear, made a desperate decision. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "We need to destroy it." He then pressed a large red button. The scene shifted, bringing Jun Yai and the team back to reality. They were now standing atop a mountain, facing the entrance to the research institute. The system provided the mission details. Mission: an experiment gone wrong. Objective: transport the life source of the screaming serpent to membrane number 304 at the core of the institute. Rules: the life source cannot be removed from a player's inventory. Their lives are directly connected to it. Anyone who breaks their bottle will die immediately. In a matter of seconds, each player saw a bottle materialize in their hands. Blazing Fire assessed the situation and concluded that for them to succeed, they had to reach their destination without any casualties. Taking a deep breath, he indicated it was time to move forward. As the group prepared to advance, no one noticed the presence hovering high above them, watching every step they took. The calm was broken by a deafening scream. A colossal serpent suddenly appeared, its voice reverberating across the mountain. The group immediately turned, a chill running through their bodies. Blazing Fire reacted quickly, ordering them to form a combat formation. However, before they could react, the serpent released a second scream, this time unleashing a powerful sound wave. The impact was devastating. Several players fell to their knees, clutching their ears in agony and dropping their bottles. The moment the glass vials shattered on the ground, the bodies of their owners began to dissolve rapidly. The system soon announced the tragic result: 3 team members had died. Observing the scattered fragments, Blazing Fire's gaze hardened. He realized they had lost 3 bottles. Watching the creature closely, Zhang Yang noticed that Strikes was already moving toward it, determined to face the serpent on his own. He ignored any caution. The team, noticing his impulsive movement, reacted with concern. After losing 3 members, no one wanted to witness another death. Strikes showed no hesitation and charged toward the monster with impressive speed. His intention was clear: he wanted to avenge his fallen companions. The impact of his strike was powerful, but to his surprise, the blade caused no visible damage to the serpent. Before he could react, the creature opened its enormous mouth and, in a quick, precise movement, swallowed him whole. The rest of the team watched the scene in shock. Some had already expected a similar outcome, others were speechless at the speed with which they had lost yet another member. As the serpent retreated, it disappeared into the forest. It was then that a detail caught the guild leader's attention. The liquid inside the bottles of the deceased players began to distribute among the remaining bottles. He quickly understood what this meant: to complete the mission flawlessly, it wasn't necessary for everyone to reach the destination, only for the 10 parts of the life source to be delivered. Meanwhile, some players continued to discuss Strikes. The possibility that he was still alive was raised. Upon checking the team list, they confirmed that his name remained active, indicating that he was still inside the serpent. Perhaps there was a way to rescue him. Faced with the uncertainty of how to deal with the monster, some team members began discussing strategies, but the guild leader quickly ended the conversation. He seemed confident that if Strikes had survived up to that point, he still had a chance to escape. The most important thing at that moment was to head to the research institute and complete the mission. Liu Ye analyzed the situation carefully. The guild leader's actions reinforced his suspicions that he was seeking a perfect execution of the dungeon. The memory of when he himself had received 1 computational power for a flawless move came to mind. He began to question whether Blazing Fire was after the same benefit. With no other option, the group continued their journey, maintaining a fast pace toward the institute. 20 minutes later, as they neared the destination, one of the players checked the team's map and made a concerning discovery: Strikes was on the move at an abnormal speed. At first, they thought he might be running to catch up, but soon they realized something was wrong. It wasn't Strikes who was moving, but rather the creature that had swallowed him. The warning came too late. Suddenly, one of the players noticed movement in the nearby bushes and alerted the guild leader. Blazing Fire halted his steps immediately, turning just in time to see the screaming serpent emerging from the vegetation, its mouth wide open, ready to strike. Reacting with speed, he activated his Blood Shadow skill and dodged the attack at the last moment. Once he repositioned himself, he quickly assessed the situation and ordered the players to take their combat positions. At the same time, he instructed Strikes to attack the creature from the inside in case he was still alive. The serpent, sensing the movement, redirected its attention to the players, who decided to attack together. As they advanced, they struck blows against the monster, but their attacks seemed to have no effect. The creature, seemingly impenetrable, remained unscathed. Suddenly, the snake violently swung its tail, throwing several players to the ground with force. They quickly recovered, restoring their health. Meanwhile, one of the fighters used a whip to strike the creature's face, trying to distract it while using a provocation skill. The serpent then let out a deafening roar, and the sound waves spread across the battlefield. One of the players didn't have time to react, his bottle shattered immediately, and his body began to disintegrate. Terrified, he realized his death was inevitable. Blazing Fire and Liu Yi silently observed the spot where their teammate had been just seconds before. The impact of the loss was evident. Another team member, still shaken, brought news about strikes. The player trapped inside reported that its internal defense was incredibly resistant, he couldn't harm it from within. Blazing Fire turned his gaze back to the opposing creature. Up close, he noticed a peculiar detail. The monster's structure resembled an insect more than a snake, which explained its abnormal resistance. Liu Ye quickly realized the greatest danger. Since the bottles couldn't be stored in the inventory, the serpent simply destroyed them with its sound waves. Each strike was a direct threat to everyone's lives. Without warning, the screaming serpent began to move again. To everyone's surprise, it turned around and disappeared into the forest. The players were confused. Why would the creature leave them alive after eliminating two of them? Blazing Fire analyzed the situation and began to form hypothesis. The monster wasn't just attacking randomly, it was somehow testing them. If a perfect passage was truly the guild leader's goal, Liu Ye pondered what would be necessary to achieve it. Killing the serpent might not be the way. The real objective could be to connect all the remaining life sources. Blazing Fire ordered everyone to stay alert. Now that the monster had moved away, they had a chance to reach the research institute. Without wasting time, they set off. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a huge building with a large hole in the wall, indicating that something had escaped. One of the players checked the map and alerted the guild leader, the serpent was still nearby. To buy time, Blazing Fire made a drastic decision. He ordered one of the players to break their own bottle. The chosen player hesitated, but Blazing Fire was firm. With so many of us, defeating the creature would be impossible. What we need now is speed, not brute force. Faced with the decision, that player gritted his teeth and broke his bottle. The system notified the death of another team member. As soon as the orb was shattered, the screaming serpent immediately turned in the opposite direction. The strategy had worked. As they continued on their path, Liu Yi began to reflect. If Blazing Fire knew how to get a perfect passage, he could become a target as soon as they reached the institute. Blazing Fire ordered them to hurry. The entrance was now in sight. The group ran toward the building, but as they reached the stairs, Liu Yi suddenly stopped. A thought crossed his mind, he couldn't allow them to surround him inside. The other players noticed his hesitation. What's happening? They asked. Without looking away, Liu Yi turned to Blazing Fire. What is the easiest way to finish this mission? He asked. The president furrowed his brow and walked to the edge of the stairs. You're mistaken, he said in a serious tone. The level of this dungeon is extremely high. I have no intention of harming you. My only goal is to complete the mission. If you don't trust me, you can wait outside while the three of us complete the task. Liu Yi remained silent, evaluating the situation. He discreetly glanced at the map. According to his calculations, strikes would arrive in about 10 minutes. The serpent attacked every 20 minutes, meaning the next attack would happen in 13 minutes. If he wanted to act, he had to do so before the president met with strikes. Blazing Fire turned toward the entrance. No one will be forced into anything. We just need to complete the mission. With that, he entered the institute. The other players, irritated, insulted Liu Ye, calling him a traitor. Liu Ye drew his katana and assessed his chances. The freezing status lasted 10 seconds, and the blessing remained active for 60. Considering strikes, 4 opponents had significant combat power. If he used freezing along with the blessing, he would have a chance to defeat them. If he hesitated, all his efforts would be wasted. Without further hesitation, he activated the freezing status and the blessing. His strength and speed increased dramatically. In an instant, he shot toward the guild president, who activated a skill, disappearing before his eyes. The other players shouted, incredulous at Liu Ye's decision. Before they could react, Liu Ye swung his katana and cut one of the players in half. The system notified the death of a team member. Another player charged forward furiously, but Liu Ye waited for the right moment, firmed his grip on his weapon, advanced, and delivered a precise strike. The system once again notified the death of a team member. Liu Ye checked the map. Blazing Fire was still in the same spot, but Strikes was getting closer. He gathered all his strength and attacked with ferocity, breaking part of the building's side. Debris fell all around. He checked the president's health bar. His it was still full. He hadn't managed to hit him. He checked the map once more. Blazing Fire was still there, but there were no signs of him among the debris. What skill was that? Liu Ye then realized Strikes was very close. The system notified that the freezing status had expired. Looking at the debris in front of him, Liu Ye yelled out challengingly, "Are you just a coward, incapable of facing me directly?" Blazing Fire remained silent. The system then notified that the blessing time had also expired. Seconds later, the figure of Strikes appeared in the clearing. Liu Yi noticed the movement on the map. Blazing fire had moved toward his alley. Coming out of invisibility, the president appeared with a malicious smile. Courageous, he mocked Liu Yi. However, when you faced the man eating leopards, you revealed all your trump cards. He reminded him that in the end, he had only sacrificed 2 of his men. Strikes, in turn, drew his sword. Without hesitation, he and Blazing Fire advanced together to attack him. Below is a grammatically corrected and clarified version of the provided text, ensuring the character names align with the popular web novel. It all starts with playing games seriously. The protagonist, initially referred to as Liu Yi's and Louis, has been identified as Liu Yi. The antagonists, Lightning Strikes and the President, are best identified as Lei Ji and the President of the Raging Wave Guild, respectively, based on the context of their abilities and roles in the story. Their team, the Heatwave team, is known as the Raging Wave Guild. Lei Ji drew his sword as lightning crackled, and both he and the President of the Raging Wave Guild shouted loudly. In that moment, the 2 of them rushed forward, pointing their swords at Liu Yi. Liu Yi's eyes grew serious as he looked at them, and he mocked, with such strength, "You're not even worthy of the President having to be cautious. Has the President become weaker, or have you always been this weak?" Gritting his teeth in anger, the President replied, "Stop talking. Deal with the opponent first, then we'll see." The system displayed, Consumption of Chief Force, 2000. Comprehensive Enhancement, 1000. In a flash, Liu Yi had reached the first person, swinging his sword. The other was stunned by his action. Liu Yi appeared satisfied and spoke. "Now that's more like it." A hurried voice from the President rang out. "Lei Ji, quickly, use your sword." He then swiftly used his weapon to block Liu Yi's attack. Lei Ji's voice was heard. "Here it is. This is the sword I've been accumulating strength for." From the moment he first gained the ability to unleash it, he proudly smiled at his weapon, disdainfully speaking, "Feel honored to be possibly killed by it." The system displayed the accumulation state, transferring energy into the weapon to accumulate, enhancing the weapon's attack power and speed for the next strike. In a non-combat state, each transfer of knowledge strength increases the attack power by 5 points and speed by 5 points. In a combat state, each transfer increases the attack power and speed by 50 points. He frowned, thinking, waiting for the reset of the stasis state. The system displayed, waiting for reset, and all skills immediately ended without consumption. The skill cooldown was 12 hours. In the stasis state, the target's health was locked. Knowledge strength was not consumed and each increase was 10 levels. The lock time on the target's entire body added 1 second during which the target could not move. The cooldown time was 24 hours. Suddenly, something passed by in the blink of an eye. He turned around to look where the noise had come from. The path had a deep mark from the sound just now. At this moment, a sword was pressed closely against his neck, blocking his movement. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with light, slightly furrowing his brows as he controlled his abilities, solidifying the level change to completely alter the attribute. The system displayed a message. Knowledge strength consumption, 4000. Overall enhancement, 2000. After that, the system updated the player's current information, level 52, titled, Desperate Situation Reverser 70. A weapon master with attack and defense attributes both exceeding 13,000, agility, physical strength, and perception above 3,000, willpower over 4,000, and resistance over 1,000. Attributes can be classified as a full spectrum of colors with knowledge, strength not subject to restrictions. At this moment, a sword strike as fast as lightning appeared in a flash. Liu Yi had the sword pressed against his neck, but he showed no sign of panic. He calmly said, "The guild leader was right. You indeed have a trump card left." Suddenly, the system announced, "Under restriction. Target is restricted. Before I attack, the opponent cannot inflict any damage on me. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds minus 30 seconds." He swung a diagonal slash through Lei Ji, but it seemed to have no effect on him. On the contrary, he smiled brightly. The system displayed another message. "You are under the restriction status, unable to attack the opponent." He suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha, you fool. I'm here just to counter you." He furrowed his brows, clearly irritated. At that moment, the ground suddenly erupted with small fragments due to a forceful impact. He then redirected his attack towards the intense heat wave. He immediately flashed an unfriendly smile and activated his abilities. The density of his fusion increased. The system updated, showing the fusion and harmonization with the player, exchanging attributes between the two. During this time, the player's health, knowledge, strength, skills, equipment, and titles were all shared. Duration, 10 minutes. Then he merged with him, red energy enveloping them. He turned his face to look at him. The system displayed, announcing the end of the stagnation status. The awakened blood power was released with more than 50,000 blood remaining, leaving 12,000. The remaining awakened power ranged from nearly 7,000 to almost 15,000. Blessing 1 has 30 seconds left. Blessing 2 has 50 seconds left. He eagerly felt the power and said, attributes directly increased by 2 levels. Guild leader, this skill of yours is too powerful, barely worthy of me. He fell silent, helpless. Liu Yi pondered for a moment, then moved away. At this point, he created some distance from him and spoke. You were so well prepared. It seems you've had this plan for a long time. He calmly replied, we just thought things through thoroughly, not specifically targeting you. You're not important enough for us to target you exclusively. Suddenly, he drew a gun. And upon seeing this, he smirked and said, adding in firearms now. Are you planning to shoot me from a distance? I heard you have a binding skill. Then he continued, use it on me. I'll stand here and let you shoot. Let's see if you can kill me. He lowered his head and smiled. Mysteriously, the system displayed, announcing that the restriction status had ended. Blessing 1 enhancement ended. Blessing 2 has 20 seconds left. Knowledge strength is 12,130. Seeing that he didn't move, Li Ji, eager, spoke up. Come on, attack me. The hot air buzzing reminded that the restriction status had ended, warning not to be careless. At this moment, he held the gun, extended his arm directly towards him, and spoke. All right, he said to him. His long-range weapon has some skill. The attack power is extremely vicious, one of them commented. Not only did he not care, but he also looked down on this type of weapon, replying, it's fine. It's just a regular handgun. At such a distance, we can easily avoid it. Just hold him back. Do you think a distance like that would have any effect on us? Thinking about it again, it made sense. Then he said, you're right. Now we just need to wait for his enhancement to finish, then deal with him. Suddenly the gunshot rang out. At that moment, the area around him was confined by blinding, thorny bars, unexpectedly putting him in a passive position. He spoke, flustered. How could this be? He suddenly thought to himself, could it be that his specialty weapon is a handgun? He couldn't believe it, saying, it can't be. If it's a handgun, how could he use a katana? At this moment, Liu Yi spoke. Bye. The system displayed a notification. Blessing enhancement time remaining, 5 seconds. The system continued to notify. The life shield adds 8,000 points of attack power. Next time, it will increase by 400,000. The damage multiplier for the bell shake is 3 times. Then the president urged, quick, find a way to break his hold. He stood silently, thinking, there's no way. But don't worry, President. I have an immortality skill. Within 10 seconds, he can't kill me. He scolded, idiot. In our situation where we can't move, he doesn't even need to attack us directly. He just needs to attack our pure essence, and that will deal with us. He turned to the back, silently thinking to himself, are you still okay? He said to the boy, I hummed them behind me at such a distance. If we try to circle around and attack them, it'll already take 10 seconds to reach them. But just in case, you should quickly use your blood shadow body. The boy responded, the time I can use today was already exhausted during his last evasive move. If not, I wouldn't. Suddenly a sound interrupted his words. A spike abruptly stabbed into his side. The Raging Wave Guild system emitted a sizzling sound. Li Ji, at level 56, lost all of his health points. Then the system displayed, the member of your Raging Wave team has died. Before he passed, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of attack was that. Not only did it directly kill the team leader with his own body, but it also pierced through my body, which had the invincible state, and knocked the vial of pure essence off my back. Li Ji gaped in shock. Oh my god. His legs went stiff, unable to move. He looked down. He was stunned as a large hole had been blasted through his abdomen by a gunshot. He gazed at Liu Yi in the distance and spoke, I've lost, but next time I'll win. At the same time, the system announced, your team member, Lightning Strike, has died. Liu Yi remained expressionless, silently standing there. Then he walked off with an irritated demeanor. He approached the 2 floating pearls in midair. Liu Yi glanced at them, frowning. He thought to himself, although he had won, there was no joy in his heart. Perhaps the main reason was that not only had he not truly killed them, but he also might have to face their endless revenge. Suddenly Liu Yi smiled again, telling himself on the path to growth, who doesn't have enemies. It's just that the enemies I encounter are a bit stronger and harder to deal with. Then Liu Yi took a pearl in his hand, silently telling himself that he was not afraid of them at all in the game. Their threats only existed in reality. Liu Yi looked at the pearl, a satisfied smirk on his face. Then his gaze became determined. He clenched the pearl, thinking of the reality before the primordial world descended unexpectedly. Suddenly a pair of blood-red eyes stared at the back of Liu Yi. He immediately noticed and was a little startled, then quickly jumped aside. Liu Yi kept jumping 2 or 3 steps, moving far from the spot he had just stood. He silently exclaimed, "Oh my god." At this moment, before Liu Ye's eyes was a gigantic yellow snake. It stared down at him with its blood-red eyes, then moved its massive body, slithering off to a distant place. This scene left Liu Ye with his mouth agape in shock, blurting out, "What is going on here?" Suddenly, he remembered and confidently speculated. "That's right. I broke the pure potion of lightning strike, and the president of the new order. So it spared me." Realizing the situation, Liu Ye jumped up and disappeared from the spot, then ran ahead at full speed, thinking quickly. Now, his team was down to just him and he had to complete the mission within 20 minutes. He worried that if he didn't, the next person to die would be himself. A little later, inside a long room, the neon lights illuminated the ceiling and the ground along the walls. One of the windows looked out onto floating bubbles suspended in midair. At the end of the room stood a control pillar upon which rested a transparent sphere. At this moment, Liu Ye arrived here. He gazed at it cautiously, then wiped the sweat off his forehead and commented, "This is the nurturing hub." He pulled a pristine bottle from his side and stood before the nurturing hub, silently evaluating it. Inside the research facility, there was not a single monster, nor any research staff. It seemed that this secret realm only had a single living creature, the snake soldier. He then extended the pristine bottle, gazing skeptically at the living creature. Furrowing his brows to analyze the situation, he remembered that in the last secret realm involving the chain puppet, there was also only one living creature, the puppet itself. Looking back, it seemed that the task in that secret realm might have been triggered by the puppet to play tricks on the players. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he thought of something. Wait, both are special secret realms with only one living creature. Could it be that the task was also issued by the only existing creature? Liu Yi recalled the previous events with the puppet and analyzed the example of the chain puppet in the special secret realm. The surface task was for the puppet to play tricks on the players. But the true power of the secret realm seemed to be satisfying the puppet's wishes. At that moment, it dawned on him, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Playing tricks and satisfying wishes, could this be the secret behind the perfect power in special secret realms?" Looking at the vial of pure essence in his hand, Liu Yi furrowed his brow and thought, for instance, that monster clearly has the ability to wipe us all out, but it's symbolic in nature, causing casualties among the team, and then leaving. It's playing, but its perfect power is supposed to fulfill its wishes. Immediately, Liu Yi stopped and glanced behind him. He stood lost in thought, contemplating, what could its wish be? After a long while, Liu Yi remained standing deep in thought next to the nurturing nest. He reasoned that if this mission was set by that monster, the goal of nurturing a Ming snake wasn't to kill it. He focused, pondering. Rather, it wants to create a companion to play with, perhaps because it feels lonely or has reached a dead end. Could the Ming snake's wish be to leave the secret realm? Liu Yi widened his eyes, surprised at his own thoughts. Why am I thinking like this? He covered his mouth with his hand, frowning as he considered the possibility, but he didn't rule it out. Quite the opposite, it seemed very likely. He boldly thought, I just need to verify. If the Ming snake can enter this research facility. If it can, then the idea that the Ming snake wants the player to nurture a kindred spirit for it falls apart, and so do all the assumptions built on that. If it couldn't enter. He stood silently, contemplating the nurturing nest, then scowled at the vial of pure essence in his hand, silently formulating a plan. I'll wait here for 20 minutes to see if the Ming snake charges into the research facility and deals with me. If it does, I'll immediately place the vial into the nurturing nest and complete the mission. If it doesn't, I'll consider a second option, attempt to obtain the Imperial Soul and try to leave with the Ming snake. Suddenly, the system informed him that the Imperial Soul could randomly be added to equipment above level 50. Imperial Soul 1 reduces cooldown time. Imperial Soul 2 reduces the equipment level of the items carried. Imperial Soul 3 increases defense. Imperial Soul 4 extends the duration of skills, and Imperial Soul 5 enhances the effectiveness of self-sustaining skills. All of these effects range from 1 to 5. Imperial Soul 99 can cause monsters to depend on you, applying to your weapon, but only if the weapon requires 1000 Secret Realm Essence. Note, Imperial Soul can be removed through the pearl washing process. At this moment, before setting off, Liu Yi glanced at the system's comment screen. The people of the New Order were already level 50. He thought he had already caught up to the first tier lineup, but it turned out he was still one step behind. He scratched his head and muttered, if I had known I'd have to grind to level 45 and wear level 50 gear, my team would have said they were ready by now. I wonder if it would have been better if I had said it a day earlier. Liu Yi scrolled through the screen, murmuring to himself, I think there was something about an advanced pearl. And sure enough, he found the information about the advanced pearl, which could randomly add Imperial Soul effects to equipment above level 50. This meant he could switch out some of his current items. While each enhanced piece of equipment required 100 Secret Realm Essence and comments to apply, the advantage was that it could be done in any state as long as they were not in combat. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as he noticed something. What was the meaning of the symbol behind the upgrade pearl? He looked at the two circles, one purple with an upward pointing arrow, and the other blue with an exclamation mark, both leaving him confused. What could it be? Do I have some kind of special perception? He sat down on the steps, pressing both hands onto the tiled floor, staring at the screen with the comments. He always felt that he could use this. So, at that time, he had exchanged the remaining essence of the secret realm for 3 upgrade pearls and 3 imperial souls. However, the additional defense rate of the imperial soul was only 1. Then he scratched his head, sweat dripping down, muttering to himself, am I overthinking this? Does a 1 success rate really mean I am destined for greatness? Suddenly a sound echoed from everywhere, and Liu Ye opened his eyes wide on alert. It's here. He stood up abruptly, turned around to look behind him, and thought, is it intentionally staying outside, refusing to come in, or can it really not enter? He looked at the deep open door and silently decided to go check, then stepped slowly outside. But suddenly, Liu Ye stopped, thinking that it wouldn't be good to go check now. At least they should wait until the opponent's patience is exhausted. It might be intentionally avoiding coming in now. Time passed quickly. 30 minutes later, Liu Ye frowned as he looked in one direction, silently muttering, it's almost here. Outside, the Ming snake slithered back and forth, gazing at the pile of broken stones. Its red eyes widened, staring intently. When it saw Liu Ye coming out, its steps became hesitant. A while later, he stood outside the door, looking up, somewhat worried. The Ming snake lowered its head and peered closely at him. Liu Ye furrowed his brow, silently calculating, what should I say? If the Ming snake could communicate, then maybe a smile would suffice. Suddenly it spoke. Why haven't you completed the mission yet? Seeing this, Liu Ye was stunned, his eyes wide open in shock. He looked at the pair of eyes right in front of him and sneered, thinking to himself, great. It's taking the initiative to interact with me. This time, I have a better chance of winning. He then spoke up. Because I feel like you want to leave here more. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted. The Ming snake slammed its tail onto the ground, and Liu Ye, startled, became fearful. He looked at its tail, which was flicking without a word, and then with his eyes wide and his mouth agape, silently commented, that's too strong. This is basically a monster that players can't deal with. Then the Ming snake asked, do you have a way? It stared at him, seemingly trying to detect any deceit in his words. Liu Ye started sweating but remained calm, silently pondering. Of course. Here is the provided text were written with corrected grammar, improved prose, and character names aligned with the web novel. It all starts with playing game seriously. The main character, referred to by various spellings like Liu Yi and Louis, has been standardized to Liu Yi. Ayan is likely Ayan, and the Ming snake fake has been clarified as the illusory Ming snake. Is this for real? Liu Yi wondered. Does it really want to leave this place, or is it trying to deceive me? Out loud, he bargained, if so, you must follow me and acknowledge me as your master. He knew he was pushing his luck to its absolute limit. If the creature didn't agree, he would have to turn around and complete the mission as intended. But if it agreed, he would be gambling on his own fortune to see if he could obtain an imperial soul from the pearl. Upon hearing this, the massive snake lifted its head and questioned, do you think you deserve it? Its red eyes looked down on the diminutive Liu Yi, the threatening gaze causing him to flinch. Liu Yi opened his mouth and spoke firmly. No, but this is the only way. At the same time, he glanced behind him, silently calculating. Not good. Let's go. I should stop dreaming of completing the hidden mission. Meanwhile, the Ming snake remained silent. Seeing this, Liu Yi turned to leave. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. System, the illusory Ming snake wishes to acknowledge you as its master. Do you agree? The message left Liu Yi stunned, unable to believe it. The massive snake extended its long neck and looked down at him. He was overjoyed, and thought in disbelief, this is great, my guess was right. He immediately shouted, yes, I agree, system, you have become the master of the illusory Ming snake. In this secret realm, you can command it freely. To take the illusory Ming snake out of the secret realm, you must obtain the imperial soul. The system also provided Liu Yi with the creature's data, illusory Ming snake awaiting. Growth rank, disaster bonuses, health 30, knowledge strength 6, all attributes converted to an additional 3 points. Stats, attack, 50,000 defense, 50,000 resistance, 1,500 agility, physique, intelligence, perception, 10,000 health, 21 million knowledge strength, 39,857,420 skills, illusory soundwave, sonic shockwave, spirit of the earth, boundless myriad forms. The Ming snake spoke again. Take me out of here. Liu Ye, startled, looked at it and nodded in agreement, taking out a blue upgrade pearl. Success or failure depends on this, he thought. He glanced in one direction, then returned to the research room. He mused, Earlier, when the Ming snake recognized me as its master, the secret realm mission disappeared. It seems the mission really did originate from the snake. If so, there's no turning back now. He lowered his head and thought, isn't this the result I wanted? He then spoke to the Ming snake. The reason I didn't use the Imperial Soul Pearl yet was because I feared I might give up on you myself. Liu Yi furrowed his brow as he looked at the pearl. Such a powerful helper was far too tempting. Liu Yi, your ambition is growing day by day, he muttered to himself. When dealing with Yi, before taking action, you were trying to avoid the existence of a fourth powerful force. If someone dies, it's on you. If no one wins, it's still on you. He laughed bitterly. Back then, it was a 50-50 chance. Now, it's down to 1. Ha ha. Liu Yi glanced at the system's data panel for the pearl, deep in thought. Imperial Soul Pearl, can't those 2 words, random chance, and your description just disappear? That would be so much better. Then I wouldn't have to gamble anymore. He reminded himself that was impossible. Suddenly, a system notification triggered. System, authority granted. The rules of the Imperial Soul Pearl will be altered. Seeing this, Liu Yi was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had prepared for anything, but not this. The pearl in his hand began to glow brightly, stunning him. Outside, the Ming snake also noticed the unusual change and paid close attention. Bubbles in circular shapes started to float around the pearl. System, the Imperial Soul Pearl has been upgraded. It is now capable of adding a designated Imperial Soul to gear above level 50. Liu Yi was stunned and inwardly cursed with excitement. This is... He thought excitedly, no matter what, this is great, it increases my Imperial Soul. Immediately the system displayed the new stats for the weapon in his hand. Intelligence Bell Shaker Attack Power, 500 Intelligence, 120 Skill ME Judgment, Attacks inflict a triple stun effect. Requirement, Level 5055 Ammo. Automatic pistols ammo is replenished every 30 seconds. Current ammo, 1. Holding the gun, Liu Yi was overjoyed, his mouth wide open in delight. His eyes brightened, and his lips curled into a satisfied grin. This is perfect. A moment later, he raised the gun and stood before the giant yellow monster, shouting, "Come on, Ming snake." Liu Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled, baring his teeth in delight. Then came the system notifications. Congratulations. You have perfectly conquered the secret realm. Research product out of control. Reward 10. The mathematical authority of the unknown is now summarizing the achievements of the secret realm mission. The power of a desperate situation is triggered. Completing the secret realm strategy summary. Experience gained, 4,494,560 extend multiplier. Secret realm essence gained, 520 extend multiplier. Next, the system informed him of his player stats, including experience, nickname, and attributes. It also displayed the data for the Imperial Soul, Ming snake now bound to his weapon. Imperial Soul, Ming snake. Effect 1, summon the illusory Ming snake. Effect 2, the Ming snake's form can descend into the user's body, granting 1050 of all its attributes and skills. System, strategy and power calculation complete. Player's power limit has been exceeded by 5. The player has acquired the skill to structure and leverage the power limit to alter the rules of the boundary. Duration, 11 seconds. Cooldown, 11 time recovery rate depending on the difficulty of the rule change. At the same time, a faint flicker of energy appeared outside the area. Liu Yi stepped out from the protective barrier. He looked up at the overcast sky as sunlight slowly pierced through the dark clouds. He smiled with satisfaction and walked leisurely under the sunlight towards the ruined city. It's time to head back to Miyu City, he thought. There were still 17 days left until the descent of the primordial world into reality. Time passed quickly. Liu Yi's current living situation was in an old apartment building. He sat on the bed, resting his hand on his forehead, feeling a bit emotional. These past few days of high-intensity secret realm grinding have really worn me out. He reflected on his non-stop progress, barely sleeping and having his meals brought to him by An, which he would grab a bite of whenever he found time. The results, however, were gratifying. Not only was he just 3 levels away from his target, but he had also obtained a high-level monster like the Ming snake. He glanced curiously to the side, wondering how An was doing with her health. It's been a week already. It should have arrived by now, right? Liu Yi stood up, deciding to go ask. Now that I think about it, have I been paying too little attention to my little sister? Ever since she joined the game, I just briefly told her how to gain health and then left her to it. Maybe I should bring her along to level up together. Liu Yi stepped outside and headed toward her room, closing his own door behind him. He raised his hand to knock but then heard voices from inside. You're growing up so fast, Nuan. You've developed really well. Upon hearing that, Liu Yi froze, standing there in shock, while the conversation inside grew livelier. You're not bad either. Let me help you check, inspect for my brother. Then someone inside shouted, what are you saying? Stop it. Liu Yi's face turned bright red, his eyes wide in disbelief. He remained frozen for a moment before awkwardly lowering his hand, quickly turning around, and fleeing in a panic. I had better just ask about it in the game later, he thought to himself. At the north gate of Mu City, Liu Yi muttered to himself, tired of playing games day and night. He entered the game, scratched his head, and sighed. Ayan wasn't logged in yet, so he sent her a message, intending to ask about recent events when she came online. He then fell into deep thought. Since I'm already logged in, I might as well go level up and upgrade my gear before taking a rest. Thinking about the Imperial Soul Pearl, Liu Yi considered it carefully. Now that I'm level 57, the gear I can wear probably won't exceed level 60. He grinned, calculating in his mind. He wasn't sure how much of his secret realm essence would be enough. If it wasn't enough, he could always top it up with some real money. Speaking of which, the new order still hadn't settled up with him for the secret realm yet. Suddenly, Liu Yi received a message notification, and its content was full of fiery rage. President of the new order, your level has been restored. Looks like you've conquered that secret realm. This is the outstanding payment you're owed, totaling 100,000. Seeing this, he frowned unhappily and wondered to himself, what does this mean? Then the message appeared again. President of the new order, are you free? Find a place to sit so I can express my apologies to you. Looking at the content, Liu Yi was suspicious and asked himself, is this an attempt to reconcile? He frowned and quietly analyzed, the side that suffered the most losses is trying to reconcile with the side that benefited the most, and moreover, the benefit they gained is based on their harm. Then the other side sent another message, seemingly explaining with a tone of frustration. President of the new order, if possible, I do not want to be your enemy. In that situation, I was also forced into it. Liu Yi immediately replied, no need. I haven't suffered any losses. The more he read, the harder it was to trust. The actions of the president of the new order were too unusual. What could I possibly have that would make him want to pull me in like this? Is it really worth it? Then he thought it might be because he had gained full authority over the mecha. Unable to figure it out, Liu Yi decided to let it go, ignore him for now, and focus on upgrading his equipment first. He would raise his strength to the highest level in the primordial world before thinking about anything else. Suddenly, a new message appeared, automatically opening. Liu Yi frowned as he realized it was from Liu Yan. Liu Yan, the fairy, my brothers have already achieved great strength. Mine is wind power, and my weapon is a large talisman. Jiuchuan's is soft power, and his weapon is Shuang Dao. We are currently leveling up in the secret realm of the crystal statue. At the same time, at the secret realm company outside the door of the crystal secret realm, a large crowd had gathered and was chatting excitedly. One person said, after a round of benefit exchanges, the new order has completely withdrawn from controlling the crystal secret realm. Another person replied, I still prefer the new order. Now that the Garden of Shadows is in control, it's truly disgusting. They're already using real-world information to threaten us. Someone whispered, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone from the Garden of Shadows hear you. What are we afraid of? Do they really dare to do anything to us in the real world? Another person challenged. When are we going to unite? The number of players who frequently operate in the Crystal Secret Realm is 10 times that of the Garden of Shadows members. As long as we unite, even if they have our real-world information, we wouldn't be afraid. But that's something impossible, someone else responded. We are all individual fighters. No one submits to anyone. They glanced at a man surrounded by a group of martial artists from the Garden of Shadows, and someone asked, what's going on? Another person explained, he must have offended the ghost of the Garden of Shadows. That's why he's surrounded. The glass space is a safe zone. When combat is allowed, the ghost will come up with ways to punish those who offend her. Look, the guy in the innermost part has been locked up for 5 days. Liu Yi passed by and overheard some of their conversation. One person asked, can this happen offline too? Someone else replied, whether online or offline, players will appear at the same location. As long as the people surrounding them don't move, they'll still be trapped there. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. I won again. Haha, the goddess really is my lucky charm. As long as I play, I win. These words caught Liu Ye's attention and made him listen further. It was too much already. These two sisters were not only beautiful but also extremely powerful. Since the Secret Realm's idol competition opened, they have been winning continuously until now. At this moment, a group of people were cheering and looking up at the tower passionately. She truly is our goddess. I want to marry both of the goddesses. Get lost, she's our goddess. Anyone who dares to have any relationship with her will be killed. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful legs appeared. It was the duo, Nanshu and Liu Yan. Nanshu was level 39, and Liu Yan was level 31. Seeing the two of them, the young men swarmed around, showering them with praise. You two are amazing. Can you give us some pointers so that we can become as strong as you? But Nanshu and Liu Yan waved their hands, denying it. No, you're exaggerating. However, the praises kept coming. There are two types of the most adorable girls in the world. One is beautiful, and the other is strong, and you two are both beautiful and strong. Seeing them, Liu Yai was stunned and secretly gasped. Those were Liu Yan and Nan Chu. Seeing the girls surrounded by a group of men, he was confused, not knowing what was going on. Was their popularity really this high over there? Liu Yan narrowed her eyes and smiled, replying, "Well then, thank you for the compliments, everyone. But if we made a promise, we have to keep it. The winner must give me half. Don't forget to transfer the payment." Immediately, someone shouted, of course. A player named Truckilla walked over to Liu Yai and asked the group, "Are their faces and bodies real, or were they crafted? Or are they just like that?" Someone else replied, "I don't know. Even if they're created in a game, I am still impressed." Meanwhile, a player with peach-colored hair was crying in streams, lamenting, "If reality were like this, it would be so beautiful. But when I think about them getting married and having kids in the future, I can't help but feel envious of the person who gets them." Hearing this, the person beside him rubbed his head in distress. "After hearing you say that, I feel the same way." Suddenly, Truckilla snapped his fingers at Liu Ye, saying, "Think about it. There's no way we could ever have anything to do with girls like that. You agree, right, bro? The only relationship guys like us could have with girls like them is in a dream." Then he turned to Liu Ye, hoping he'd agree. Seeing this, Liu Ye was a little surprised, then squinted his eyes and replied, "That's not exaggerating that much." As he looked at the two girls in the crowd, Truckilla sneered, "Bro, if you call this an exaggeration, then do you live with girls like that every day? You're being pretty fake yourself." On the other side, Liu Yan widened her eyes, seemingly surprised by something. She stepped forward, and when the men saw her walk past, they were startled, exclaiming. Truckilla, however, was still lost in conversation. "Alright, I get how you must feel right now, and how you're starting to look like a chubby guy. Everyone has that mentality." Then he froze, his mouth hanging open and his eyes wide with shock when he saw Liu Yan standing in front of Liu Ye, yelling loudly, "When did you?" Looking at this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. Who is he? Why is the goddess walking up to him? No, it can't be that kind of relationship, right? Impossible, I don't believe it. Video games don't have love, except for meh. On the side, Liu Yai also looked confused. Suddenly, Liu Yan grinned with delight. Seeing this, Kayla looked from one person to the other, suspicious. "Hey, could it be that your brother is really?" Suddenly, Liu Yan jumped up, hugged Liu Ye's neck, and asked, "Are you done with your work?" This scene stunned Liu Yan's gang, who shouted loudly, "Who is he? Damn it, don't think that just because you're hiding your name and rank, you won't cause us trouble. Now we're going to deal with him directly." Suddenly, Liu Yan calling out to him made the whole group freeze, exclaiming, "What? He is?" Then they all looked at the two siblings. Liu Yan, hugging him, shouted loudly, "Our big brother." On the other side, Nanchu received a message. She glanced suspiciously at another corner and stood from afar, watching the crowd. A man bowed his head and reported, "Leicester, they've rejected us again." Hearing this, the girl named Leicester got angry, her fingernails digging into the steel door, cursing, "Those two expletive don't know what's good for them." Grinding her teeth in fury, she ripped a piece of the steel door off and threatened, "If they don't want to cooperate, then don't even think about surviving in the primordial world. Hit someone to surround them." Meanwhile, unaware of this, someone was longing for Liu Yan. She hugged her older brother and squinted her eyes with happiness. Suddenly she sensed killing intent, opened her eyes, and looked displeased in one direction. The place was where the demon Curse and his henchmen were standing. Then, Liu Yan sighed. She finally showed up. Liu Yan recalled the messages she had sent to her. Cooperation is not a loss. Then, we divide 50-50. Be a bit sensible. Cooperation is not a request. It's a notice. You useless thing. Don't make a face like you don't want it. Or else, how can you play in the primordial world? If you've got a little charm, you think you're above everyone. Let me tell you, people like you, we just put on display. Is your mother a dog? Is that why she gave birth to a dog like you? Time passed quickly. Now, Liu Yan thought, wait, am I holding on to Big Brother right now? Then she froze, worried. I hope he didn't think anything strange, Liu Yan thought. Oh no, YM is so naturally graceful. Even my own brother gets mesmerized by me. Meanwhile, Liu Yai was feeling very uncomfortable. He frowned as a group of people marched over with loud footsteps. They were from the Garden of Shadows. Upon seeing them, the young men around Liu Yi stared, their eyes wide with shock as they looked at the girl leading the group. What's going on? Someone muttered. Why is the demoness here? Who is she trying to harass this time? Liu Yai's gaze turned cold as the members of the Garden of Shadows immediately surrounded him, his sister, and Nuan Qiu. His stare was like that of a killer, and with a displeased look, he scrutinized Guy Lei in front of him. Liu Yi took a step forward, raising an arm to shield Liu Yun and Nuan Qiu, placing them behind him. Liu Yun, however, placed a hand on his arm. Confidently she said, "Brother, she's here for me. This is my problem, I can handle it myself." At that moment, Guy Li approached Liu Yun and sneered, "You little bitch. We finally meet. You're going to kneel and beg me, or I'll have you permanently kicked out of the primordial world." Hearing this, Liu He asked, "Nuanshu, what's going on here? Have you too offended her?" Beside him, Nuanshu replied, "She wanted us to collaborate with her to cheat regular players out of their virtual statues. We refused, so she holds a grudge." The members of the Garden of Shadows were just waiting for Guy Li to issue the order to attack. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted loudly, "What do you think you're doing?" Startled, the members of the Garden of Shadows turned around. They had surrounded Liu Yi and his friends, but now all the other players in the area had surrounded them. Seeing this, Liu Yi was slightly surprised. The members in yellow turned to glare at the other players, threatening, "The Garden of Shadows is working here. Get out of the way." At the same time, Guy Li furiously shoved the player. "Do you want to rebel? Daring to touch me means you're touching the Garden of Shadows. You all know the consequences of offending us." Indeed, these words intimidated the people around them. On this side, Liu Yun remained silent for a moment, then curled her lips in contempt. After that, with her eyes brimming with tears and looking unbearably cute, she spoke up. "You don't need to worry about this. It's fine. We can handle it ourselves." Seeing the fake, theatrical expression on his sister's face, Liu Yi was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. The players around them, however, were deeply affected. Suddenly, Nuanshu shouted, "Liu Yun, why are you saying that? She's targeting us because we refused to cooperate. She lost the statue challenge and tried to bribe us, and we rejected her." Noticing Liu Yi's distorted expression, Nuanshu stuck out her tongue, feeling awkward, but still firmly walked over and stood next to Liu Yun. "You clearly offended her for everyone's sake. Now you're saying we don't need to worry about it. Are you trying to play the saint? Don't be foolish like this. Tell them to help." However, Liu Yun stayed in character, replying, "Nuanshu, don't say it like that. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Me, and they are them." Her words caused those around them to start wavering. Meanwhile, the demon, like Guy Li, sneered as she spoke to Liu Yun. "Fool, do you think that just by saying these words, they'll help you? The reputation of the Garden of Shadows won't be diminished by your little act. If they dare to touch me, they're touching the Garden of Shadows." But these words caused a previously hesitant man to suddenly snap to attention, his eyes widening with anger. He then took the lead in calling out to his friends. "This is just a game. The game is meant for us to vent our frustrations. Now our goddess is being bullied because of us, and we're just standing here hesitating, watching her get mistreated. Are we even men?" Hearing that, Guy Li glanced over with suspicion, while Liu Yun smirked with satisfaction. Then the man added, "Not to mention, our young master is also in there. If you don't perform well, how will you face him?" These words left Liu Yi speechless once again, questioning the meaning of lie. Nuanshu, on the other hand, looked at him and covered her mouth, laughing joyfully. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "All right, brothers, let's go." The players tightened the encirclement around the Garden of Shadows, leaving them stammering in fear. "Boss. Sister Guy Li, the situation isn't looking good. We're outnumbered. We should retreat." Seeing this, Guy Li, unwilling to back down, gritted her teeth. "Have you all thought this through? Crossing me means going up against the Garden of Shadows." With that, the surrounding crowd disregarded her warning and cheered. "That old hag, Guy Li. We've disliked her for a long time. Forget about the Garden of Shadows. Brothers, let's encircle them and trap them in the mirror space." After a while, watching the crowd shouting, Liu Yi broke into a cold sweat, feeling dizzy. Meanwhile, someone angrily shouted, "Get out of my way, you bastards." Guy Li was being forced against a wall by two strong young men, cursing in fury. "I'll kill you all." Liu Yi, however, was left stunned and confused, thinking, is this already resolved? Do they not need me to intervene? Inside the mirror space, Liu Yi questioned his sister, "So, you're using the normal players in the secret realm to deal with Guy Li from the Garden of Shadows? If it was just about dealing with her, we could have just lured her into a collapsing secret realm and taken care of it there." But Liu Yun disagreed. "Even if we did that, the players in the statue's secret realm would still be bullied by the Garden of Shadows." She recalled, "When we first arrived here, many players took care of us. We wanted to repay them for their kindness. After spending a long time here, we realized that although the statue's secret realm is said to be controlled by the Garden of Shadows, no force could control this place if the ordinary players cooperated. It's only because of a lack of unity that they're always defeated." It was truly uncomfortable to see. Remembering those who had set aside their fear to help her, Liu Yun added, "So, we took the opportunity of our conflict with the demon faction to try and bring everyone together. The results exceeded our expectations." Next, Nuanshu raised a concern. "But whether we can truly unite them depends on whether we can stand together against the inevitable revenge from the Garden of Shadows. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun propped up her chin and said resolutely, no matter what, the first step is done. Next, we need to continue strengthening our unity. Standing to the side, Liu Ye listened to his sister's sentiments, and thought to himself, having a strong enemy isn't necessarily a bad thing. He wondered if he should pay more attention to her, maybe even train with her. After a moment, he answered himself. Seems like I'm worrying too much. They were standing in the secret realm of the glass statue, where a new breakthrough had occurred. He believed that even without him, his sister could play this game very well and perhaps even create a path different from his own. Liu Yi smiled with pride as he looked around at the people nearby, observing that these players were the pillars of the future world. If Liu Yun could unite them, it would be a great protection for her in the future. He felt that this was a path different from his own, one that he didn't fully understand, but it was also a path filled with boundless potential. Two parallel paths that would occasionally intersect. Do your best, little sister, Liu Yi silently encouraged. At the same time, elsewhere, a group of martial artists from the Garden of Shadows were gathered. A player, curious, asked, what is the second team of the Garden of Shadows doing? Someone else speculated, I heard there's been an incident at the secret realm of the glass statue, and the Garden of Shadows sent them to handle it. Their average level is 45, so it must be something major. At this moment, Liu Yi was leisurely walking out of the secret realm's entrance. He thought that after instructing his sister, the most important thing was for her to protect herself. He had left the secret realm of the glass statue. Suddenly, Liu Yi noticed something ahead. In the courtyard, dozens of people were lined up neatly. He remarked to himself that although these people were 10 levels higher than the players in the glass statue space, this was a safe zone where level didn't necessarily hold an advantage. Clear-headed, he no longer cared and decided to leave. As long as Anne can guide the players within the illusionary realm to resolve this crisis, her popularity will rise dramatically, Liu Yi thought with a smile. It will just be difficult. I'll focus on improving myself in the remaining days. As for my sister's matters, I'm confident she'll handle them well. Suddenly, when things seemed calm, someone shouted, players coming from the secret realm company get killed on sight. No exceptions. Hearing this, Liu Yi was startled and glanced over. At the same time, a group rushed forward with a loud roar. 3 reckless men, taking advantage of their numbers, lunged to attack him. Kid, how dare you ignore us? Kill him. Liu Yi, stunned, didn't quite understand what was going on. Someone yelled, the warning has come. It's here. The people from the Garden of Shadows are killing their way here. Immediately, everyone gasped in surprise. What? At that moment, Gil, seeing the Garden of Shadows' arrival, grinned menacingly, saying, haha, you guys better wait for disaster. Daring to touch me. You're asking for death. Someone asked worriedly, what should we do now? Liu Yan, standing at the forefront, frowned and looked ahead without saying anything. Then she firmly reassured everyone, don't panic. An Shu has already gone to find reinforcements. Her family also has a major guild, and their overall strength is no weaker than the Garden of Shadows. Moreover, the secret realm space is a safe zone. The most important thing here is the number of people. In this regard, we are not afraid of anyone. Hearing that, everyone felt more at ease. That's right, that's absolutely right. As long as we stay united, we're in a protective space and we need not fear any force, but what about in reality? At that moment, Liu Yan shouted for everyone to charge forward. Let's go and negotiate with them. Let the game issues be solved within the game. At the same time, outside the secret realm company, Truck Killa poked his head out, curious why there was no sound. He then froze, his eyes wide with shock. Liu Yan led everyone over, and upon seeing him like this, she asked, what's Killa doing? Just standing there in a daze. She frowned and reassured the group, there's nothing so surprising about this situation right now. Immediately, everyone shouted in unison, that's right, but the next second, Liu Yan and the others were left open-mouthed in sheer horror. The air was filled with precious pearls of different sizes, with large and small question marks hovering over them. The entire courtyard was silent except for Liu Ye, who was standing there holding a sword. Time seemed to stop. Liu Ye remained motionless. Then he turned his head to look. His face filled with utter displeasure. On the other side, Liu Yan stood frozen in shock while the people behind her were stunned, unable to close their mouths. Truck Killa stammered, Liu Ye single-handedly wiped out the reinforcement team from the Garden of Shadows. What followed was a barrage of astonished exclamations. Oh my god, goddess, can we follow you in the future? Goddess, whatever you want us to do, we'll do it. Somewhere in a place out of control, a scene of desolation and ruin. Yuan Ding, the Dean of the Garden of Shadows, level 55, frowned and asked, is everyone dead? A martial artist bowed down 90 and replied, I'm sorry. I didn't think things through. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ding became even more annoyed, his gaze dropping into deep thought. On the other side, the subordinate did not dare to raise his head, trembling all over. Suddenly, Yuan Ding spoke. How about this? You commit suicide to reset your rank, and then rest. He paused, then placed a hand on his mouth in contemplation before raising 2 fingers and saying, "About 20 days. How does that sound?" The subordinate stood there, eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. The people around him began to discuss it. A combatant above level 45 dies, and the punishment is just a rank reset with a 20-day rest. Was this a reward or a punishment? Seeing that he had not responded for a long time, Yuan Ding asked again, "Why? Don't you agree?" Immediately the subordinate wiped away his tears, stood upright, and replied, "No, thank you, headmaster, thank you." Suddenly Yuan Ding patted his shoulder, smiling as he almost ordered, "Go rest, then come back here. We'll arrange your new tasks then." After that, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "What about that player? Do we have any specific information about them?" Someone spoke up. "We've investigated and found that person has connections with the New Order." The martial artist continued, "In the past 7 days, he has been in a team with the president of the New Order in the secret realm. When we tried to continue investigating, the president of the New Order blocked us." Hearing this, Yuan Ding furrowed his brows in discomfort, thinking, "Is he from Boiling Rage?" Then Yuan Ding silently analyzed. It seems Boiling Rage has already obtained more than 10 of the calculation power, and that calculation power is likely on that player. If not, they wouldn't have such strong combat power. He then, with a look of displeasure and calculation, thought, did Boiling Rage intentionally place the calculation power on that person, or is there another reason? But quickly, Yuan Ding smiled indifferently, silently telling himself, never mind. Since he's from Boiling Rage, if he's not recalled, he'll definitely be sent to the collapse zone. At that point, killing him won't be considered a violation of the rule against attacking each other. With a fierce look in his eyes, Yuan Ding put on a sinister smile, calculating in his mind. And if Boiling Rage has already killed him to recall them by then, everything can be blamed on Boiling Rage. At the same time, in the western part of the out of control zone, the white-handed Shield of Valor, president of Asylum Authority at level 56, was sitting with a furrowed brow, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the same zone, the guardian of the Cloud Palace, head of the Scripture Pavilion at level 55, appeared quite delighted. Outside the Secret Realm Company, Liu Yai was giving a few parting words. "No problem at all. Just take good care of my younger sister. That's all I ask. If you ever run into any trouble, I'll definitely come to help. Now, don't see me off anymore. I'm off to upgrade my gear." "Really, no need to see me off." Liu Yai raised his arm to cover his face and said, "That's a bit too enthusiastic." Then he turned to leave, ignoring the cheering and encouragement behind him, quietly reflecting to himself. He had only barely managed to defeat them, yet they were acting like he was invincible. Still, he felt a bit smug, happily thinking to himself that this excuse had earned him 100 level 45 precious pearls and equipment. Looking at the final stats on the screen, Liu Yai began to calculate. He wasn't sure how many secret realm of essence items he'd receive after opening and breaking them down. Then, jumping with joy, he congratulated himself. It was an unexpected windfall that eased his worries about the secret realm of essence. He grinned widely, satisfied, and walked off with squinting eyes and a spring in his step, unaware that someone was watching him from the side. Snap, Liu Yai paused in surprise. Had he sensed something? Off to the side, the president of the New Order leaned casually against the wall with his arms crossed and spoke. "Are you really not going to talk at all? It's about why I've been so fixated on the cognitive power limitation barrier." Hearing that, Liu Yi stopped in his tracks. He glanced toward the source of the voice, then turned around to face the president of the New Order. A moment later, at the Mu Tea House, Boiling Rage sat opposite Liu Ye and said, "You've tamed the Mecha's control power, haven't you? I think you've already guessed it. The reason I am here in the uncontrollable zone is to acquire it." He then candidly added, "And the reason I am so stubborn about getting it is because it's the key to entering the collapse zone." Upon hearing this, Liu Yi silently wondered, the collapse zone. He remembered in his previous life when the primordial world descended, several major guilds teamed up to organize an expedition to explore the collapse zone, but none of them survived to return. From that point on, the reputation of the collapse zone spread. Boiling Rage smiled and continued, "The collapse zone conceals the power that controls the primordial world." These words stunned Liu Ye, and he subconsciously thought, power. What does that mean? But on the outside, he remained calm. Liu Ye rested his chin on his hand and scrutinized him, saying, "Haha, don't you find it ridiculous? Do you really think you can just casually tell me such important information?" Boiling Rage was even more skilled. He clenched his fist and confirmed, "You don't refute me. Yet you laugh as though I'm making a joke about the control power of the primordial world." This caused Liu Yi to widen his eyes in shock. On the other side, Boiling Rage interlocked his fingers, covering his mouth as he added, "Normally, the control of a game should be in the hands of the company that created it, not within the game itself. Yet, you seem to think this is important information." He then revealed his insight about Liu Yi. It looks like you're one of the few who knows the truth. So, I don't need to mince words anymore. But these words made it impossible for Liu Ye to pretend any longer, and he frowned in anger. At the Mu Tea house, the president of the new order spoke up. You can choose to believe it or not, but this is the truth. The reason I'm telling you this is because I hope to invite you again to join my team and fight for this power. I need your strength. Do you agree? Sitting across from him, Liu Ye just stared at him in silence. After a long pause, he gave a cold smile and replied, "Ha. Then in the end, you'll fight with me for that power once again." Liu Ye sneered, "Are you joking?" However, the president of the new order lowered his head and shook it, explaining, "No, this time it's not about the secret realm's power, but about exploring the collapsed zone together. It definitely won't be like the desperate situation we had before." Then he raised 3 fingers and clarified, "Moreover, in order to enter the collapsed zone, one must have at least 5 of the power authority. Therefore, the final team, including yourself, can have 3 to 4 members at most, and 3 would be ideal. Given our current strength, it's more likely that we are the ones who are not looking for a fight." These words made Liu Ye pause and think. After a while, he spoke. "Regarding the authority, I hope we can come to an understanding." Upon hearing this, the president of the new order immediately agreed. "Of course. That will also depend on your decision," he added. "But whether this is even possible depends on if it can obtain the power control authority in the uncontrollable zone in the next few days." The president then stated seriously, "If it can't obtain it, everything I've said is meaningless. This should also prove that I don't want to be hostile with you anymore. If I really wanted to harm you, I would be doing everything in my power to invite you to the uncontrollable zone with us right now." Hearing this, Liu Ye remained silent, observing the confidence and composure of the man sitting opposite him. Suddenly, the president of the new order stood up. "So, you don't need to answer me right now. You still have a few days. Think it through carefully," he continued. "I'll go to the uncontrollable zone to obtain the power control authority first." Liu Ye watched him leave with a thoughtful expression on his face. He stayed seated until the president had reached the door, silently analyzing. "In my previous life, no one survived when probing the collapsed zone. Is it really true that no one survived? Or has someone succeeded and gained that power?" He frowned, thinking deeply, then quietly came up with a possibility, a way to control the primordial world's descent into reality, only to be frightened by his own reasoning. He then reassured himself. "Don't think too much. A dangerous place like that is not something I should go to. My most important goal right now is to preserve my strength and wait for the primordial world's descent." After spending some time at the equipment store and manufacturing shop, Liu Ye entered his personal workshop anxiously, a somewhat guilty look on his face. The first time he came here, he was supposed to meet his sister. The second time, he was stopped by people from the Garden of Shadows. The third time, his visit was interrupted by the president of the new order. Surely this time, no one will stop me, right? Suddenly, an announcement startled him. With a twisted face, he stammered, "A message." He realized the ding sound came from room 72, not his intended room, 71. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, and entered the room. A little later, the system screen displayed his information. Essence of Secret Realm, 15,320. Looking at the data, Liu Ye thought, for equipment above level 50, additional conditional stats can be added. He frowned unhappily, silently complaining. For every 10 levels, each piece of equipment can add 1 more condition. This was something I hadn't thought of before. He then scratched his head and criticized himself. Once again, my shallow gaming experience from my past life has proven to be a blind spot. He then mentally calculated. Right now, I still have 9 pieces of equipment that need to be upgraded to level 50, which means I need 6,300 Essence of Secret Realm. There are also 9 pieces of equipment that need additional conditions. My linked combat gear, though it's 1 piece, occupies 2 slots and requires double the amount of essence to upgrade, allowing for up to 3 conditions. So if I want all my level 50 equipment to have additional conditions, aside from the 2 conditional beads I have, I still need another 9,000 essence. Liu Ye propped a hand on his hip, looking at the screen. Considering how he could wear level 60 equipment with the help of the arcane load-bearing mechanism, he muttered and calculated again. If I want to upgrade all the equipment to level 60, and then add 1 more condition to each piece, I'll need 26,200 essence of Secret Realm. He pondered for a moment. Fortunately, the people from the Garden of Shadows gave me a batch of equipment. Otherwise, even getting my gear to level 60 would have been out of reach, let alone enhancing it further. He then decided to check how much essence he could get from their gear and initiated the deconstruction process. After a moment, the system announced the deconstruction was complete. Looking at the 100 new equipment slots now filled, Liu Ye was puzzled. What kind of garbage gear is this? Not only are they all self-made, but they also primarily add strength, speed, and physique. Couldn't they have given a bit more pure intelligence? Without hesitation, he ordered, deconstruct all of them. System, equipment deconstructed. You have obtained 33,542 essence of secret realm. Seeing this large number, Liu Yai propped his hands on the table, excited. This is enough. Tears welled up in his eyes and he said emotionally, thank you, Garden of Shadows. He then proceeded to the next step. Now it's time to enhance, starting by upgrading the equipment to level 60. The system displayed his newly upgraded gear, headband of mental equilibrium, defense 90, resistance 30, intelligence 24, intelligence 22, strength 22, intelligence 33. Wear level 60 necklace of the guardian deity, defense 90, resistance 30, intelligence 25, physique 20. Wear level 60 special outfit, extreme intellect acceleration special innerwear, ultimate ice silk boots of relentless intellect light gauntlets of radical intelligence dual control earrings of wisdom 2, all stat combo effect 40 badge of extreme intellect arc blade of extreme intellect, attack power 960, strength 30, intelligence 30. Extreme intellect sidearm, attack power 900, intelligence 120. Skill enemy insight, attack damage is tripled or causes a stun. Revolver ammo automatically reloads every 7.5 seconds. Imperial Soul, Ming Snakeware level, 16x, his player information was updated, player, Liu Yai level, 57 11 24 1,100,000 exp attack power, 2512 defense, 1384 resistance, 303 strength, 163 agility, 170 physique, 214 intelligence, 1630 perception, 147 attributes are redistributable total health, 8,560 total knowledge strength, 6,520 system. Your intelligence attribute has reached 1,000. The way of intelligence has increased by 1, granting the skill concentration of intelligence. Concentration of intelligence, restores 50 of knowledge strength over 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Finally the system displayed his current titles and skills, titles, Reincarnator, Desperate Situation Reverser, Weapon Master, Elite Warrior. Skills, Life Restoration, Repair, Blessing, Binding, Stagnant State, Setup, Structure, Power Condensation. Combat Power, 129.9 currently being disturbed by an unclear factor. Taking in all the data, Liu Ye looked at his hands, his eyes filled with tears, and he sighed. It's so strong. Compared to my attributes at level 100. In my previous life, this is truly powerful. Liu Yai wiped away his tears of happiness and regained his determined demeanor. The next step was to adjust the conditional attributes on his gear. After a few seconds, he hesitated. How do I adjust this? Should I just reroll the conditions, or can I use the structure skill? He ordered the system. Use structure on the orb, changing it from a random condition to a designated one. System, successfully modified. Duration, 11 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. He then requested, wait for the setup skill to reset. System, skill cooldown is not clear. Unable to reset. Upon hearing this, Liu Yai held the orb and silently remarked, a 2-hour cooldown, and I can't even use the setup skill to reset it. If I want to change all my equipment to designated conditions, it will take 2 full days and nights. After that, he put the orb away. He accepted the situation, realizing he would just have to take his time with it. Suddenly, the system reported, system, cooldown condition has been successfully reset. The cooldown for all skills has been reduced by 5. Maximum cooldown reduction is 50. Liu Yi stepped outside, thinking that during the cooldown periods, he would join a team to grind levels. As he walked, the system displayed the full name of his weapon. Equipped, Extreme Intellect Sidearm Imperial Soul. Ming Snake level 60. After a while at the team formation square, Liu Yai collapsed onto the floor, propping himself up on his hands and sighed, oh my god, I never expected this situation. He held his head in his hands, his eyes wide open, and muttered to himself, the team for grinding levels in the secret realm must be at least 5 people, and the level gap cannot exceed 10 levels. Right now, the average level of players in the primordial world is 40, and the highest is only 43. He clenched his fist and tilted his head back, shouting loudly, my level is already too high, time is flying by too quickly. Liu Ye slumped into a chair and sighed. Oh, what should I do next? Should I wait for the regular players to level up to 47? How many more days will it take before the primordial world descends? He muttered to himself. If I wait for them, won't those 10 or so days be a waste? What about forming a team with members from the Central Guild? Then he recalled the words of the president of the New Order, who had spoken of the collapse zone and the hidden control of the primordial world, and he grew even more worried. If a player can gain control of the game through the game itself, does that mean this player is a top-tier player? Liu Yi sat up straight, his eyes fixed ahead, deep in thought. He found it hard to think, it was just too dangerous now. Once again, he reconsidered his plan. His most important goal was to preserve his strength and reinforce his advantage. If the strategy for the collapse zone failed, then his current advantage would be completely gone. Frowning, he made up his mind. I can't take such a risk. The more he thought about it, the more exhausted he became. He held his head and groaned. Liu Ye pouted and quietly asked himself, is there anything that can make me immune to death just once? If so, then I dare to go. He leaned his head back against the chair, his expression doubtful. Immune to death. The Pearl of Return. Then he glanced to the side, his gaze landing on a distant place. That is the high-rise tower. At the same time, the system provided information. Pearl of Return records the player's data. When a player dies, the sacred jewel will shatter. The player will respawn at the location of the sacred jewel, and their status will be restored to the last saved point. Any items obtained will be locked. Hearing this, Liu Ye thought, if I could get it. He glanced to the side, silently calculating. Then I could try the collapse zone. He then considered that the two major goals before the primordial world's descent were already accomplished with his level 60 equipment. He clenched his fist, happily thinking, I'll bet the remaining secret realm essence on this. Even if I lose, it won't hurt too much. If I win, I might even get enough secret realm essence to upgrade to level 70. After that, he stood up and left, determined. Once I say I'm going. A moment later, he stood in front of the company's entrance, before the towering secret realm division's high-rise. He looked at the layers of the tower, and muttered to himself, the tower has a total of 21 floors. Each floor will produce a guardian who will model itself after the challenger. At the same time, one of its attributes will reach its maximum value. The purpose of the tower is to assess the player's level. Therefore, when challenging the tower, the player must ascend from the first floor to the top. During this process, there is no rest, no recovery, and only one chance to use the full power. Clearing the 21st floor will earn the tower's final reward. Thinking about the highest floor, Liu Ye thought, the Pearl of Return is part of the final reward of the tower. In one corner of the tower, the ranking board of the tower's power level listed the top 13 positions. First place was Bei, level 53, with a power level of 13 floors. Second place belonged to Mission, level 53, also with a power level of 13 floors. Following them were various other player names. Suddenly, someone shouted, It's starting. The challenge to the tower is about to begin. Will Bei maintain his lead this time, or will Mission surpass Bei and reclaim the title of the highest tower challenger? Hearing this, Bei, level 53 from the Asylum Authority Guild, coldly thought to himself, at this moment, my mind must be as calm as water, or else my energy will dissipate. Meanwhile, the player Mission, level 53 from the Scripture Pavilion Guild, was incredibly excited, grinning widely and shouting loudly, breaking through the cursed realm is the mission of a man. Mission will definitely break the record I set in the high tower. Seeing his opponent like this, Bei rubbed his forehead and sighed inwardly. How embarrassing. Liu Ye, standing some distance away from the arena, watched the two and thought, the high tower opens every 8 hours, and the timing is perfect now. A few more minutes and the next challenge round will begin. Haze was determined as he quietly encouraged himself. Let's go. Around the arena, everyone watched as Bei and Mission stood in the center, preparing their energy for the high tower, while commenting enthusiastically. A top-tier player is here. Their aura is really powerful. Exactly. As soon as we knew they were going to challenge the high tower, all the other players stopped their challenges to make way for them. You can see the rankings, can't you? Apart from Bei and Mission, no one has passed the 7th floor. Nearby, 3 people were gossiping. No one has passed the 7th floor. You're saying most players are stuck on the 6th floor. The 7th floor has a freakish guardian. How can there be a 14th floor? What could possibly be stopping Bei and Mission? Suddenly, Liu Ye stepped onto the arena. Upon seeing him, both Bei and Mission were startled. Meanwhile, the onlookers had another round of gossiping. What's going on? Why is someone joining Bei and Mission to challenge the high tower? Is he trying to ride on their coattails for fame? Or is he just an idiot newbie? Look at how he's hiding his level. His gear isn't impressive either. Is he clueless or what? Bei silently assessed, daring to challenge the high tower with us. They have guts. Meanwhile, Mission cheerfully patted Liu Ye on the shoulder and said, having someone chase after us helps push us to improve. Thank you, my brother. Hearing this, Liu Ye narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. But in his mind, he didn't think much of them. In fact, these two seemed to be ranked 6th and 7th in his previous life. He remembered that Baoju's return was also their doing. Suddenly, a broadcast sounded. The challenge for the high tower is about to begin. Immediately, Liu Ye switched to alert mode, thinking, it's starting. Then all 3 of them were pulled into the strategy battle for the high tower. Everyone immediately shouted, it's starting. Let's go check the live rankings. At the same time, 2 individuals, one with platinum hair, the other with green hair, looked toward the arena. The platinum-haired one stuttered, I am not seeing things, am I? The green-haired one widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Definitely not." Then the two exchanged a glance of disbelief before both of them immediately sprinted off, shouting, "We can't miss this chance." Their eyes shining with excitement, they jumped up and yelled loudly, "The betting table is open. It's open. Bay, mission, and the unknown new player, new and old, a showdown. Who will climb higher in the high tower? The odds are fixed. System notification, the challenge of the high tower has begun. All skills are waiting for recovery to 100. Usable skills include, overarching vitality, repair, blessing, binding, stagnant state, reset, and condensing willpower. System notification, structural skills cannot be restored if disturbed by unknown factors. The cooldown for the structure is 1 hour and 20 minutes. System prompt, please choose to subtract from the secret realm of essence with the following rates, 10, 20, 100. Among them, Liu Yi chose 100. System confirmation, 7,344 secret realm of essence has been subtracted. The high tower strategy rewards accumulate 3,672 for each floor. If the challenge fails, the reward will be nullified. Simultaneously, Liu Yi was transferred to the starting point of the high tower challenge. He stood at a considerable distance from the Guardian. The Guardian was clad in white with a few orange accents. This was the Guardian of the first floor, level 57, specializing in basic defense without any specialized attributes or special skills. Liu Yi, dressed in black with a few orange details, sighed heavily. Am I too confident in this lie? All I know is that the Pearl of Return is here, but I don't understand the rules of this place. And now I've used up all the secret realm essence just by arriving. He drew the sword from his back and resolutely said, but this kind of confidence of mine isn't new. On the other side, the Guardian, wielding a sword and dressed in Liu Yi's attire, stood ready. Liu Yi charged forward to attack. He thought, I can't just go through the motions. Where's my will to win? He raised his sword to block the guard's attack, sighing as he said, without ambition, how can one break through difficulties? He then struck the guard's chest with his palm. A damage number appeared, 1936. Liu Yi furrowed his brows, his gaze cold and sharp. 1936. That seems to be my maximum damage, he thought. What is this? A specialized defense weakness. Elsewhere, in the main hall of the Mission Tower's challenge area, the power ranking list updated. The number 1 spot was Mission, the second was Bei, and the third was Liu Yi. Upon seeing this, a stunned passerby commented, Bei and Mission are incredible. They've already reached the 3rd floor in an instant. Another passerby exclaimed, of course, otherwise, why would the high tower be called the final barrier for players? If not for them, there wouldn't be anyone even close to breaking through the 7th stage. The high tower ranking is nothing but a humiliation for us. Haha, the first passerby laughed to himself. I heard that Mission's strength has been greatly enhanced for some reason. He's a lock for breaking through to the 14th floor this time. He then triumphantly held up a golden medal. I've been collecting medals for this very moment. When Mission breaks through to the 14th floor, I'll flash this medal and join the scripture pavilion right in front of everyone, claiming Mission and I are from the same guild. Wouldn't that be impressive? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Meanwhile, sitting in a corner, Gangzai checked the virtual computer screen while his blue-haired companion anxiously held his head. Do you think what we're doing is too risky? The blue-haired man asked. Gangzai looked at the screen and reassured him. Since Liu Yi had the courage to enter the arena, there must be many players confident in his real strength. He then patted his companion on the shoulder. Don't worry. Bei and Mission are senior members of the 2 largest guilds, the Refuge and the Scripture Pavilion. With their guild's resources, their levels are more than 10 levels higher than ordinary players like us. Liu Yi doesn't have any guild emblem. In the current game, a guildless player is at most level 40. Gangzai continued, level 40 versus level 50. Figure it out for yourself. Almost no one could imagine Liu Yi defeating Bei and Mission. Despite this, the blue-haired man still felt uneasy. But what if he really is only level 40? Yes, what if he is? Gangzai responded. Then both of them stared at the screen in shock. It showed that Liu Yi had attracted bets totaling 324, while Bei and Mission had a staggering 1,221,340. The number made both of them turn pale, sweat dripping down their faces. We have to trust Liu Yi, they mumbled. At that moment, in the high tower, Liu Yi was continuing his climb. System, defense specialist defeated. Accumulated reward, 3,672 quickly, he struck off the head of a strength-focused enemy. System, strength specialist defeated. Accumulated reward, 7,344 a moment later, the system notifications came in non-stop. System, endurance specialist defeated. Accumulated reward, 11,016 system, speed specialist defeated. Accumulated reward, 18,360 system, willpower specialist defeated. Accumulated reward, 18,360 at present. Liu Yai was standing on the 7th floor of the tower, his health and mental energy still at full capacity. After standing still for a while, he silently remarked, "Too easy. I can't even feel what the specialization is supposed to be. My level is simply too high for this." He then considered a seemingly reasonable idea. Maybe the tower's guardians are all set up based on the player's own attributes. In front of him stood the guardian of the 7th floor, level 57, with full attribute specialization. Seeing this, Liu Yai's doubts grew. Since my primary attribute is intelligence, this might be why the specialized defenses feel weak. Liu Yi stood facing the guardian, not even bothering to get into a battle stance. After a long while, he finally smirked and raised his sword forward. If that's the case, then this will be perfect. The guardian, wearing a mask with the number 7, emanated a white aura and ready for battle. Suddenly, it leaped up, vanishing on the spot, and swung a mighty sword strike in a parabolic arc towards Liu Yai. Even as it attacked, Liu Yai was still lost in thought. If my guess is correct, and all of its attributes are based on my own, then its stats are simply twice as strong as mine. Even considering the additional stats from my titles and authority, it should still be far more powerful than a normal player. Confident, he raised his sword and taunted the boss. The tower's height isn't impressive at all. At the same time, a player in heavy armor pointed at the ranking board and shouted in surprise, "Look, Liu Yai's rank is climbing. He cleared 6 floors in one go and is now challenging the 7th. Upon hearing this, bystanders widened their eyes in astonishment. Could he actually surpass Bei in mission? Who is this Liu Yai? Where did he come from? Another wondered aloud. Then a skeptic yelled out, "What's all the noise about? Reaching the 7th floor is nothing special. What really matters is the boss on the 7th floor. That's not something an ordinary player can handle. The boss has every attribute 3 times stronger than ours. Unless you're a core member of a major guild with some hidden strength, there's no way to defeat it. It's very clear he doesn't have a guild logo. He's just an ordinary player. There's no way he'll get through." At this moment, the high tower's power ranking showed that Mission First and Bei Second were both fighting on the 8th floor, while Liu Yai Third was on the 7th floor. Suddenly the number 7 next to Liu Yai's name faded, and then changed to 8. Seeing this, the crowd went silent. The skeptic's eyes went wide, his mouth hanging open in disbelief, completely stunned. On the 8th floor of the high tower, the gatekeeper was a speed specialist. It held a sword, ready to face the challenger. Liu Yai charged forward to attack, but the gatekeeper dodged, which surprised him. "Ah," a sharp voice shouted. The gatekeeper appeared behind Liu Yai, slashing him in the back and dealing 1870 damage. Liu Yai quickly turned and retaliated, using a flurry of sword strikes. Every strike hit, continuously reducing the gatekeeper's health. Finally, the system announcement sounded as the gatekeeper disappeared. System, speed specialist defeated. Accumulated reward, 47,736. Liu Yai stood still, analyzing the fight. Its speed was roughly double that of the guardian on the 7th floor. So with each floor, the gatekeeper's attributes double. He smirked as the system informed him, "System, transmitting to the 9th floor of the high tower. Next." "I must be steadier," Liu Yai encouraged himself. "The monsters of the high tower are finally starting to put some pressure on me when I'm not using any blessings." At this moment, the high tower ranking changed again. Mission and Bei were now on the 11th floor, while Liu Yai was on the 9th. After that, the rankings updated twice more, with Liu Yai always trailing just behind the other 2. However, when the list updated to show the 14th floor, all 3 names were present. Upon seeing this, the onlookers were stunned. Their progress is the same now. Where did this Liu Yai come from? With no guild background, he's able to stand alongside Bei and Mission, one of the onlookers remarked. Suddenly, a stubborn player scoffed. Although Liu Yai caught up, Bei and Mission are elite players nurtured by major guilds. He's just a regular player. He can't surpass them. Another player rebuked him. "You're underestimating him too much." He then sneered. "Guilds have members and resources, but true strength is what matters in the tower. And intelligence, allowing them to develop their members quickly. What do regular players have? Loneliness." Seeing this, another player, unhappy with the sentiment, questioned, "You're also a regular player. Don't belittle yourself. Mission and Bei are indeed strong, but there's no need to spread rumors about guild members being so superior." Immediately, others chimed in, "Exactly." However, the first player raised a medal and proudly declared, "Sorry, I just became a member of Mission's guild. We, the members of the Scripture Pavilion, cannot be looked down upon by regular players." He felt a slight unease, a sense that something wasn't quite right, so he decided to keep up the act for a while longer. Suddenly, someone asked, "How many times have they challenged the high tower?" "The bottom 2 floors are marked." The person continued, "It must be more than 20 times by now. As long as the guild doesn't act collectively, I'll keep coming here. Defeat isn't a true death penalty in the primordial world. it just costs you secret realm essence. The floor suddenly shattered. The player continued speaking, with the equipment provided by the guild, secret realm essence is nothing but a meaningless string of numbers to me. He muttered, but as for the high tower, it started as just a trial, then it turned into a provocation. In the end, I realized that I had to focus all my strength here. Mission's eyes gleamed with a violet light and he clenched his fists in determination. He reassured himself, thanks to the collective power of the guild, with each challenge and each failure, I finally managed to reach this point. The number on the wall clearly displayed 14. Mission muttered, I failed here 7 times. This time finally. Once again a huge explosion sent debris flying across the floor. After a while, Mission watched as the guardian of the level slowly disappeared. At the same time, the system announced, secondary attribute specialization resolve. Secret realm essence reward accumulated x2. Current accumulated or 36 secret realm essence. The number 14 flashed before Mission's eyes and he exclaimed, I finally won. His eyes filled with tears as he said emotionally, it's so hard. Really so hard. He tilted his head back to stop the tears from falling and with deep emotion added, at this moment, I really want to cry. Outside, the leaderboard had changed again. Mission was now on floor 15. Bei and Liu Yai were still on floor 14. Immediately, a scripture pavilion supporter pointed excitedly. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the strength of our scripture pavilion members. Haha, level 14 cleared. Then he stood in the middle of the hall, raised both hands to the sky, and shouted loudly, while most players can't even conquer level 7, we at Scripture Pavilion have already broken through level 14. Scripture Pavilion forever. However, those around him sneered. How disgusting. They couldn't refute him, but they still felt uncomfortable. After shouting, the supporter grinned with satisfaction, thinking, so satisfying. On the other side, an opposing spectator folded his arms, annoyed. Alright, look, even Liu Yai got to level 14. These 2 guild players are nothing special. But then the Scripture Pavilion supporter looked up at the leaderboard in shock. Liu Yai had also reached floor 15. Someone mentioned that only Bei was left. Seeing this, the supporter smirked. It's just a final push. Watch, he'll be taken down next. In his mind, however, he felt a bit worried. Why do I feel like the players from Mission and Bei's guilds are becoming less and less reliable? Should I switch when hyping up? Otherwise, won't I look really bad when the time comes? A moment later, in the midst of his own battle, Liu Yi stood and watched as the guardian of floor 14 fell to the ground, slowly disappearing. The system then notified, all attributes have been enhanced to completion. Liu Yi's status is fully restored. Health is full. Knowledge strength, 758, 1150. As he glanced at the new information, he quietly commented to himself, pure attribute enhancement is getting too simple now. Suddenly the system sent another notification, second tier all, attribute specialization result. Secret realm essence accumulated rewards doubled. Current accumulated reward, 132,192 secret realm essence. At that moment, Liu Yai happily thought to himself, if this trend continues and I successfully challenge the higher floors of the tower, the rewards I get might reach nearly 300,000. Then he clenched his fist in excitement and said, with a weight reduction, I can definitely equip the full set of level 70 attributes, maybe even 80 or 90. This gives me even more motivation. This time I really have to push myself. Not only for the Pearl of Return but also to have enough secret realm essence to continue enhancing my equipment. Next, the system announced, teleportation to the 15th floor of the tower has begun. On the other side, Mission was also teleported. He looked at his hand, assessed the situation, and thought, this time, not only will I win, but my condition has never been better. Still at 30 health. He then calculated, considering the direction of the burst, deciding to sell detonate for maximum effect. The less health, the higher the damage, the less mental strength, the higher the burst. He clenched his fist and confidently said, with this state, I can keep pushing through the higher levels. In the end, Bei, it's still me who wins. At the same time, the system announced that he had reached the 15th floor of the tower. Mission stepped onto the floor with a relaxed mindset. He smirked, exuding complete confidence. I am the number 1 of the tower. Facing Mission was the guardian of the 15th floor, level 53, with a level 3 pure defense build. Special skills, burst attack power, health exchange, and fortress. Seeing this, Mission was puzzled. With over 1,000 in attributes, he should have specialized skills related to those attributes. And yet there are 3 different ones. Because his specialization is defense, does this mean he has enhanced strength and physique as well? That also means his strength and physical attributes are both over 1,000 now. Mission couldn't understand this battle. Looking at the system notification that the challenge would begin in 5 minutes, he said, I won't be intimidated. Then he took his stance, clenching his fist and declaring, no matter what, as the number 1 of the tower, I cannot be cowardly. Even if I lose, I will fight until the very end. On the other side, the guardian of the floor also assumed the same stance. Mission reassured himself. Besides, he only has stronger physical strength attributes than me. Then both sides jumped into action, disappearing from their spots. Mission confidently said, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. He gritted his teeth resolutely and attacked the guardian. But in the blink of an eye, the guardian's bastion skill combined with burst attack power, health exchange, and fortress knocked Mission away. Moments later, the system announced, "You have died. Tower challenge failed." Seeing this, he was confused. How was it killed in just a minute? In the auditorium, the players watching the tower climb were stunned. Mission is dead, he failed, falling on floor 15. But Bei has successfully broken through from floor 14 to floor 15. I wonder how long Bei can last. Will he fall like Mission? At this moment on the leaderboard, Mission, Bei, and Liu Yai were all on floor 15. Seeing this, the curious crowd continued to update the new records. Meanwhile, a bystander glanced over and sarcastically remarked, "Haha, is this the strength of Scripture Pavilion?" The supporter from before pretended to go crazy, holding up a new medal that would grant entry into the Asylum Authority, and shouted loudly, I just took the wrong medal. Our guild is now the Asylum Authority." Then he scratched his head and said, "How could I forget that?" This left those around him speechless. He wiped his sweat and thought to himself, "Thankfully, I still have the Asylum Authority guild badge." "Bei, come on, I told you the members of our guild are awesome. Don't fall, at least you should make it to floor 16, one floor higher than Liu Yi." Meanwhile on floor 15 of the tower, Liu Yi was fighting fiercely against the guardian. As he swung his sword, the guardian immediately blocked the strike with its own blade. Guardian of floor 15, level 57, endurance focused level 3. Special skill, health exchange, consumes 5 of health, but recovers 20 of health over 10 seconds. Recovery can be cancelled. Seeing this, Liu Yi was puzzled. Didn't it say it could be cancelled? Why, after attacking it for almost 2 minutes, can it still not stop it from recovering health? Currently, the guardian had a continuous health regeneration of 800. It swung its sword, but Liu Yi managed to jump up and evade it. Could it be that I need to destroy something under special conditions? Liu Yi thought. But what conditions? At the same time, he jumped back 3 or 4 steps, trying to increase the distance between him and his opponent. The timer showed 2 minutes and 29 seconds remaining. Seeing this, Liu Yi furrowed his brows and silently calculated. With the guardian's current power far surpassing his own health, 2 minutes would not be enough to kill it. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with determination. I have no choice but to use a blessing, and a powerful one at that. System, knowledge strength consumed, 2000. Total attribute points increased by 1000. On the 15th floor of the high tower, Bei had just been teleported in. His status was, health 6,037,400, knowledge strength 7,170. He sighed, brushing off his thoughts and standing still. My current status is still acceptable, he pondered. I've barely used any energy. From here on, I just need to fight steady. Breaking through a few more floors shouldn't be a problem. As for clearing the whole tower, I don't expect that. The guardian of the 15th floor was a level 53, strength-focused, 3rd-tier class, specializing in an explosive attack skill. Its explosive attack doubled with each consecutive strike, but the attack after that was reduced by half. It had no consumption cost, and no cooldown. Both of them simultaneously assumed a combat stance. System, challenge has begun. Time limit, 5 minutes. Bei reasoned that he couldn't afford to take the explosive attacks head-on. Additionally, with only 5 minutes, he couldn't slowly wear it down like before. Suddenly, he leaped up, disappearing in place. Bei swung his sword, creating a streak of light. I have to use all my strength, he told himself. Meanwhile, on another 15th floor, Liu Yi was sweating and gasping for breath. His health was down by 30, and his knowledge strength was at 5,585,000. He looked at the guardian lying on the ground, about to fade away, and whispered his analysis. So that's how it is. My speed wasn't enough before. In order to interrupt its health regeneration, I needed to hit it 3 times within a minute to sever the recovery effect. Liu Yi furrowed his brow. Is this skill related to the physique attributes of breakthrough? Do players have to comprehend these skills themselves? It's similar to how the intelligence attributes of breakthrough works with condensed force. The strength, speed, and perception attributes must have something similar. After the breakthrough, they must learn specialized skills. He then remembered clearly, it seems that after this, I can't just increase my intelligence. All attributes must be raised to over 1000 first. It's a pity that the enhancement from blessings can't grant these kinds of skills. Suddenly the system announced, System, endurance focused, 3rd-tier guardian defeated. Accumulated reward, 135,860 Essence of Secret Realm. System, accumulated. Reward, heavy fist dual physique. One seeing this, Liu Yi was stunned. What? He exclaimed, staring at the system board in confusion. The 15th floor has started giving accumulated rewards. And there's even a permanent stat increase. Can this high tower be challenged again? But the system did not respond, only indicating, system, teleportation has been activated. Destination, 16th floor. The state of enhanced blessing has been dispelled. At the same time, someone in the main hall shouted loudly, he did it. The onlookers' mouths were agape as they exclaimed in amazement. Liu Yi has successfully reached the 15th floor, now he's advancing to the 16th, so cool, a true idol. Where did this god-tier player come from? The murmurs of discussion kept echoing. One bystander said with a smile, guild elites aren't enough. It still depends on regular players like us. Another bystander, however, frowned and clenched his teeth in frustration. On the leaderboard, Bei was still on the 15th floor while Liu Yi had already reached the 16th. Moments later, both of their names were listed on the 16th floor. Immediately, the second bystander pointed triumphantly. See, Bei has also made it to the 16th floor. This is the strength of a guild elite. He then continued to mock, a temporary victory doesn't prove anything. It all depends on the final result. The leaderboard showed both Bei and Liu Yi on the 16th floor, but in the blink of an eye, Bei's name was crossed out, indicating his attempt had failed. This left the second bystander wide-eyed and stunned. Nearby, a girl wondered aloud, what happened? How did Bei fail right after reaching the 16th floor? Suddenly, 2 gold medals were thrown to the ground, accompanied by curses. Damn guild lackeys, the second bystander, furious, threw the 2 medals down. He arrogantly raised both hands, shouting loudly, the coolest person in this world is still the regular player. This made those around him freeze in surprise. Then he started jumping up and down, cheering, Liu Yi, go for it. Liu Yi is the champion. Seeing this, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Someone spoke up, boss, can you stop changing allegiances so quickly? 1 minute ago on the 16th floor of the tower, Bei was gasping for breath. The system notified him of his status, D537,400, willpower 115 He sweated profusely, gritting his teeth. That was tough. I nearly died on the 15th floor. Fortunately, its offensive power was temporarily weakened after its burst attack. Thanks to that, I barely cleared it. Now, Bei looked at the boss on the 16th floor, and muttered to himself, with my current condition, I'll probably only be able to take on this floor. System, 16th floor Guardian, level 53, Cure Willpower Build, 3rd tier. Specialized in Knowledge Strength Condensation. Knowledge Strength Condensation, restores 50 of knowledge strength over 10 seconds. Seeing this, Bei grinned. Well, lucky me. I've run into the easiest Cure Willpower build. Full of confidence, he said, looks like the primordial world wants me to take one more step. With that, he swung his sword, and leaped into the attack. If that's the case, I'll live up to the primordial world's great expectations. The boss raised its guard. As Bei struck down with his sword, the boss lightly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, which caught Bei off guard. Then, in the blink of an eye, the Guardian countered with a slash. System, each consumption of 1 knowledge strength point increases attack by 50 points. Each successful evasion can only be done in 1 step. You may attack with a 100 hit rate once per day. This made Bei panic, his mouth agape in disbelief as he was cut across the abdomen. What? Why is it using condensed force? And it's exactly the same skill as mine. System, you have died. High tower challenge failed. Rewards have been deducted. On the 16th floor of the high tower, Liu Yi stood before the Guardian, maintaining the same calm posture he had from the 1st to the 15th floors. The only difference was the number on the Guardian's mask. 16th floor Guardian, level 57, perception, specialized. Expert in the following skills, precognition 1 second, costs 1000 perception points per second. Deadly perception, no cost. Guarantees evasion of a fatal blow once. Cooldown, 1 hour. Seeing this, Liu Yi's mouth hung open in astonishment. A specialized skill in the perception attribute. It's a perfect counter for me. It's not a guaranteed block of fatal damage, which I can heal with restoration. But it guarantees evasion of a fatal blow, which even my perception can't always avoid. After understanding this, he drew his sword and calculated, next time I upgrade my gear, I need to focus more on perception to obtain the skill. He then leaped up and disappeared, muttering, as for now. He gritted his teeth, determined. I'll deal with you first. He slashed a parabolic sword strike directly at the Guardian's face, but it leaned back to avoid it. Liu Yi quickly struck at the Guardian's abdomen, then swiftly retreated. Seeing how troublesome it was, he furrowed his brows in frustration, then continued to swing his sword. This time, he managed to land a blow on his opponent's stomach, dealing 1855 damage. Even with perception higher than my other attributes, it's still not enough, Liu Yi thought. Although perception can help it dodge danger, it can't evade my attacks forever. With the heavy fist duel buff, I'm much faster than it. He grinned with satisfaction while the system announced, System, consumption of 500 knowledge strength. All attributes increased by 250. My speed is now 6 times faster than yours, he added, lunging forward to strike down with his sword. Die. System, perception specialized 3rd tier resolve. System, accumulated reward from the secret realm of essence. 139,536. System, accumulated reward from the heavy fist duel, strength 1, perception 1. Afterward, Liu Ye was teleported to the 17th floor of the tower. He smiled contentedly, and thought, that was too easy. The real difficulty in the high tower lies only in the final enhancement factor. Everything else is pretty simple. Facing the gatekeeper, Liu Ye reminded himself, as long as I pay attention to the consumption of my knowledge strength, the power of the high tower won't be a problem. On the other side, a figure with the number 17 displayed above it was the gatekeeper of the 17th floor, level 57, specializing in 3rd tier defense and skilled in burst offensive skills that could rapidly drain health with a stacking effect. At the same time, in the resurrection room of the high tower, Bei was teleported in. Mission, who was already there, remarked, It seems I lost again. You were 5 minutes later than me. However, Bei did not seem pleased. He asked, This time I've surpassed the 15th level, and you're still sitting cross-legged on the ground. Mission held his head and lamented, You're truly higher than me. I can't surpass you. You're the number 1 in the high tower. Hearing this, Bei smiled and said, So, shall we share intelligence like the previous times? After that, he comfortably leaned against the wall, grinning as he asked, How did you die? On the other side, Mission pondered for a moment. Then, he propped himself up from the floor, slowly getting up and replying, I died due to the effect of an added specialized attribute skill. Bei, hearing this, was puzzled. What do you mean by added? Mission frowned and explained the literal meaning. I only understood it when I looked up the death record. I died dealing with the guardian of the specialized defensive precision level. He recalled being wiped out by the level 15 guardian and added, having specialized defensive precision means possessing specialized strength and specialized physical attributes. Essentially, it comes with 3 specialized skills in defense, and the specialized skill in defense looked like a defensive skill. Then Mission continued, but if combined with the explosive offensive power of a strength-focused build, you could designate a certain attack, and even if the enemy is within a defensive space, it would be as if they were in a complete state of having their equipment detached. After silently listening to him analyze, Bei fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Mission spoke. Just a moment ago, I lost all of my equipment attributes. He folded his arms and leaned against the wall, thinking about how terrifying it was to be blasted by the overwhelming power of the gatekeeper while being effectively unequipped. The effect, when combined with the exclusive skill, was astonishing. He wondered what kind of strength other exclusive skills could possess. Meanwhile, inside the watchtower, Liu Yi spun his sword in a blur, feeling a twinge of doubt. 3 attributes for 1 exclusive skill, he thought. Then he gripped his sword tightly, telling himself with confidence that he could handle it. Liu Yi took a ready stance and thought, wait, test its strength with a skill first, then use the blessing. On the other side, the gatekeeper had already drawn the sword from its back. Here, Liu Yi slightly lowered his body, eyes forward, smiling calmly without a trace of fear. Then, he leaped up, causing the stone tiles beneath him to explode outward. The two charged at each other, both using their swords with full force. When their blades clashed, they formed in its shape. Suddenly, a skill was activated, Fortified Rampart and Explosive Offense. Immediately after, Liu Ye's battle outfit and sword vanished, leaving him confused. System, you have entered the sub-state of Fortified Rampart and Explosive Offense. Out. Your equipment has been retrieved. At that moment, Liu Ye was left wearing only a shirt and shorts, and his sword had disappeared as well. He looked down, sweating in bewilderment. What? What is this? Then he shouted loudly, state of solidified stillness. At once, Liu Ye was struck by a blow from the gatekeeper. He stumped the ground forcefully, causing it to crack beneath him. Now, Liu Ye had to cross both arms to block the gatekeeper's sword. Suddenly, the gatekeeper opened his palm in front of Liu Ye's face and used the stored power technique. At the same time, the health bar of the Guardian was rapidly dropping from full to half. System, the status of the auxiliary shield is active and the amount of health is being adjusted accordingly. Your health is lower than the Guardian of floor 17, with a 99.99 reduction in health. While in the state of solidified stillness, health will be reduced after the effect is removed. Hearing this, Liu Ye was stunned. He quickly opened his mouth and shouted, blessing. Simultaneously, the system responded, system, consuming 5,000 knowledge strength. All attributes increased by 2,500. System, the state of solidified stillness can no longer be maintained. It has dissipated. System, Fortified rampart and explosive offense have dissipated. System, fortified rampart and health exchange have dissipated. Then Liu Ye continued to use the skill covering vitality, retrieving his combat outfit and sword. His eyes sparkled as he launched a strike. System, covering vitality, 5,000 points. Next attack power increased by 112,500. At the same time, Liu Ye struck the Guardian, dealing 28,325 damage. At this point, the Guardian's health bar was only a quarter full. System, shield active for 10 seconds. Maximum defense value, complete immunity to 75 of damage. Seeing this, Liu Ye felt uneasy and confused. Not dead yet. Then let's add a few more hits. He then made several quick sword moves. After a while, the system announced, System, advanced defense technique 3rd tier has been resolved. System, cumulative reward from the secret realm of essence, 14,328. System, cumulative reward from essence, perception and defense ratio have been added. Liu Ye furrowed his brows and thought, that was too careless, as he heard the system notification for teleportation to the 18th floor of the high tower begin. With his health at full and his mental strength at 4,575 8,150, he silently analyzed the situation. No matter how careful he was, facing 2 additional skills with property boosts along with the high health and defense of the 17th floor boss, he still had to use the state of solidified stillness here. In the blink of an eye, Liu Ye was standing on the 18th floor. He silently assessed the situation, thinking, well, since I've already used it, there's no point in stressing over it. I still have one more use of state of solidified stillness. If that doesn't work, I can summon the Ming Snake for help. No matter what, I should be able to break through this high tower. Liu Ye looked down at the gun in his hand, lost in thought. The system displayed the following stats: Extreme Intellectual Oscillation Pistol, Attack Power 900, Mental Strength 1120, Attack Judgment Skill with a triple damage effect or the ability to stun, Phantom Serpent Soul, Control Effect Level 2, Summon of the Ming Snake. Summoning strikes grant 10 to 50 of all attributes along with the Ming Snake skills. But Liu Ye furrowed his brow in confusion. Why has the Imperial Soul turned gray? Immediately, the system responded, Ming Snake's wishes are not fulfilled. Ming Snake refuses to obey. Seeing this, Liu Ye felt puzzled. Didn't fulfilling the Ming Snake's wish mean bringing it out of the secret realm? But before he could find the reason, the Guardian of the 18th floor appeared. It had 3 levels of specialized mental power, with skills specifically owned in condensing power. Liu Ye stood opposite him. He held his sword, thinking for a moment. No matter how the Ming Snake has been dealt with, the next 3 levels of specialization are probably going to be a bit tricky with the speed-focused ability. But everything else is not a problem as long as I can use the state of solidified stillness one last time to clear the 21st floor. The power of the tower won't be an issue. Back in the resurrection room of the high tower, Mission put his hands in his pockets and asked, how did you die? They replied, Pure Willpower Build, Level 3. Hearing this, Mission was stunned and confused. Pure Willpower Build. Are you kidding? But that wasn't all. Bei added, a Pure Willpower Build has inner key burst. This left Mission gaping in shock. What? On the side, Bei crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, explaining the difference between the 3rd stage and the 1st and 2nd stages. Apart from doubling the mental power attribute, the only thing left was the skill. Transmission. Perhaps the specialized mental power skill that can condense strength gave it inner key burst. Upon hearing this, Mission clutched his head in disbelief. How are we supposed to fight now? Its mental power is 8 times stronger than mine. Now I can only be secretly relieved that my main attribute isn't intelligence, Metin thought. Otherwise, just thinking about that is terrifying. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat as he thought of something even more terrifying. The Guardian of the final floor, the 21st floor, would not only have specialized skills and stacked attributes, but it would also have an inner key burst. Metin sighed deeply. No wonder the reward mechanism of the high tower is so insane. It's as if the tower was never meant to give players any real power. Meanwhile, Liu Ye charged forward, sword in hand, attacking the gatekeeper. He thought to himself, I wonder if attribute-specific exclusive skills can stack. Recalling the blue energy radiating from the Guardian's earlier use of its defense skill, he noted, maybe Fortified Wall needs to be used in conjunction with other exclusive skills. At that moment, Liu Ye swung his sword forward, resolute. No matter what, once I face the gatekeeper on the 21st floor, everything will become clear. On the other side, the gatekeeper pointed its sword directly at him and activated an all-attribute enhancement blessing. Seeing this, Liu Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Immediately after, it activated another skill, Setup Reset, which re-established the state of solidified stillness. In just that brief moment of distraction, Liu Ye was struck in the chest. He was stunned, his eyes full of astonishment. That was a blessing. he murmured to himself. The gatekeeper had already assumed a stance, preparing for the next strike. Liu Yai was shaken, unable to believe it. How does a high tower gatekeeper possess inner ki burst? And not just that, but the exact same inner ki burst skill as mine. He quickly activated extreme intellectual oscillation, firing a shot from his handgun. System, knowledge strength consumed, 4,500. All attributes enhanced by 2250 points. Liu Ye made a hasty decision. This is not the time to overthink things. I have to kill it. In the opening phase. Otherwise, with its intelligence being 8 times mine as a high floor guardian, I absolutely won't be able to match it. System, equilibrium judgment damage tripled. Innate force cost, 4,500. Attack power increased by 225,000. Cumulative attack power, 675,000. The bullet hit the gatekeeper's head. And immediately, it used its own state of solidified stillness. Seeing this, Liu Yai broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, his skills. He has all of mine. The gatekeeper then slightly bent over and used another skill, cooldown overlap. At the same time, it disappeared from the spot. System, time remaining for state of solidified stillness, 5 seconds. The gatekeeper launched a series of kicks toward Liu Yai. One hand holding the gun, the other holding his sword in an X shape, he blocked the blows. How many attributes has it enhanced? I'm completely suppressed. What should I do? He thought, gritting his teeth and taking the hits without being able to counterattack. In a situation where I can't use the Ming snake, what else do I have? There must be something. There must be. At this moment, the gatekeeper continued to slash its sword relentlessly at him. Is this it? Liu Yai muttered to himself, but his eyes showed no signs of giving up. Suddenly the system asked, System, do you wish to cancel the Imperial Soul contract? Yes, no. Immediately Liu Yai frowned and shouted, Ming snake, if you don't help me now, then I'll cancel our contract. When that happens, don't talk to me about your wishes. You won't exist anymore. System, time remaining for state of solidified stillness 3, 2, 1. But there was no response. Liu Yai became furious. If this is your choice, fine. Contract cancelled. Then, suddenly, the Ming snake spoke. I want to make a deal. I'll help you, but you have to help me with something in return. System, state of solidified stillness has ended. Suddenly, the gatekeeper leaped up, raising its sword high, preparing to strike. Down on Liu Yai. He shouted loudly in response, all right. At that moment, a golden halo appeared, surrounding Liu Yai and sending the gatekeeper flying. It slammed onto the ground but quickly sprang back up, retreating to create a large distance between them. At this point, the colossal Ming snake manifested, enveloping Liu Yai in its midst. System notification, the serpent's blessing increases all attributes by 5,000. The disaster, evil creature field is now active. All creatures below disaster, evil have their attributes reduced by 30. All creatures below chaos, evil have their attributes reduced by 60. All creatures below danger, evil have their attributes reduced by 90. With the power of the Ming snake, Liu Yai thrust his sword forward, looking terrifyingly formidable. Though my protection is limited by the weapon's quality, I can provide you with 3 skills and my field for a short time, the Ming snake said. Seeing this, Liu Yai sighed with emotion. That's enough. He then charged forward, easily cutting through his opponent's sword and striking the gatekeeper's body. Even as the gatekeeper used its state of solidified stillness, Liu Yai smiled confidently. You're more than just a little weaker. Is this the effect of the disaster, evil creature field? He thought. He then lowered his sword, and looked at the guardian as if it were a mere insect. Even if you use your stillness skill, all you're doing is buying yourself 10 more seconds of life. He narrowed his sharp eyes and calmly added, let me say goodbye first. System, remaining duration of state of solidified stillness for the gatekeeper of floor 18, 4, 3, 2, 1. System, pure willpower build tier 3 has completed its reward cycle. Accumulated bonuses unlocked, 1,468,880 essence of secret realm. Heavy fist duel, physique, sensory power, defense, and mental focus each increased by 1 level. Bei casually slipped his hands into his pockets and said, alright then, let's go. Our target. This time was floor 14 anyway. Now that it's done, there's nothing to regret. Beside him, Mijin nodded lightly. That makes sense. As they walked forward, he turned to ask, are we really just leaving like this? When they see us, it might catch them completely off guard. Why not? They replied calmly. Wasn't reaching floor 15 all for a moment like this. He smiled with quiet confidence, imagining the admiration of countless spectators. Hearing that, Mijin seemed a bit excited too. Haha, in that case, let's go embrace the moment that belongs to us. Both of them walked forward with their hands in their pockets, steady and assured. Yet, as they stepped through the exit, no one was waiting to greet them. Everyone was still focused on the ranking board, completely unaware of their presence. The two paused, momentarily confused. Maiton looked around and asked softly, "Did something happen that we weren't told? Why is no one paying attention to us?" Suddenly, Bei looked towards the tower's power ranking. At position number 1, Liu Ye, 19th floor. Seeing this, he opened his mouth in shock and shouted loudly, "Maiton, look at the rankings. Am I seeing things?" Hearing this, Maiton also looked up, not believing his eyes. He covered his eyes, refusing to believe. "No way. No way." He then peeked through his fingers. After that, Maiton was stunned, his jaw dropping. My god, he really made it to the 19th floor. Meanwhile, on a street in Mihu City, someone casually said, "Have you heard? There's a player named Liu Yi challenging the tower, and he's about to break the power ranking record on his first attempt." A passerby, puzzled, asked, "You're not lying, are you?" "I tried challenging it, but I ran into someone with my own attributes on the second floor and got killed. The difficulty is just ridiculous." In another corner, a middle-aged man overheard and said, "Have you heard? A player named Liu Yi has reached the 19th floor of the tower, and now he's about to break through to the 20th. Hearing this, his companions sighed, "This is crazy. What kind of background does he have?" Nearby, Kaluo, who had overheard the conversation, walked over. "Liu Yi. Is that the great brother 9 of all the players in our mirror image secret realm?" A nearby passerby, intrigued, asked, "What? Great brother 9? What's that about? Tell me more." Immediately, Kaluo started bragging. As he did, time flew by. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's already the 20th floor. My god." Looking at the leaderboard of the Tower of Heights, everyone began to chatter excitedly. How did he manage to do this? He's only been playing for about a dozen days since the server launched. How is he so strong? Men stared upwards in shock. The 24th floor already. This means he's defeated the Guardian of the 3rd level skill expertise checkpoint, plus the Guardian with the inner key burst. Could it be that Liu Yi really intends to conquer the Tower of Heights today? A few people in the crowd recognized some onlookers and shouted, "Is that Atan and Bei?" Nearby, Bei was sweating, exclaiming, "No way. That's pure strength. How could any player challenge this successfully? Impossible." Then, a random passerby in a brown jacket approached, trying to mock them. "You guys can't do it, and neither can Liu Yi. But lone players like us still have experts." Afterward, he chuckled foolishly, thinking, "What a pleasant surprise. I get to act cool in front of Bei." He kept laughing maniacally, leaving the people around him speechless. Hey, weren't you on our side?" Someone suddenly shouted. Then someone else screamed, "The 21st floor. Liu Yi is on the 21st floor." Hearing this, Bei and the passerby in the brown jacket were all stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" The group of people was completely flabbergasted, commenting, "This is insane. Who is Liu Yi, really?" Suddenly, a man named Kayla stood among the crowd and yelled, "He's great brother 9, the top player of all of us in the mirror image secret realm." Immediately, everyone was curious and asked, "What's that? Tell us more." They listened as Kayla began to gossip. "It's like this." When he displayed a picture on his screen, both the men and women in the crowd blushed and were shaken. Someone disagreed and argued, "What are you talking about? What's this about great brother 9 of the mirror image secret realm? This is the great brother 9 of all players in the primordial world." At the same time, everyone clenched their fists and shouted loudly, "Great brother 9, great brother 9. A moment later, the entire hall echoed with the chant. Meanwhile, at the high tower, the keeper of the 21st floor appeared. He was level 57 with full specialization in all attributes at level 3. His skills focused on explosive attack power, speed enhancement, health regeneration, wall fortification, knowledge, strength condensation, and foresight. Liu Ye, however, calmly and coldly observed him. His health was fully restored, and his mental power was 6,000, 158,000, 150, currently buffed to the maximum. He looked down at his hand, thoroughly checking his fully restored status, then raised his eyes to inspect the enemy ahead. At the same time, the system announced the accumulated rewards, 54,224 essence of the secret realm and a heavy fist duel total multiplier of 1. Looking at this information, Liu Ye thought, if I follow common sense, the final rewards for the 21st floor, excluding the retrieval of the sacred jewel, should be 38,448 essence of the secret realm along with a heavy fist duel total multiplier of 2. At the top of the tower, Liu Yi stood facing the keeper and thought, it's too tempting. If I can get these rewards, my strength will rise to a whole new level. His brow furrowed, his face full of determination. I must defeat the keeper of the 21st floor to claim these rewards. Liu Yi closed his eyes and silently thought, but how should I strike? He then used the skill, Serpent of Blessing, and his eyes immediately turned into golden serpent eyes. At the same time, the system announced, Serpent of Blessing grants 5,000 to all attributes. Field of Intimidation of a Calamity. Evil creature activated. Suddenly, the Ming Snake spoke, "Hey, be careful. My intimidation can only reduce his total attributes by 30. Upon hearing this, Liu Yai replied, "That's enough." His current status was 28,560 health and 33,150 willpower, both fully restored. With the illusion of the Ming Snake behind him, Liu Yi felt full of confidence and thought to himself, "Of all my skills, the strongest is the blessing skill, and all the enhancements revolve around it." Suddenly on the other side, the gatekeeper raised his sword. Liu Yi couldn't help but sigh. I believe the gatekeeper of the 21st floor is just as confident. He then silently pondered, the only thing that can limit the blessing is knowledge strength. The gatekeeper of the 21st floor has 8 times my willpower, and his attributes start to increase dramatically by multiples from 100, which will trigger the heavy fist duel enhancement. His willpower can reach over 52,000. Even if it's reduced by 30 due to the Ming Snake's intimidation, it will still be over 36,400. Meanwhile, my knowledge strength, under the enhancement of the Ming Snake, is just above 33,000. Suddenly, Liu Yai's eyes widened, and he shouted loudly, "Blessing, full attribute enhancement." On the other side, the gatekeeper also raised his hand to his neck and activated his skill, Blessing, full attribute enhancement. At that moment, both individuals had fully enhanced attributes of 18,216,500 respectively, clashing against each other in a powerful collision. Liu Ye silently calculated. Although my total attributes are lower compared to the Guardian of level 21, I at least have a strength, aced attribute bonus over him. The two charged into a fierce battle, energy shooting out, and the sound of weapons clashing echoed everywhere. Observing the shockwave from the strike, the floor cracked, and he thought, I can win. Suddenly, something happened that left Liu Ye astonished. The Guardian gripped his sword tightly, blocking the blow with a loud, sharp impact. Liu Ye analyzed the situation once more. Although his power-up skill is on cooldown, I just need to hold on until the cooldown for my first blessing ends. As long as I conserve my mental energy until then, I can use the mental energy from the first blessing to activate the second one. Meanwhile, the system displayed the data for both skills for him to consider. Helm of Mental Equilibrium, Defense Attribute 90, Resistance 30, Intelligence 24, Strength 22, Cooldown 5. Blessing. Increases target's total attributes while randomly removing one abnormal status from the target. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 57 seconds. Knowledge strength increase rate equals half of total attributes. Every 10 level upgrades eliminate one abnormal status. Seeing this, Liu Ye's mouth opened slightly. Then I can win. After that, he swung his sword once again, and the shockwave caused the floor to rumble and crack. Feeling a bit tired, he wiped the sweat off his brow and commented quietly, with this level of intensity, without the Ming Snake, I couldn't even think about challenging him. He then continued evaluating the situation. If the Ming Snake enhances me, I can still manage, but I can't let him pose a threat, and I can't show any flaws that would allow him to use his buffed skills to kill me. It's a shame that the upper level state in the tower doesn't carry over to the next floor. Otherwise, a single blessing would have solved everything without any problems. The two of them were alternating between offense and defense, continuously going at it. Suddenly, the system announced, 40 seconds remaining on the blessing. Out of nowhere, Liu Yi lunged forward, and attacked fiercely. A moment later, the system informed him, 20 seconds remaining on the blessing. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly listened to the system's countdown. 10 seconds remaining on the blessing. On the other side, the gatekeeper leaned forward and charged. The system's countdown began. 5 seconds remaining on the blessing. 3 seconds remaining. Blessing cooldown complete. At the same time, Liu Ye surged forward, his body radiating red energy as he attacked the gatekeeper, shouting, "Now's the time." His snake-like pupils glowed, and Liu Ye decided to continue using the blessing skill to enhance all attributes. Meanwhile, the system announced the consumption of 82,500 knowledge strength, boosting all attributes by 41,250. Suddenly, Liu Ye's body shook, and he flew upward, only to crash face first onto the floor. The ground beneath him shattered, cracks spreading out from his position like a shockwave. Liu Ye sneered confidently. "You've won. Even if you use a duplicate blessing next, I won't be afraid. Just wait another minute, and I'll take you down." Unexpectedly, from a distance, the gatekeeper also activated their blessing skill, catching Liu Ye off guard. The next moment, he enhanced all of his attributes. Seeing this, Liu Ye was stunned and bewildered, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. At that moment, the gatekeeper, who had been dressed in white, transformed into black attire, his whole body radiating jade-green energy. Liu Ye, terrified, stepped back and thought, he has also inherited my cooldown reduction. How am I supposed to fight this? He gasped, horrified, and silently muttered, he also has skills that specialize in attributes, along with a bunch of unused skills. Suddenly, the gatekeeper took a step forward, bent his knees into a stance, and pointed his sword forward. Liu Yai was frozen, a sense of dread washing over him. If that's the case, he sighed, how am I supposed to fight back? He gritted his teeth in frustration as the final guardian vanished and reappeared in an instant, soaring straight toward him. Sweat beaded on his forehead. No, they still have a chance, he thought, frantically formulating a plan. My heavy fist duel is stronger than his. If I can just drag this out for 5 minutes, I might have a shot. Liu Yi stepped back, trying to create distance to buy some time. Then the system issued another reminder. This attack cannot be avoided. The attack's increased power and speed will guarantee 100 accuracy for the next minute. Meanwhile, the guardian, swinging both swords above its head, was already right in front of him. Liu Ye jumped back in shock, exclaiming, this is an enhanced skill transfer. Just as the system's warning rang in his ears, he resigned himself to fate, unable to evade the attack. There was nothing to do but endure. With my current health, I can withstand a few hits, he thought. Its damage shouldn't be a problem. At the same time, the guardian activated Crystal Rampart, a skill that sacrificed nearly all its health to unleash a devastating attack. It then used Swap, instantly closing the distance. Liu Yai's combat gear and sword were shattered, leaving him in only a shirt and shorts. Standing there, defenseless, he cried out in alarm, I'm done for. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, the Ming snakes. Shield up. At that moment, the system announced that a shield had condensed around him, 6 layers of immunity capable of blocking 6 instances of damage. Just in time, the guardian of the 21st floor struck, shattering 1 golden layer while Liu Yai remained unharmed. He was stunned, raising his arms and across to guard his face. Was that the Ming snake? Was that its ultimate skill? The guardian activated a power-up and speed enhancement, then slashed again. Another shield shattered. Looking at the 4 remaining layers protecting him, Liu Ye frowned. 6-sided shield. 2 hits landed, 2 sides broken. That means it can block 4 more hits. He leaped backward, but the guardian immediately gave chase. Seeing this, Liu Ye despaired. Even though the Ming snake saved me, it only delayed my death. What tricks do I have left? He muttered, clenching his teeth in helplessness. That's it. I'm out of options. He talked to himself, his thoughts racing. Blessing cooldowns. My heavy fist duel being stronger. All of it is just wishful thinking. If the guardian locks me out of casting blessings even once, all my advantages vanish. And thinking I could find a way to stop it from using skills. That's absurd. This is a fight to the death. Who's going to show mercy? Liu Ye, while running away, was truly at his wit's end. His hand tightened so much that veins were visibly popping. The rewards. They're just too abundant to give up on, he muttered. If it could just clear this tower, the enhancement from Heavy Fist Duel, the 2 title, and the 300,000 essence, I'd gain an immense boost. I could become the highest level player in the primordial world. Suddenly, the system announced, rule alteration mechanism has reset. Hearing this, he was startled. He looked at the guardian with suspicion, wondering if he could defeat it by altering the rules. At this moment, Liu Yai was unarmed, with only 4 shields surrounding him. He silently pondered how to use the mechanism. While retreating, he decided. Alter the rules to let me successfully bypass the tower. System, not a valid rule. Cannot be modified. Alter the rules to defeat the level 21 guardian. Again, the system rejected it. Alter the rules to reduce the level 21 guardian's power to 0. This too was denied. Alter the rules to nullify the level 21 guardian's attributes, he declared stubbornly. Once more, denial. He shouted in frustration, damn it, nothing works. What can I even do? At that moment, the system displayed a hint, the Imperial Soul allows a monster to be attached to a weapon. It is limited to weapons only. Hearing that, Liu Yi skeptically thought about changing random to designated. Then he realized, if that is a rule, what exactly is a rule? As he ran, the truth began to dawn on him, and his gaze became cold. Water flows downhill. Fire burns things. You will age over time, and eventually die. These were all predetermined truths, the default rules of nature. He looked at the guardian, and analyzed the situation. The rules he was facing were, if health is depleted, death follows. If knowledge strength is exhausted, skills can't be used. And using skills incurs a cooldown period. Cooldown. Immediately Liu Yi understood. The rule that could defeat the guardian had become clear. He boldly declared, alter the rules, my structure skill has no cooldown. System, rules have been modified for the player. Skill cooldown for structure has been removed. Duration, 11 seconds. Cooldown, 5 hours. It worked, Liu Yai exclaimed joyfully. At the same time, the system indicated that setup reset was now in effect. Everything had been restored. At that moment, he felt like a giant, looking down at the tiny guardian as if it were in the palm of his hand. Blessing to enhance all attributes, he shouted. System, your skills have been enhanced exponentially. Knowledge strength consumed, 12 million. Rule alteration time remaining, 9 seconds. A burst of bright energy erupted violently in front of the guardian, leaving it stunned. System, your attributes have reached the limit for a primordial world player 200,000 in all attributes. The effect is calculated based on this limit. Please ensure sufficient power is supplied to the container of the primordial world to extend the attribute limit for players. Liu Ye was doubtful. I can only enhance up to 200,000. But that was more than enough. At present, he had his battle outfit and familiar sword back, his eyes and body glowing with power. He raised his sword high above his head and shouted, "Die for me." With a single slash, Liu Ye cleaved through his opponent. A minute later, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the high tower. Reward, 300,000 Essence of Secret Realm title reward. High Tower Clear Heavy Fist Duel 2 title reward. Number 1 of the High Tower All Attributes 100 special reward. Retrieval of the Sacred Jewel. Take this orb as a reward for defeating yourself. Note, the High Tower has been conquered. You can no longer receive any rewards from it." Outside in the main hall, everyone cheered. He did it, boss." They jumped and shouted as if they had won themselves. He cleared the high tower. They all rushed toward the exit. "Hurry, let's head to the high tower exit." This was the first time a player had exited through the main gate instead of the revival room. Meanwhile, Liu Yi looked at the orb in his hand. So close, he thought, clenching his fist with satisfaction. I almost failed. Fortunately, the cooldown finished just in time. That was impressive. In the blink of an eye, he slowly appeared in the center of the hall's floor. His gaze was sharp and cold as he clenched his hand, determined. Perhaps it's worth trying to charge into the madness area now, he thought. Suddenly, a loud shout broke out. "Brother-in-law, you're so cool." The shout startled Liu Ye, leaving him flustered. At the same time, a series of astonished exclamations rang out. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Brother-in-law, how did you do that? You really cleared the high tower." Seeing this, Liu Ye was stunned, leaning back in disbelief. Why are there so many people? And why is everyone so excited? "Brother-in-law, you're a god in my heart, boss. From now on, we'll follow you." Overwhelmed, Liu Yi stammered, tears welling up. That. Meanwhile, everyone continued to cheer. Hooray. This made him break into a cold sweat, frozen in place. "I only have one younger sister, and she doesn't have a harem." On a street somewhere in Muhu City, people were talking animatedly. "Did you hear? In just over 10 days, the primordial world has already secured the second position in the world rankings." Of course I heard. A lot of people saw it as a chance to get rich into the primordial world. Those with the guts have already started selling products in the game. However, they also expressed their concerns. I also heard that many people have directly quit their jobs in factories to join the primordial world, and there's a huge number of them. I wonder if it will cause economic conflict with the real world. After all, it's still just a virtual game. What supports our lives is still our real jobs. Hearing this, someone asked in confusion, "Isn't anyone in charge?" Nearby, Liu Yi sat quietly, engrossed in something, paying no attention to their chatter. He was reading information about the retrieval of the sacred jewel, taking notes on the player's data. When a player dies, the orb falls to the ground, and the player can resurrect at the orb's location while also restoring their status to the time it was recorded. Seeing this, Liu Ye thought that if he had obtained the retrieval of the sacred jewel, he could probably head to the madness area now. He closed his eyes, gripping the orb tightly, thinking it was just not the right time to use it yet. Then he glanced behind him, calculating in his mind that he still needed to check if he could exploit the architect to change the team size restriction for entering the secret realm. Liu Yi then picked up his handgun, thought for a moment, and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Meanwhile, he was recalling the time before when the Ming snake had said it wanted to trade with him. There might be something it needs my help with. The Ming snake is my most important card aside from the architect, and its problem is something worth my full attention. Suddenly, the Ming snake spoke, "I want freedom." These words left Liu Yi in deep thought, and he didn't speak for a while. He thought to himself, if it weren't for knowing the special nature of the primordial world, I would surely have marveled at how well the game had been designed. He turned to the Ming snake and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Liu Yi stared at the gun, his resolve silently strengthening. "Although I don't know if it will be possible to bring it into reality after the primordial world descends, at least before that happens, I will do everything I can to keep it by my side." Suddenly, the Ming snake spoke again. "Take me to the border of this world first. I've always felt that place is where I truly belong." Hearing that, he was doubtful. The border of the primordial world. Isn't that the madness area? Then he silently commented as if realizing, could it be that the creator set up hints for it? And responded, "All right, but the border is extremely dangerous. If it threatens my life, I hope you can help me. Hearing that, it agreed. All right. Aside from this, there's one more thing I need you to help me with. If you're willing, I can help you awaken one of your specialized attribute skills. Choose any one. These words stunned Liu Ye. To awaken any specialized attribute skill. Immediately, he remembered the skill of the Guardian of the 21st level and blurted out, "It's a deal." After a while, at the equipment sales and crafting store, Liu Ye stood in front of the computer and said, "Go ahead. What do you want me to exchange for?" Then he puffed his cheeks and rolled his eyes disdainfully, thinking, I have 300,000 secret realm essence. You can exchange for whatever you want." He didn't even hesitate, because if the Ming snake could really help him obtain any specialized attribute skill in his current state, spending even more secret realm essence would be worth it. But after a long time, Liu Ye's face turned pale. The system was displaying the prices: Rubik's Cube high level transformation, 300,000 intermediate, 200,000 low level, 100,000. He was a bit discouraged, his mood lowering. "I understand that you want to act freely, but could you exchange for something a bit cheaper?" 300,000. Right now I'm feeling a bit regretful. I should have brought more secret realm essence when I went to challenge the high tower. The Ming snake then explained, "It's a bit expensive, but with it, I can take action in the shortest time and be in my best condition. Otherwise, my help to you would be limited to providing one skill each time along with the pressure I can exert, which is too dangerous." Liu Ye, still doubtful, asked, "Wait, the skill description didn't say you could directly participate in the battle, right?" Hearing this, the Ming snake clarified. "It requires a linking item. If I directly intervene, your weapon might be destroyed. Afterward, all attributes from me would disappear. Are you willing to accept that?" The Ming snake's words made Liu Ye hesitate, and he replied cautiously, "Well, all right, then." He then thought to himself, on average, every 10 levels increases the reloading speed. After upgrading 3 more times, the time per shot would be reduced to 0.9 seconds, plus triple the damage, and a stun effect. It really is a divine weapon. I wonder how the shop managed to obtain this equipment before. He then said, "The Rubik's Cube that can assemble into an advanced transformation." At the same time, the system announced, "The Rubik's Cube that can assemble into an advanced transformation, consuming 300,000 secret realm essence. Successful exchange." Immediately, a Rubik's Cube appeared. Liu Ye asked, "What should I do next?" The Ming snake answered, "Control it, transform it into a ring, and wear it." Liu Ye immediately followed the Ming snake's instructions and thought, "If you say so." The main goal the Ming snake wants isn't this ring, right? Everything about going to the border is just an attachment. He looked at the ring on his index finger, silently evaluating it. The attribute from the Ming snake that suddenly disappeared earlier was because of this. It wanted me to change it, but I didn't have the ability to do so, which made it angry. Then, Liu Ye recalled when they met in the secret realm and shook his head furiously to deny it. He firmly thought to himself, "No way. Absolutely impossible." On the surface, the Ming snake was so fierce. It couldn't possibly be petty like that. Suddenly, the Ming snake spoke up. "All right. Since you helped me change my body, I will keep my promise. But before I help you awaken your specialized attribute skill, you need to reach level 60. Time flew by, and 3 hours later, Liu Ye stood at the edge of the entrance to a secret realm. The area was chaotic. He looked up, frowned, and thought, "Can I reach level 60 before I get to the madness area? Can I get the specialized attribute skill from the Ming snake? It depends on whether the architect can change the rules for entering the secret realm. Note that the status outside the secret realm cannot be brought inside. As long as I can enter the secret realm with the continuous addition of blessings, I will be invincible." He then requested the architect to change the rules for entering the secret realm, lift the limit on the number of people. Immediately, the system announced that the rules had been changed. The waiting time for the architect to respond was 1 hour. Hearing that, Liu Ye jumped up excitedly. "It really can be fixed, perfect." He grinned broadly, clenched his fists in determination, and then said, "Let's start the crazy leveling. Level 60, here I come." After that, he ran at full speed into the secret realm. After a long while, Liu Ye, holding a sword, slightly bent forward with a sharp gaze, silently observed. Although I could enter the secret realm, what was frustrating was that the rewards from this modified secret realm were only 1/10 of the original. His eyes lit up and he thought to himself, with the blessing of the title The Inverter of Desperate Situations, the rewards are now equivalent to those from a normal secret realm run. With a strategy of completing 2 or 3 secret realms per day, I can level up in 1 day. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, Liu Ye drove his sword into the ground, raised both fists in joy, and silently exclaimed. His level had reached 60. At the same time, all 14 orbs were fully installed. The remaining 14 Imperial Souls, of which 10 were used to install time duration enhancement skills. The time duration enhancement skill added 5, with the maximum time duration limit skill being 50. 3 of the Soul Guardians were used for weight reduction, installed on 2 weapons, reducing the weight on the arc that he had purified, and arranged on other equipment. Then the system notified the new stats of player Liu Ye. Level, 60 experience, 0.4 billion current. Titles, Weapon Master, the Inverter of Desperate Situations, Great Warrior, number 1 in the High Tower Conqueror, and Heavy Fist Duel Accumulator. Distributable attributes, 19,020 in health and over 12,000 in knowledge strength. Skills, Vital Force, Heal, Blessing, Freeze, State of Solidified Stillness, Architect, and Lure Condense. Equipment, Imperial Soul accumulates 50 waiting time, and 50 effectiveness. Maintains the skill. Reduces the level requirement for wearing equipment by 10. Next, the system informed him about the branch of the innate force skill at level 60. The quantum resonance links the target's quantum resonance. System notification, new skills acquire quantum resonance, envelops allies in a circle of energy, linking their health pools. When any linked target's health drops below 10, they are automatically removed from the resonant state. Range, 500 cost, 100 knowledge strength duration, 10 seconds connection link, reduces the maximum health limit of a target within the circle. The health limit recovers after the target leaves the circle. Range, 500 cost, 100 knowledge strength duration, 1 second effect. For every 10 knowledge strength points spent, the target's health limit is reduced by 1 per second, capped at a 90 reduction. System notification, total computing power restriction. This world cannot provide experience in this manner. Liu Yi scratched his head in confusion. What's going on here? He remembered the earlier warning about the enhanced blessing limit. The total computing power is limited. This means that while my level can still increase, I must first help increase the total computing power of the primordial world before I can upgrade further. After reaching level 60, you can no longer gain experience from secret realms. No wonder in his previous life, the highest level a player could reach was only 60 when the primordial world descended. Returning to the Miyu Hotel, Liu Yi was still thinking about it. He wanted to upgrade his equipment to level 70 but had also received a reminder that his total computing power was insufficient. He sat on the bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, the Ming Snake's voice echoed in his mind. Which one do you want to choose? Hearing this, Liu Yi thought to himself, the skill I want most is perception, aced, but among all the specialized attribute skills, the hardest to obtain must be fortified wall. He frowned, staring ahead, silently calculating. The physique attribute that corresponds with fortified wall doesn't have much of a direct effect on me. My attack burst is average, and my health is sufficient for healing. However, Liu Ye considered the most important point. Fortified wall can be enhanced with other attribute skills. Yeah, I'll go with that, he said, then turned to the Ming Snake. I want the defense specialist's barrier skill. The Ming Snake sighed with admiration. You really know how to choose. All right, just agree to whatever reminder pops up next. The snake's words made Liu Yi suspicious. Agree to any reminder. Is it trying to trick me? Nevertheless, he replied, if. System, do you wish to enter the Ming Snake's specialized spiritual domain? Immediately, Liu Yi became alert. The spiritual domain. The Ming Snake's domain. If I enter, does that mean I'll be under its control? But then, he quickly reassured himself. Forget it. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. He confirmed his choice. Soon after, a stream of green light spiraled down into a dark, desolate, and gloomy place with thunder roaring in the distance. When his feet touched the darkened ground, he looked around cautiously. Is this? Inside the Ming Snake. Suddenly, a colossal orange mass slammed down from above. He looked up in surprise just as what seemed to be the body of the Ming Snake crashed violently into the ground, causing rubble to fly into the air. Liu Yi was knocked down, groaning on the ground. The massive body shifted. The Ming Snake, its eyes glowing, looked down and scolded, "Get up." Liu Yi staggered to his feet, looking at the massive head in confusion. Is this its true form? The pressure here is way stronger than outside. The Ming Snake spoke again. You must defeat me in this form to obtain the fortified wall. If not, then get ready to stay here forever. Hearing this, Liu Yi grimaced, sweating. Stay here forever. Is this forcing me to risk my life? Then, with a surge of determination, he drew his sword, jumped high into the air, and shouted, "Then come at me." 6 days later, a system notification sounded. Congratulations. You have acquired the specialized defensive skill, Fortified Wall. Fortified Wall enhances the defense limit. Can be used in conjunction with other specialized skills. Max 3 additional uses. Cooldown, 1 hour. Current available specialized skill combo, Force Condensation, Fortified Wall, condenses Fortified Wall, and Knowledge Strength to reduce a target's knowledge strength. The consumption ratio between your knowledge strength and the target's is 11. Suddenly, a message from the president of the New Order arrived. confirming that the computing power rights had been secured. Tomorrow, after the adjustments, we will set off at 800 a. In the quiet of the late night, back in reality, Liu Ye leaned against the windowsill of his residence, observing the city's night scene. Only 7 days left, he thought. During the past few days, he had been fighting the Ming snake in its spiritual space. From the initial one, that had struggled to later having a real back and forth, he had finally defeated it. What surprised him most was the cumulative effect of combining fortified wall and condensed power, which was to drain the opponent's knowledge strength. Isn't this essentially a silence ability? And not just any silence, but an eternal one. In the sky, countless stars shone above the city's bright lights. Liu Ye narrowed his eyes and smiled proudly. I'm really strong now. I must be one of the strongest players in the primordial world. The next morning, Liu Ye, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, buttoned it all the way to the top and got ready to head out. He opened the door of his room and looked outside, puzzled. At that moment, Liu Yun was carrying a basket of items. She looked over and said cheerfully, I've finished preparing everything. Seeing this, Liu Ye replied, me too. Then let's go. Suddenly, Liu Yun noticed something. She placed the bag on the table and took a step forward. She raised her hand to adjust the top button for her brother and reminded him, why did you button it there again? Mom told you not to button the top one. Liu Yi looked at the undone button. The mention of their mother made him smile, and he squinted his eyes, returning her smile. After a long while, at a cemetery in the city, incense had been lit in front of a tombstone featuring a portrait of a man and a woman. A plate of chicken and a plate of fruit were placed before it. Liu Ye and Liu Yun squatted beside the tombstone, burning paper offerings. He muttered quietly, Mom, Dad, I will take good care of Anne. Don't worry. She on the other hand, happily whispered, Mom, Dad, I've already helped him find a wife, so don't worry. I'll try my best to make sure they have 2 children within 3 years to continue the family line. Suddenly, a voice called out. Xiao Ye, Anne, you two are here earlier than I expected. Hearing this, both siblings looked up in confusion at the man approaching them from afar. It was Wang Shucheng, a friend of their parents. He grinned. Wisely. Long time no see. Upon seeing him, Liu Ye happily greeted, Uncle Wine, you're here. Thank you for coming to visit Mom and Dad every year. Wang Shucheng patted his head. What are you talking about? I was a good friend of your parents. Liu Yun, however, widened her eyes and peered behind him, asking, you came alone again. Mom and Dad have been urging you for the last 10 years. When will you fulfill their wish? This made him feel a bit guilty. After that, Wang Shucheng raised his hand to form a V shape under his chin and replied, Anne, there's something you don't know. Actually, I'm someone who is admired by thousands. It's not that I don't want to find someone, but rather I don't want to harm any of my potential girlfriends. Upon hearing this, she frowned in disbelief and teased, oh, so when you're done being a hero, you'll go after your girlfriends. In that case, there's no need to worry about hurting them anymore. Immediately, Wang Shucheng pointed at her. Angrily and scolded, Anne, you've gone too far this time. That's an outrageous thing to say. The siblings laughed heartily. Liu Yun stuck out her tongue to tease him. He on the other hand, placed an incense offering down and said, Old Liu, you have to visit me in a dream and tell your precious daughter to stop guessing about my love life all day long. I'm busy with plans to save our world, okay? Who has time to think about love affairs? However, Liu Yun still joked, but my parents told me to carry out the find Uncle Wang a wife plan without hesitation. Suddenly, Wang Shucheng changed the subject. How have you two been lately? Since you moved out, I haven't asked about your situation. Liu Yi, without looking up, replied, we're fine. Thank you, Uncle Wang, for always taking care of us. But Wang Shucheng sadly shook his head. Don't thank me. After your parents left, I should have taken care of you until you were both married. But in the end, instead of me taking care of you, I feel like I've been the one burdening you. Hearing this, Liu Yi smiled and gently disagreed. That's not true at all. In the early years, having an adult in the house was a good thing. Liu Yi glanced at him, thinking that it was Uncle Wang who had first suggested he play the primordial world. Uncle Wang must be playing it now too, right? He felt a bit anxious, unsure of what was going on. He remembered that in his previous life, after the primordial world descended, Uncle Wang had disappeared. So he asked, Uncle Wang, how have you been doing in the primordial world? Startled, Uncle Wang looked at him in confusion. Oh, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? What about you? How's it been for you? Suddenly, Liu Yan proudly raised both hands. He's definitely strong. My brother is really skilled in the game now. He's probably in the top group of players in the primordial world. Upon hearing that, Uncle Wang's eyes widened in surprise. The top group. Noticing the strange expression on his face, Liu Ye asked, what's wrong, Uncle Wang? But Uncle Wang didn't answer. Instead, he stared at him intently, thinking to himself, the top group. From a distance, Liu Yan waved and shouted, Uncle Wang, remember, you definitely need to find a girlfriend soon. Uncle Wang turned his head away, waving his hand dismissively. Go on, forget about that. Then the two siblings walked further away from the cemetery. Uncle Wang continued to watch them for a long while, and then he glanced down at the gravestone. Oh, old Liu and his wife. He sat down on the ground and spoke. Brother, I'm sorry. In the end, I still pulled Xiao Yai into it. Meanwhile, the two siblings were leisurely walking down the tree-lined road. A new message appeared on the phone. According to the latest report from the entertainment news, Xiao Yichun, Kai Hu, and others from various countries had been out of contact for a long time. And now even He Ye, who was becoming famous throughout the Jiangnan and Binhai regions, had disappeared as well. Now, many of He Ye's fans were petitioning higher authorities for help. While looking at her phone, Liu Yan said, I quite like He Ye, but why did she disappear so quickly? Upon hearing this, Liu Yai glanced over and asked, Are you watching entertainment news again? She replied, I don't want to either. Over the past year, aside from entertainment news, it's mostly just been entertainment news. Liu Yi thought for a moment. After the primordial world descended into reality, all architects vanished completely in one night, and no one knew what caused it. He pondered with concern. Logically speaking, if something had been wiped out by some existence, there should have been some sign, at least a little movement. But nothing happened at all, as if it never existed from the start. Then Liu Yai reminded her, All right, go home and play the game. Liu Yan responded, My Chu is still waiting for me at home. He asked again, You must be level 45 by now, right? She replied, Just reached it. Afterward, Liu Yai advised, Try to reach level 50 within the next 7 days. That evening at Liu Yai's place, he sat on his bed, leaning on his thighs, holding the verglasses in his hands. Liu Yai silently considered that with his current strength, he was capable of dealing with the risks after the primordial world descended into reality. So, should I go to the madness area? He nervously thought to himself, would it be better to keep the retrieval of the sacred jewel for use in the real world? But authority doesn't control the primordial world. Then Liu Yi analyzed the situation. Due to the prophecy of his rebirth, he understood that in order to live well in the future, he had to play the primordial world. Therefore, he had strived and successfully managed to push himself to the pinnacle of the player pyramid. However, he was deeply confused. But what comes next? Which path should I take? What should I do to ensure a better future for both myself and my sister? He didn't know. Liu Yai pondered, his gaze distant as he questioned himself. Then he tried to encourage himself. Since I'm still in the game, dying isn't truly dying. I have to try and figure out what the primordial world is all about. Why is it descending into reality? With this excuse, he affirmed which path he should choose for his future. At the same time, a flash of light flickered in the blue space. Liu Yai had entered the game world. A previous message conversation appeared. President of the New Order, the computing power authorization has been fully acquired. Tomorrow after the preparations, we'll depart at 800. Liu Yai, I accept your invitation. I will be at your gathering point at 800. Tomorrow. President of the New Order, great. Once again, thank you for your trust. I believe we will become great allies. Liu Yai reread the conversation. He frowned, holding the orb as he thought. As for me, should I use the retrieval of the sacred jewel? But if I want to record it, I must record my strongest state. That way it could become one of my trump cards. Then at the King High Weapon Training Ground, Liu Yai decided to go ahead with it. He walked slowly, his eyes wide open. They were the eyes of the serpent along with the summoned wyvern snake. All attributes 5000, the Calamity class creature's aura opening the domain. Then Liu Yi's entire body radiated a powerful orange aura spreading out around him. He was using the architect's skill without cooldown, and his gaze lit up. He opened his mouth and shouted, Full attribute blessing, 3 times. Immediately, the pressure released grew stronger and more immense. However, Liu Yi continued to use the full attribute blessing repeatedly. After a while, a system notification appeared. Your full attribute has been enhanced to the highest limit of the primordial world. After the upgrade, the computing power of the primordial world began to enhance. At the same time, Liu Ye commanded, Retrieval of the sacred jewel, record the state. The next day, at the eastern gate of Mu City, in a corner, a group of 4 people were chatting. Elsewhere, Yu Ding stood with the martial artists of the rear flower garden. On one side, the Dunyang sanctuary stood with their members, their eyes filled with hostility and ill intent. In another spot, a player named Ting Ting, holding her sword, sat on the ground fast asleep, ignoring the 2 members kicking her legs to wake her up. On this side, only Liu Yi stood alone. When he arrived, there were already 3 groups facing each other. Suddenly, the president of the New Order raised his hand in greeting. Liu Yi, you're here. Immediately, voices of discussion could be heard nearby. Liu Yi, that's him. As they watched him walk in alone, the crowd murmured, "It was him, the one who killed over 100 rear flower garden players just over a week ago, making a huge impact. This time, the elite members of the rear flower garden are all here. No one knows how they'll deal with him." The rear flower garden members glared at him. Seeing this, the onlookers commented, "He looks like someone from the New Order. The president of the New Order will probably do everything to protect him, right?" Yuding stared at Liu Ye, who was standing next to boiling rage. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Headmaster, how should we deal with him? Since we need to get to the madness area quickly, the 4 major guilds have decided to charter a large plane to take us there. On the plane, we will hold a strength test battle among ourselves. And at that time, we'll find the opportunity to deal with him directly." In the quiet night sky, a flying machine cut through the dark fog, heading straight toward the madness area. Liu Yi silently thought about assembling everyone to reach the madness area as quickly as possible. At that moment, a flash of light lit up the night sky. He continued speaking. "The 4 major guilds should team up, get on a flying machine, and become a member with computing power rights. Since only those with more than 5 computing power rights can enter the madness area, each guild, aside from those accompanying, must have a guide with computing power rights." Inside the flying machine, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped everyone. Liu Yi silently thought to himself, "As for my squad, they are." The girl sitting neatly in front of Liu Yi smiled and greeted him. "Hey, long time no see. This is Ye, currently at level 60 from the New Order clan." Liu Yi glanced at her briefly before falling into deep thought. He had heard the president of the New Order mention that at first, he didn't know she had computing power rights. Liu Ye stared at Xi and recounted that after finding the method for the secret realm's special powers, he learned that Xi had cultivated over 5 special secret realms in the dangerous and chaotic areas, gaining at least 5 computing power rights. Suddenly, Liu Yi felt the burning gaze of the man in front of him. The intense look of lightning strikes was fixated on Liu Ye, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I won't hesitate anymore. I will definitely reclaim my home ground." He is currently at level 60 and is a member of the New Order clan. The blonde player next to him, the president of the New Order, was also level 60. He suddenly smiled and looked at lightning strikes. Liu Yi was stunned upon seeing their levels. Their leveling speed was incredibly fast, having died just once, and yet they were already level 60. Both the leader, the president of the New Order, and the member, lightning strikes, had reached level 60. Liu Yi looked at the system panel and silently marveled. Normally, a player would never reach level 60 without dying countless times. The only way to achieve such a level seemed to be by using the secret realm mirror to exchange massive amounts of money for experience points. Considering the current situation, getting a player to level 50 would cost nearly $1 billion. These guilds truly have money to burn. At that moment, a player with purple hair was quietly observing everyone. He was Yuan Ding, the guild master of the back garden, currently at level 60. Suddenly, a message appeared in the private guild chat. Yuan Ding sent a message saying, "The current situation is extremely disadvantageous for us. There are 4 players with more than 5 computing power. If a fight breaks out, we'd be easily overpowered." Duan Yan, the leader of the sanctuary, asked, "What do you propose?" Yuan Ding replied, "We'll form an alliance to eliminate Liu Ye, the one who doesn't belong to the New Order, and we'll share his computing power." Zheng Yan, the chief of the High Tower Guild, immediately scolded, "Are you crazy? After we deal with him, how are you going to explain this to Di Ying?" Yuan Ding confidently replied, "We aren't killing someone from the New Order. We don't need to explain anything." Duan Yang agreed. "Alright, let's use the one-on-one combat method. It will require a spacious area, so he won't be able to escape." The conversation was quietly laden with hidden danger. In the stillness of the space, a voice spoke up. Regarding the situation in the frenzied zone, Duan Yang said, looking at Liu Yi and Bo Kai, "We've sent people to investigate, but everyone we've sent has died. After being resurrected, their descriptions were all consistent. They only felt a chaotic world and saw a ball of light. This doesn't help our investigation. Those with computing power are too precious. Even a clan like the New Order, with 4 such players, is unwilling to send anyone to investigate alone. So we can only choose the dangerous method of organizing all members with computing power to go together." Li Ji suddenly slammed the floor with his fist, angrily pointing at Duan Yang. "Our guild has the ability to gather 4 players with computing power. That's a testament to our strength. What right do you have to talk nonsense here?" Li Ya, a level 60 player from the sanctuary, spoke up from behind Duan Yan. "Watch your mouth, kid. Our boss is just stating a fact." Furious, Li Ji unsheathed his sword and cursed, "A small-time guild like the sanctuary is acting so arrogant. Do you believe I could blow you all up by myself?" The president of the New Order, Bo Kai, immediately stopped him. "Li Ji, didn't you say you wouldn't be so arrogant anymore? Let them speak first." Duan Yang smiled. "So, before we enter the frenzied zone, Let's each choose a one-on-one opponent to observe everyone's abilities. Li Ji immediately agreed. Alright Duan Yan, I choose. Yuan Ding, having achieved his goal, couldn't hide his joy. At this moment, Sheng Yan, the level 60 chief of the High Tower Guild, sat seriously, observing everything. Duan Yang slowly stood up and smiled. Well then, let's begin. Let's go, Li Ji said, excited. Liu Ye quietly observed when suddenly a strong voice interrupted. Wait a minute. Duan Yan was startled and looked over. Li Ji and Bokai also looked over in surprise. When all eyes were on him, the white-haired man stood up. He was the level 60 player, White Glove, from the Back Garden Guild. White Glove suggested, how about letting a nameless, lower-tier player like myself start first, just to warm things up for you two masters. Amused, Li Ji asked, I like what you're saying. If that's the case, who do you want to choose? Duan Yan waited seriously for the answer. White Glove pointed at Liu Ye. I choose him. White Glove wore a somewhat helpless expression. You must be aware, our guild has a bit of a conflict with him. If it can defeat him here, it'll be a small release of anger for the back garden without affecting the bigger picture. But if I lose, it will just mean our guild is not as good as the others. Liu Yi silently listened, then slowly stood up. He asked seriously, how do you want to compete? Bouquet panicked and hurriedly tried to stop him. Liu Yi, if you don't want to, we don't have to. It's fine. Yuan Ding immediately supported White Glove. If there's tension, it's better to leave it. It will definitely affect our future cooperation. If we can solve it here, it will be beneficial to us. After all, the frenzied zone is too dangerous. Only by cooperating without any obstacles can we go further. Liu Ye casually smirked, a confident expression on his face. Stop talking nonsense. How do you want to compete? White Glove responded, we'll have a solo duel. If health drops below half, it's considered a loss. Liu Ye easily agreed. No problem. Meanwhile Bouquet anxiously paced back and forth, observing everyone's expressions. Looking at their demeanor, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Duan Yang stood up. Let's go. Leave some space for them. In the end, Bouquet reluctantly gave his advice. Be careful. That's the most important thing. Yuan Ding also slowly stepped back, sending a message to his group. Just as we planned. No one can kill him alone. I hope you all take this task seriously. Don't be greedy and don't fantasize that you can solve this by yourself. Everyone immediately spread out, leaving space for Liu Ye and White Glove. Yuan Ding retreated behind White Glove and sternly commanded, attack. The atmosphere on the spacecraft became incredibly tense. In a coordinated move, everyone except the New Order members rushed in to attack Liu Ye. A series of skills were activated simultaneously. System, you have entered an architect restricted area. The rules cannot be modified. System, you have been silenced. System, you are affected by fragile transition. System, you have been affected by Yuan Ding's playful interference. You can only target Yuan Ding. Seeing their calculated actions, Bouquet could not hide his astonishment. He was taken aback by their despicable behavior. Li Ji was so startled that his eyes widened, an expression of shock clearly visible on his face. This betrayal completely enraged Liu Ye. He clenched his fists and shouted, I should have known you had ill intentions. In his mind, Liu Ye recalled his preparations before boarding the spacecraft. In the face of an unclear situation, maintaining my strongest state is the best choice. Since the moment I boarded this ship, I have been accumulating blessing stacks for myself. Although the first blessing only increased his attributes by 5 points for every 10 knowledge strength, within half an hour, his total attributes had already reached the 200,000 limit of the primordial world. But now, all those advantages were being threatened. Liu Ye didn't waste words and immediately drew his sword to fight them. Each slash made them retreat in fear. In the midst of the wild battle, he roared, Die for me, and unleashed his skill. Army Breaker. The system announced its effect, disperses all target statuses. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, signaling that all the blessing attributes had faded. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yi seemed to freeze in place. Upon seeing him hesitate, the group immediately rushed forward to counterattack. Without wasting any time, Liu Ye quickly tried to activate his skill, State of Solidified Stillness, but the system announced, You've been silenced and are unable to use skills. Undeterred, he switched to another skill, Architect, only for the system to announce again, the rules here are restricted. You cannot architect the rules. 3 seconds remaining for restrictions. Not giving up, Liu Yi swiftly activated his dodge skill. However, another notification popped up. You have fallen victim to Yuan Ding's playful interference. You can only target Yuan Ding. A series of notifications flooded the screen, leaving Liu Yi dazed, his mind overwhelmed by the suffocating limitations. He couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. I'm not going to make it out of here. Suddenly, a strange skill appeared from nowhere, enhancing speed in a bizarre way. At the same time, a hand quickly grabbed Liu Yai and pulled him away. Bokai had managed to pull him out of harm's way just in time as the combined attack created a massive explosion, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. The hovercraft shook from the impact. Bokai quickly regained his composure. The president of the New Order and Lei Ji advanced, standing in front of Liu Yai. Bokai angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get us all killed?" The attack had cracked the floor of the ship. In the midst of the smoke, the Yuan Ding group slowly rose. Each of them wielded a weapon, ready for battle. They slowly advanced, and the two sides officially faced each other. Opposite them, Yuan Ding smiled leisurely. "Bokai, don't be so angry. He's not one of your New Order members. Or did we break the rules by taking action against him? Besides, we were just joking earlier. He's not dead yet." With that, Yuan Ding turned to his group and asked teasingly, "Am I right, guys?" Their arrogant attitude made the president of the New Order uncomfortable. His hand clenched tightly as he tried to suppress his rising anger. The tension between the two sides thickened. Suddenly, a player calmly sat down and said, "If we're not going to fight anymore, let's take a break. We're about to head to the madness area anyway, and that's where we'll have plenty to fight about." The girl with green hair was sparkling, level 60, from the Guild of the Towers. Shunyan also casually walked over to her, sat down, and said, "We can't fight anymore. If we keep this up, we won't make it to the madness area." The atmosphere settled, but it didn't last long. The sound of a hammer striking the floor echoed loudly. Dunyam, calmly seated, spoke. "Then, we won't fight anymore." Yuan Ding gave a faint smile, sitting down with a regretful tone. "What a pity. We were just getting started." Liu Yi stood there quietly, taking note of everything, and murmuring to himself. A skill from a member of the Sanctuary Guild. A skill from Xian Yan, the guild leader of the towers. He remembered now. A moment later, Liu Yi softly spoke, "Thank you." He chuckled happily. The president of the New Order then asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine. Thank you." Lightning Strikes, wearing an annoyed expression, said, "You're the only player who's ever beaten me. Before I get the chance to defeat you, don't you dare die at the hands of anyone else. It would be embarrassing for me." Although the tone was blunt, the words carried a certain concern, which made Liu Yi smile. At that moment, the president of the New Order spoke up. "I was too naive. With the level of danger in the madness area, I originally thought we would at least cooperate until we gained control. But I didn't expect conflicts to break out before we even entered." He added, "Furthermore, after entering the madness area, the truce agreement is no longer valid." The president of the New Order gave a serious look at Liu Yai and the others, then said, "From now on, the four of us must rely on each other." The three of them nodded seriously in response. At the border of the madness area, the last airship finally landed. They all stepped off the airship into a hazy scene, shrouded in thick smoke, which caused Liu Ye to freeze in astonishment. Within the thick fog, Yuan Ding suddenly broke the silence. "Although Earth's Shadow has broken the truce agreement for the madness area," he said arrogantly, looking at Liu Yai and the others, "after all, this is the madness area, and only by cooperating can we all win." That arrogant attitude made the president of the New Order uncomfortable. He asked, "Are you saying we have to choose between you and Liu Yai?" He paused. "Sorry, but I'd still choose Liu Yai." The president's words left Liu Yai in deep thought. From a distance, Dun Yong put on his armor and said, "Stop acting so cool. Earth's Shadow will break the truce and attack us. They're definitely thinking that we can't cooperate in there." Dun Yong said confidently, "As for asking us to come together, it's just about adding more bodies for more chances." With that, Dun Yong's figure slowly disappeared into the mist. Rosa suddenly smirked disdainfully at the remaining people, then quickly followed Dun Yong into the mist. "Chief, wait for me." The conversation piqued Liu Ye's curiosity, and he wondered about this Earth's Shadow. At that moment, Xian Yan spoke up. "Dun Yong is right." As Xian Yan walked, Sparkling followed. "Then let's go in too." Seeing them leave, Yuan Ding shrugged nonchalantly, then followed them into the mist with a player named White Glove. "Let's go." The president of the New Order finally spoke. "We'll go too." Everyone nodded in agreement. At that point, Liu Yai was walking slowly behind the group, observing carefully. It felt like countless dangers were lurking in the mist. He silently wondered, does the so-called authority really exist? In what form? And if I managed to obtain it, what could I even do with it? Countless questions flooded his mind. Could I use it to prevent the primordial world from descending into reality? Liu Yai walked on, his thoughts consumed with worry. After a while, following an exhausting journey, the deeper they went, the foggier the air became, and the atmosphere grew eerily grim. Liu Ye observed his surroundings carefully. The bones scattered on the ground were growing larger. The members of the rear flower garden, led by their team leader, were no longer visible. He glanced up slightly, and even the members of the New Order, not far off, were now nothing but shadows. Suddenly the president of the New Order stopped, signaling for everyone to gather closer. Be cautious, he warned, don't scatter. The people we sent here before, almost all of them died right here. At that moment, the system abruptly chimed with a notification. Computing power rights have exceeded 5. The main gate of the other land is now open. The announcement caused all 4 of them to freeze in place, stunned. The ground suddenly cracked open, and Liu Ye was filled with panic. In a daze, all 4 of them fell into a deep pit. What is happening? Liu Ye thought, terrified. Are we going to die here? In the midst of the panic, the president of the new order spoke, everyone be careful. Falling in here might not mean death, but this is the madness area, so we need to be extra cautious. The deeper they fell, the more they could see a faint light at the bottom of the pit, growing increasingly clearer. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light separated Liu Ye from the group. He was stunned as his body was pulled into a strange place. As he fell, he tried to make sense of what was happening. In the blink of an eye, Liu Ye landed safely. The system announced, you have left the primordial world. The computing power authority of the primordial world has been suspended. Welcome to the other land. Liu Ye quickly got up and looked around. Above him, countless stone circles appeared, rotating slowly as though they contained a mysterious power. He was filled with fear. Chunks of earth, both large and small, continued to fall from the sky. Above him was Mu City, and below was where he stood. He silently thought, this is the madness area. The other land. The system suddenly notified, due to your departure from the artifact of the primordial world, your strength is under the pressure of external forces from the other land, with only 0.1 remaining. It has been detected that you have the title of a warrior, which reduces the suppression by 2. It has also been detected that you have 11 of the computing power authority of the primordial world. Additionally, at the outer edge of the primordial world, the suppression effect of the other land is reduced by another 1.1. Your current retained strength is 3.2. Then, player. Liu status appear level, Siphi attack power 3456 absolute defense 14 of 2 resistance 404 strength 266, along with his other skills. Next, the system began issuing countless different notifications. Influenced by the pressure of the otherland environment, your overall skill duration has decreased by 96.8. The cooldown time for your skills has increased by 96.8. You have exited the primordial world, and the cooldown for your skills is now indefinite. A level 1 private domain has been established. Please name your private domain. The suffocating atmosphere made Liu Ye clutch his throat. My attributes are suppressed. This is terrible, he muttered. He immediately became alert, his eyes wide with panic. With my current attributes, how can I possibly find any power in this place? Even a small monster could probably kill me here. These thoughts left him in a state of anxiety. Suddenly, the system notification rang again. Please name your private domain. Liu Ye, still dazed, wondered. A private domain. Is this the land I'm standing on? He decided to randomly give it a name. Number 1. The system immediately confirmed. Your private domain has been named to number 1. Current level, 1. The number 1 area has set the current computing power to 1. The shield has been activated, and computing power is being calculated. The external area's pressure on you has been reduced by 10. Your current retained strength is 13.2. At that moment, a shield appeared, enveloping the ground where Liu Ye stood. At the same time, a small sprout suddenly began to grow. The system notification sounded. Please acquire as much computing power as possible to reduce the external region's suppressive force. You have acquired 100 of the authority. Computing power setup is complete and cooling is initiated. The announcement echoed endlessly. The setup utilized computing power authority to modify the rules of the number 1. Cooldown is negated. Computing power consumption is based on difficulty level. Liu Ye stared in astonishment. He thought to himself, so the so-called membrane is the shield protecting this private domain from the external region. The core of the private zone, a newly sprouted sapling, was designated Imperial Sapling 1 Level 1. Its main function was to activate the area's membrane module. Effect 1. Reduce the suppressive force from the external region. Effect 2. The strength of all creatures entering Private Zone 1 will be reduced by 50. Module support, linked to the player's life. If the support is destroyed, the player dies. Liu Ye slowly approached the sapling, murmuring, this little tree. It looks so fragile with only 100 health, and it's linked to my life. I can level up my computing power authority through it, but where is the computing power? How do I get it? At that moment, an object flew out from within Liu Ye's storage ring. Before he could react, the Ming snake appeared and swallowed the sapling in one gulp. System, your Private Zone 1's Imperial Sapling support has been consumed by the illusory Ming snake. The Imperial Sapling and the illusory Ming snake have merged. Your Private Zone 1's support has been transformed into a Ming snake larva. Ming snake, you, Liu Ye shouted angrily. At that moment, a sound drew his attention. A massive piece of land was rapidly hurtling toward him. Liu Yai was panic-stricken, but suddenly, the land began shaking violently. In the blink of an eye, it exploded. The force sent him flying backward, struggling to get back on his feet. As that piece of land continued to explode, a green monster appeared, letting out a loud, furious roar that caused the surrounding rocks and dirt to explode as well. System, the membrane support of Private Zone 1 is under attack. Panicked, Liu Ye shielded himself. What kind of monster is that? He thought. At the same time, computing power was surging from all directions. He was stunned. Could the computing power be inside these shattered pieces of land? The computing power immediately surged toward one direction, concentrating entirely into the monster's body. A tremendous force emanated from it. The monster, using a piece of land as leverage, leaped up, its power causing the land to tremble and crack. It viciously struck its chest, asserting dominance, then shot upward. Liu Yi stared blankly, watching as it soared toward the distant light sphere. Suddenly, a voice spoke. This is really dangerous. Liu Yi looked at the Ming snake, and thought, based on that attack, if the Ming snake hadn't merged with the Imperial sapling, with its mere 100 health, my private zone would have been destroyed just like those other pieces of land. He slowly stood up. Fortunately, you merged with the sapling earlier. Otherwise, I would probably be back in the city by now. Thanks. I almost misunderstood you. The Ming snake remained silent for a while before solemnly saying, don't thank me too soon. My strength is suppressed here. Although I am now the support in your private domain and have a bit more health, I can't exert much of my real strength. Hearing this, Liu Yai was stunned. Are you saying I can't rely on your usual game-breaking abilities here? Not exactly, the Ming snake replied. As long as you provide enough computing power, I can still exert 100 of my strength for a short time. It suddenly looked up. So, the key here is computing power. Obtaining it will not only help us unleash our full combat potential, but it can also help us level up and move toward that place. That place? Liu Ye asked, looking up at the faint light above. Are you saying you want to go to the collapsed zone? To that light sphere, like the monster earlier? Yes, that's right, the Ming snake answered bluntly. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Liu Yi stared at the light. The main goal is there. So could it be that the authority is hidden there? My goal here is to break open the other pieces of land to obtain computing power, then upgrade my private zone so it can transport me to that sphere. He wondered, but what about the others? After entering the collapsed zone, they all disappeared. Could they have died in that recent destructive wave? Suddenly, the system sent a series of overlapping notifications. The map system had expired and could not be activated. A group message appeared. Boiling Rage President, where is everyone? Liu Ye frowned, staring at the message. On the other side, someone was lurking, watching Liu Ye's every move. Upon seeing his figure, Rosa immediately sent a private message to Duan Yan. Rosa, Director, guess who I just met? Duan Yan. Rosa, it's Liu Ye. Duan Yan, be careful. Rosa, don't worry. He's only strong due to a buff state. Luckily, I can counter him. A new window popped up on Liu Ye's screen. Boiling Rage President, where is everyone? Li Ji, I'm not sure either. Do these look familiar? Are you guys nearby? 2 photos attached Liu Ye. After entering this place, it seems like our locations were randomly assigned. The area in front of me appears to be a combination of 3 different regions from the primordial world. The chance of us meeting is low. However, it seems the authority is hidden at the peak inside that surrounding sphere. Let's all head there. We should be able to meet up eventually. Boiling Rage President, agreed. It seems that's our only option. Liu Yai was engrossed in the messages. The current situation means I can only rely on my own efforts, he thought, carefully planning his next steps. Now that I know the goal is that sphere of light, and that I can level up my territory by gathering computing power, I can move forward. But with my current strength, how can I break through these rocks? Suddenly, he remembered the gun in his hand. Should I use my ranged weapon and shoot from within my private area? It can't be that simple. He guessed that if it were so easy, the Ming snake wouldn't be needed for protection. Still, with his skills like structure, status freezing, and blessings, even with his strength suppressed, he should be able to break through. He stood up. Abruptly, determined to give it a try. If it worked, he wouldn't need to risk leaving his private area. To be sure, he turned to the Ming snake. Does the movement of the private area depend entirely on you? The answer was affirmative. Help me move to a spot where there aren't too many rocks in the way, he continued. A massive creature appeared on a distant floating island. This was the Earth Goat level 80, a dangerous being. The system reminded him that the core of its private area was its nucleus, defeating it would break the zone. Then let's begin, Liu Ye muttered. He activated his skills. My structure's skill has no cooldown. Now, send a blessing. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Your enhancement has reached the defensive limit of Private Zone 1. Has it really reached the limit this quickly? he thought, surprised. The system displayed his stats. Attack, 846 defense, 683 resistance, 48 strength, 100 physique, 100 speed, 100 willpower, 100 perception, 100 health, 6,000 combat power, 700. Liu Yai was somewhat dissatisfied with only having 100 points in his main attributes, but it should be enough. The Imperial sapling in the opponent's private zone was merely a small seedling. His attack power should be sufficient. He raised the barrel of his gun, realizing that among all attributes, only his raw power wasn't suppressed. The first shot was fired, piercing through 2 towering mountains of rock. Hearing the gunshot, the earth goat woke up with a scream. The shot was aimed at the patch of earth where it lay. After a moment of still uncertainty, the peaceful landmass exploded with a boom, sending rocks and dirt scattering everywhere. System notification: you have destroyed the supporting creature of Private Zone 446, the Earth Goat. The private area has been destroyed. Earth Goat 446 has died. System notification: Ying Jiao's attention towards you has increased by 1. Ying Jiao's hatred value has also increased by 1. It were. Liu Yi joyfully shouted. This is it. Come on, Ming Snake. Let's go collect some computing power. Ming Snake replied, got it. The computing power gained was 7. Suddenly, Ming Snake sensed something strange and reported to Liu Yi, something's wrong. I can't teleport. There's a power block here, perhaps to suppress computing power. That thing not only restricts computing power, but may also prevent teleportation into the private area. Liu Yi, bewildered, exclaimed, thinking carefully, I have accepted the truth. So I have no choice but to leave this private area to seize computing power. Looking at the obstacles he had to overcome to get the 7 computing power, he analyzed for a moment. Under the pressure of the outer area, if I leave number 1, the blessing time will only last for another 3 seconds. Using blessing again after a reset could extend the duration to about 9 seconds. Fortunately, I still have the 100 computing power authority of a number 1's model. Although I can only configure 1 rule here, once the configuration is completed, the cooldown will immediately end. This means that no matter how bad my condition is, as long as I return here, I will recover. Anxiously, Liu Yi stood next to Ming Snake and began to act, gently hopping over the stone blocks. A notification appeared: because you have left the protective model of the number 1, your current strength is suppressed to 3.2. Your configuration skill has now entered an indefinite cooldown. Liu Yi pondered. The area outside is accessible from below. So if I want to leave, do I just need to jump down? He continued hopping over the blocks. He suddenly thought, also, what was that earth goat I killed earlier? Is it the leader of this area? It can't be a monster at the same level as Ting Ting, right? I should pay more attention. Liu Yi succeeded. A notification appeared: you have collected 7 computing power. Computing power is the source of all creation. Consuming computing power can create anything. The configuration skills cooldown has been completed. Liu Yi was surprised by this information. He asked curiously, can the configuration be used now? As long as I have computing power, can I configure it anywhere? The system provided additional information. The computing power will disappear after a few minutes. Please use it quickly or transfer it into the model support object in your private area. Liu Yi immediately moved on, leaping over the stone blocks. The notification board displayed: computing power has been successfully transferred to the support model. The direction for upgrading the private zone has been activated with a number 1. The computing power has reached 8, leaving 8 remaining. There are 2 requirements: to upgrade the Ming Snake's larval form, which is currently at level 1. To enhance its resistance to the external area's suppressive force, the required computing power is 10. To upgrade the rank of a number 1, its current rank is 1st grade. With 2 classifications, it can move a number 1 from the 1st floor external area to the 2nd floor external area. It can enhance the strength of creatures within number 1. The required computing power is 1000. The Ming Snake's larval form needs to reach level 10. After carefully reading the specifications, Liu Yi thought to himself, the direction for the upgrade is now clear. He excitedly exclaimed, next, I just need to collect computing power. Then upgrade Ming Snake in number 1. Let's go. The system continuously announced, Earth Goat 556 has died. Ying Zhao's attention level towards you has increased by 1. Ying Zhao's hatred value towards you has increased by 1. The same applies to Earth Goat 213 and 175. To summarize, Ying Zhao's attention level towards you has increased by 51, and Ying Zhao's hatred value towards you has increased by 51. In another land, a colossal ancient tree stood, bearing the marks of time, with flickering light spots radiating around it. A strange footprint appeared, fluttering in the air. This was Ying Zhao, level 90, the leader of disaster, level monsters with a robust body. Notice, Earth Goat 765, 278, 498 have perished. Ying Zhao's attention towards you has increased by 1. Ying Zhao's hatred value towards you has increased by 1. Ying Zhao's attention towards you has increased by 70. Ying Zhao's hatred value towards you has increased by 70. Liu Yai observed the computing power he had just gathered and pondered. The only type of monster in this area is the earth goat. Moreover, every time I kill one, the level of attention and hatred from a creature named Ying Zhao, whose level I don't know, increases towards me. I have no idea how many earth goats I need to kill before it shows up. Standing in the vast and boundless space, there was one truth he was certain of: he could not leave this place in a short time. Clenching his fist, he resolved to start thinking about how to solve this. The system panel. Displayed, consumes 10 points of computing power. Ming snake larvae advances to level 2, and the resistance against the external pressure from the membrane increases by 1. Continuing like this, the computing power was gradually consumed, which also helped the Ming snake larvae reach level 6. Finally, the announcement about number 1 came in, stating that the external pressure from the surrounding area had weakened by 15. The accumulated computing power reached 180, and after consumption, 30 remained. Suddenly, a message from C arrived, sharing an intelligence update. After two separate areas collide, the membranes will temporarily merge. The reinforcement period will end, but the resistance to external pressure will be stronger. The specifics depend on the enhancement of the membrane resistance on both sides. Outside the area, Liu Yi spoke up. Can we have an honest conversation? Ming Snake was skeptical. Liu Yi sat facing Ming Snake and continued, I brought you out of the secret realm, and after getting outside, you said you wanted to come back in. After coming in, you said you wanted to go to the light sphere. Why do you want to go there? He was puzzled. What exactly is your goal? Ming Snake pondered without answering. Liu Yi was truly curious. After a moment of thought, Ming Snake finally spoke. Alright, my goal is to lure you here, to guide you to the data processing center, which is the light sphere above our heads. The data processing center. A series of questions appeared in Liu Yi's mind. He looked up at the light sphere that encrypted the data. It seemed like he had recalled something. Could this be what the president of the new order had mentioned? Liu Yi still had doubts. How do you know all this? Weren't you always in the secret realm before? Ming Snake didn't want to answer this question and diverted the topic. You may not believe what I say, but I know your goal is also there. As for reaching the data processing center, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Liu Yi was still weighing many things in his mind. Suddenly he exclaimed, do you know about the real world? Ming Snake asked in return, what did you say? Seeing that the other being didn't understand, Liu Yi seemed a bit frustrated and said again, what I mean is, do you know this is a game world? Ming Snake still didn't understand. Liu Yi suddenly realized, can't it hear me? Is the primordial world automatically hiding these types of dialogues? He dismissed it. It's nothing. You said you would give me your full support. He was about to ask more when a strange signal went off. Liu Yi was startled. He quickly jumped up and shouted at Ming Snake, a high-level creature is coming, and it's heading straight for us. There was a hint of worry on his face. All this time, we've been using computing power to kill the leader of the earth goat monsters. I even thought it would take killing a few more before it came after us. I didn't expect it to show up directly. Ming Snake also sensed it and asked, have you figured out how to deal with it? Liu Yi responded, the real issue right now is that we don't know its strength. Can I really trust you? He thought for a moment, unsure whether to speak plainly, but then said openly, to be honest, although you've always helped me after going through a few things. Ming Snake listened quietly. The voice that followed was filled with disappointment. I have this feeling that you're not trustworthy. You're hiding something. Even though your explanation earlier was quite reasonable, being reasonable doesn't mean being trustworthy. I know when someone is using logic to deceive. Even though he felt Ming Snake wasn't trustworthy, Liu Yi had no better option. He shared his thoughts. But now there's no other choice. To defeat this leader-class monster, I have no choice but to trust you. He asked again, we can trust you, right? Ming Snake didn't have a chance to respond. When a sudden notification rang out. Number 1 is merging. The area where Liu Yi stood shook violently, and in the distance, a figure appeared next to a giant tree. This was the monster Liu Yi was about to face. System notification. Number 1 has completed the fusion. The external area suppression force has weakened by 35. Liu Yi looked up, his face showing clear signs of worry. Ming Snake, standing beside him, began to transform, becoming enormous. Even Liu Yi was startled upon seeing it. The monster hadn't expected Ming Snake's sudden change. Ming Snake faced the monster directly and spoke to Liu Yi. With my current strength and health, your plan is probably for me to hold him off while you find an opportunity to enter his private area and destroy his imperial sapling, right? Liu Yi asked the Ming Snake. And the thing you're worried about is that I won't be able to hold him off, and you'll have to escape first, correct? On the other side, the monster didn't understand what the two were talking about. It bared its teeth in impatience and let out a loud roar. The Ming snake remained unfazed, calmly continuing, "Don't worry. From the moment I chose to become the shield for your private land, I made up my mind to stand on the same front as you. You have to trust me." Upon hearing these words, Liu Yi did not respond. His face was tense, still not fully trusting the creature. As soon as the words ended, an explosion occurred. Liu Yi quickly leaped to a nearby floating island. With both hands gripping the cliffside, he spoke to the Ming snake. "Then I'll leave it to you." Liu Yi struggled to hold on as a notification appeared. System, Private Zone 1 support, the wyvern snake larva, has been attacked. Health reduced by 7,340. He carefully climbed over each rock face as the system continued to display updates. System, the Ming snake has been attacked. Health continues to decrease, reduced by 4,720, then by 4,940. Liu Ye quickly jumped over each cliff, the notifications painting a clear picture of the situation. Before the Ming snake's health ran out, he had to find the Imperial sapling and destroy it. He checked the Ming snake's current health, 7,313,467, 3,500,000. He considered the worst-case scenario. If things didn't work out, his only option would be to return to the city. Despite the heavy thoughts weighing on him, he remained determined, clinging to and conquering the treacherous cliffs. The notifications of the Ming snake's declining health kept coming. His hand finally reached the ground of the main island. Using all his strength, he pulled himself up, his heart racing with worry as the Ming snake's health was dropping too quickly. A sudden explosion occurred before his eyes, sending rocks flying and enveloping the area in white smoke. Standing firm on the ground, he resolved, "I need to hurry." The place he had just set foot on was a vast piece of land with only a single, enormous ancient tree standing there. Around the tree's canopy, glowing specks floated in mid-air, creating an incredibly picturesque scene. Liu Yi was taken aback upon seeing the tree's trunk. "Is this it? It's so big." He circled around, surveying the terrain. Standing at the base of the tree, he looked like a tiny insect. After exploring a few spots, he realized there were no hidden guards or defensive traps. He pondered deeply. This place is indeed strange. How could Ying Jiao dare to leave the Imperial sapling unguarded and face us alone? Liu Yi decided to touch the tree's trunk directly. The system immediately displayed its information. Imperial sapling forest level 30 health, 4,654,650 warning. This Imperial sapling has received a blessing from the floral god and is tied to Ying Jiao's life force. Before Ying Jiao's death, the Imperial sapling forest cannot be destroyed. Liu Yi was surprised by the information. Can't be destroyed. No wonder Ying Jiao came out on his own. So how are we supposed to fight this? The system continued to warn about the drastic health reduction of the Ming snake. System, Private Zone 1 support has been attacked. Health reduced by 6,540 and further reduced by 6,700. His face clearly showed concern. He grabbed his weapon and swung his sword powerfully, striking the sturdy tree trunk. System, Imperial sapling forest is immune to your damage. He raised his gun, aimed at the trunk, and fired. System, Imperial sapling forest is immune to your damage. Seeing this, Liu Yi stood in silence, feeling helpless. He couldn't break through. But he couldn't give up so easily. He moved forward, his thoughts racing. Could this just be a shell with a real Imperial sapling hidden inside? But there doesn't seem to be any way to enter. Even if the tree is a fake, if I can't break it, I'll never be able to deal with the opponent's core. His mind was a mess, and he rubbed his forehead in frustration. I'm getting a headache. If only I had a dispersal skill. Suddenly, a figure appeared across from him, watching his movements. Liu Ye, however, still hadn't noticed. He was staring at the distant battle between the Ming snake and Ying Jiao. The Ming snake's health was still decreasing. Finally, he made a decision. It seems the only choice now is a direct confrontation. He strode forward boldly. There can be no more hesitation. If this is the only path left, all I can do is walk down it. Even if I fail, I'll have no regrets. But a slight sense of fear accompanied his tangled thoughts. I may say that, but facing Yang Jiao with just one move, I'd probably be done for. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. What's wrong? Thinking of giving up already? Who's there? Liu Yi shouted, startled. The person who spoke stepped forward lightly. It was a man with golden hair standing behind the tree. The two of them stood silently, carefully evaluating each other. Liu Yi recognized the man as Rosa from the sanctuary. He had some knowledge about him. He's the one with the dispersal skill. I wonder if it can break this Imperial sapling. He was worried. The Ming snake's health was dropping lower and lower. But he couldn't rush things. If his dispersal skill really can destroy the Imperial sapling, I'll need to make good use of him. After thinking carefully, Liu Yi spoke to Rosa. If you've been hiding here all along, you must have seen everything clearly. He crossed his arms and smiled. I'm about to face the leader monster of this place. The best choice for you right now would be to sit back and profit from the situation. Yet, you've come out. Your dispersal skill isn't working, not because of the wrong attributes, but because you want to collaborate with me, right? You're stopping me, not just because you're worried I won't be able to deal with Yang Jiao later, but also because you're afraid you won't be able to break this sapling's shell without my help. That's why you revealed yourself. That means you can't handle Yang Jiao on your own either. Rosa remained silent, frowning. Seeing this, Liu Yai decided to take the initiative. If that's the case, I'll agree to your terms and enhance your attributes so that you can break through the tree's shell. The way Rosa reacted, it seemed his guess was correct. Rosa didn't expect him to guess his thoughts so accurately, which made him uneasy. He was somewhat awkward in judging Liu Yai's intentions. Maybe he has some hidden trump card, he thought. Finally, Rosa revealed his hand. You're right. I won't say more. Let's get started. Liu Yi smiled, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, the system continued to announce a sharp decrease in the Ming snake's health. Liu Ye quietly reassured himself, don't rush. Don't rush. It was precisely in moments like this that he had to remain calm. He walked closer to Rosa. As he nodded casually, Rosa grew more suspicious. He's agreeing so easily. Is there some trick up his sleeve? I can't let him get too close. As Liu Yai approached, Rosa immediately spoke up. Stop. Your weapon is a blade, right? Its range is about 3 meters. Stop right there. Liu Yai raised his hand and calmly replied, in here, the highest an attribute can be is 100. I'll help you max it out. The more you add, the better, Rosa said, feeling a power growing within him. Can you increase the speed a little? My blessing can only last for about 30 seconds here. He smiled wickedly, thinking he had just struck a deal with no effort at all. The fool casually enhanced me like that. Youthful ignorance. If that's the case, I'll give him a lesson he'll never forget. He looked up at the massive ancient tree. Now, let's deal with you first. Rosa began to channel his strength. System, dispersal in progress. Knowledge strength insufficient. Dispersal failed. The blessing of the god of 100 flowers has been dispersed. Immediately, a green, honeycomb-shaped mesh of light covered the area around the tree. Then, the mesh shattered into countless small pieces, scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Liu Ye's face lit up with delight. He cheered internally, success. From the direction of the Ming snake, a pained scream rang out. The battle with Yang Jiao was still fierce, with no signs of ending. The sound startled Liu Yai. It was the roar of Yang Jiao. Liu Ye couldn't afford to delay any longer. He had to deal with Yang Jiao's imperial sapling quickly, as the Ming snake was about to give way. Where are you looking? A voice sneered. Seizing the opportunity of Liu Ye's momentary distraction, the player named Mustache moved from the shadows, raising his blade to strike. Losing focus in a fight means death. But Liu Yai reacted instantly, the figure Mustache slashed turning out to be an afterimage. Even with my attributes maxed out. Why is your speed so fast? Mustache wondered, realizing he was already outmatched. Liu Yi smiled. You're rushing things. A look of terrifying realization dawned on Mustache's face. So, that's your trump card. Your attribute distribution gives you an edge over mine. Plus, the army breaking move I used earlier is on cooldown. The two continued their battle. Liu Yai charged forward, his voice full of excitement as he shouted, then, just admit defeat. Mustache responded enthusiastically, you have a trump card, but do you think I don't have one? As he spoke, he gave a mysterious smile and shouted, forbidden weapon. The skill prevents a target from using a specified weapon type for 1 minute. Liu Yi felt his sword dematerialize from his hand. At that moment, a system message appeared, you are temporarily unable to use the following weapon type, sword. He stood still, staring in shock, silently wondering why he was being prevented from using a sword. Seeing that Liu Yai was unarmed, Mustache quickly grabbed a long sword and charged at him. He must think I need to rely on my strength skill to deal with him. This is my real trump card. After restricting his ability to use his primary weapon, let's see what he'll use to fight. Without his strength skill, he's just an ordinary player. Liu Yai heard his words but was not frightened. He simply gave a faint smile and replied, this is your trump card. He swiftly moved, effortlessly dodging a slash from Mustache. He moved behind his opponent, aiming a handgun at the back of Mustache's head. If I were an ordinary strength-based player, I'd really be in trouble. Mustache quickly glanced behind him, trying to maintain his composure. Don't try to act tough. Do you think you can take me on with that little handgun? Try hitting me first, then talk. Pointing the dark barrel of his gun at Mustache, Liu Ye calmly responded, unfortunately for you, I'm not. He pulled the trigger. The bullet flew towards Mustache, causing his health to drop to 0 instantly. As his strength drained away, Mustache only had time to show a look of panic, sweat pouring down his face, before his body began to gradually disappear. Liu Ye explained briefly, moreover, With your speed, you wouldn't have been able to hit me even if my weapon wasn't blocked. It just would have taken me a little more time to kill you. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. System notification, you have killed the player Mustache. You have acquired Mustache's 5 computing power authority. Your total computing power authority has increased to 16. Liu Ye anxiously thought, I can't wait any longer. I have to deal with Yang Zhao's Imperial Sapling quickly, otherwise the Ming Snake will be finished. The battle on the Ming Snake's side was fierce. It used all its strength to hold on to Yang Zhao's foot, secretly thinking, too slow. If this drags on, I won't be able to hold on much longer. System notification, Yang Zhao's Imperial Sapling has been broken. You have acquired 1567 computing power. Please use it quickly or store it in a support item. The battle ended, and the Ming Snake lay sprawled on the ground, its face scratched in several places. Liu Yai approached, sat down, and said, You've worked hard, enduring for so long. The Ming Snake relaxed and replied tiredly, It's nothing. We help each other out. It continued, This time, we've earned a total of more than 1500 computing power. How do you plan to use it? Liu Yai immediately responded, First, I'll level you up to level 10, then we'll deal with the earth goats in this area to gather more computing power. After that, we'll move on to the first floor of the outer area. Hearing this, the Ming Snake reminded him, That's a very safe plan, but it will take too much time. Liu Ye wondered, if we level up this land, will it take us directly to the light orb? The Ming Snake explained, You're overthinking it. From here to the light orb, these broken lands are divided into 5 levels. When you level up, you can only move up 1 level at a time. So that means we need to level up 4 times. Liu Ye understood. Suddenly, he remembered something, turned to look at the Ming Snake, and said in a mysterious tone, But aren't you supposed to be able to fly? Just carry me up there. The Ming Snake immediately refused. Dream on. There's a barrier, and besides, I have to stay in this small form to be able to fly. Liu Ye laughed loudly. Concerned that the Ming Snake might be tired, he reminded it, Take a rest for a bit. He then began gathering the computing power in the area. Liu Yai began upgrading the Ming Snake. System notification, 300 computing power consumed. Ming Snake has been upgraded to level 10. Resistance against the external area's suppressive force has significantly increased. Ming Snake can now evolve into an adult form. Summary, Ming Snake level 10. External suppressive force reduced by 20. Total computing power, 1747. Remaining computing power, 1297. After the upgrade, Liu Yai went to gather more computing power, accumulating 2000 points. The system then reported that the maximum computing power attainable on the first level had been reached. Please promptly upgrade your private area to level 2 of the external area. Liu Yi looked at the computing power he had gathered, puzzled. So, there's a cap here as well. I'll have to upgrade a number 1 first. He seemed deep in thought, gazing upward. Suddenly, he leaped towards the Ming Snake, making a decision. If that's the case, let's go. System notification. 1000 computing power consumed to upgrade number 1 to level 2. Resistance against the external area's suppressive force has reached its limit. Membrane intensity increased. External suppressive force decreased by 5. Ming Snake's level is now kept at level 20. The construction ability of a number 1 has been activated. Current computing power, 550. Accumulated amount, 2000. Attention, a number 1 is ascending to the second stage of the external area. All members related to number 1 must return to the transport area, or they will lose their affiliation. The surroundings began to tremble violently. A reminder notice appeared. Number 1 requires 2000 computing power to level up to level 3. Liu Yi calculated in his mind. The Ming Snake needs an additional 10 computing power points for each level increase, but the first level it requires double. The total computing power required will be several tens of thousands. If it's like the first floor, breaking into a private area only grants a few points. There's a huge deficit. I'm not sure if there's a quick way to accumulate computing power on the second floor. On the second floor of the outer region, the atmosphere was quite gloomy, with misty smoke everywhere. 2 beasts stood guard. This area was right next to the zone where Liu Yai and the Ming Snake were. A notice arrived. You have entered the second floor of the outer region, the Kung Yuan area. The hatred value of the Kung Yuan king towards you is 100. When you enter his hatred range, you will become his primary target. Liu Yai gasped and thought to himself, why is it already at 100? Is this leader a subordinate of the god of 100 flowers? I need to change the map. Facing a monster leader like this is way too dangerous. Suddenly, a terrifying face appeared.